Welcome back to Lit RPG Realm, guys. Do not forget to like and subscribe. Let's jump right into it.
Chapter 1. It was night, and the cloud was quiet. After the revelry had died down from the victory over the Dark Lord, Curse had flown the cloud straight away to hover over open ocean, and there he stayed, far away from it all. The city folk had hunkered down, their magic lights dimmed, their fires burned down to glowing embers, and their lanterns shuddered. No wildlife critters yet had taken up residence on the floating city. The death mana aspect had placed a damper on that. It was raining gently, and its light pattering joined with the faint babblings as the rivers splashed from one curve to another across the Gothic arches. The dungeon was closed with the iron cloud curtain solid, the bronze motor strong, and the silver entryway closed off. Behind its doors, Curse wept, again, for the 20th night in a row. Curse wept with Loraphaman, their shared worry and grief reverberating across the bond resonantly. Only now did Curse finally break the silence. It's all my fault. I should have pushed against her ideas, found solutions that didn't need her to break the rules. I should have been ready to act. I'm a terrible friend to have lost those two. I'm so sorry, Loraphaman. Shh. She consoled, even as she choked on tears herself.
If anyone is to blame beyond the fairy's own politics, it would be me. I did not listen to Gustav, and now he is gone, ripped from this world like a common criminal.
I just don't know what to do anymore. What is a dungeon without a fairy?
Stop it with that nonsense! Don't say such things! Our fairies are alive! We mustn't lose hope! You are a wonderful dungeon. A good dungeon that is making the world better for dungeons and cities alike. Your genius has saved me twice. I don't doubt that you will figure out a way to find Selena and Gustav and bring them back safely.
But how? Half of my ideas, the better half, came from her. She was the one with the insider knowledge.
Well, the dungeon I bonded with would think of something. He would put together a plan of action and then act upon that. When he is ready.
When I'm ready?
When you are ready. Until then, let's just be silent and process our own sorrow.
Curse and Loraphaman held each other until the morning light broke the clouds. Neither slept, the very act being outside their needs, but they had stayed silent, clinging onto their bond like a lifeline thrown to a desperate swimmer amidst the maelstrom of guilt and depression Curse felt.
It is a new day, Curse,
Loraphaman said finally as her city began to roust. It is. I'll open my dungeon. Selena said that focusing on running my dungeon helped my mood. It was nary a thought, and the locks on his doors gave. Nobody was clamoring to get in early this day, though.
Do it. Do it and focus on the present. We can plan our actions with our heads clear.
Loraphaman agreed. You're right. I think the silence and affirmations were what I needed. Thanks, Curse said meekly as he spread his mind into the city to see if anyone was geared up. Loraphaman welcomed the intrusion, letting her bonded partner mentally enter her area of influence. Curse was relieved to see that, yes, some bands of heroes staying on the cloud still were already up in the inns and enjoying hearty breakfasts, a sign that they were planning dives. They had not given up hope that Curse would reopen. A welcome sign.
No problem. You work your dungeon, maybe be a little more forgiving than normal. The amount of alcohol being imbibed is still excessive compared to the merchant's predictions.
No better way to sober up than Arctic air. I'll have them go from bleary-eyed to wide-eyed in 2 breaths.
Whatever it takes. Just don't prey on them unfairly.
Never. I may have been deadly, but you're rubbing off on me. I'm developing your ethos, I think, where I'm a trainer of sorts. The difference being, those that don't make the cut are rendered into mana eventually.
The last thing you need is mana, Mr. I reached full within the day of vaporizing the Dark Lord.
You can never have too much. I'm using it to build out my space domain for the layer floor when Skana comes back from... Hold on, we have a visitor, Curse blurted out as he snapped his attention to the outskirts of his domain. His watcher had pinged him. Larathaman was right there with him mentally as they watched a humanoid figure fly up and land with grace. Velrin, access denied. Insufficient stat site. One of the three gods. She was a slight waif of a woman hidden behind decadent, flowing robes of dyed silk. Her eyes were opalescent and sharing a sincere smile with the rest of her face. Daintily, she hovered towards Kerr's dungeon. From previous experience, Kurz knew he could just broadcast at her. However, owing it to previous experience and his current mood, he was feeling less than cordial. I am surprised to be visited by another god. I threatened to kill the last one. What brings you here? He asked wryly. Your welcome depends strongly on your next words. The goddess curtsied her robes before dropping to the cloud-tiled stair like a feather in the wind.
You must be Kurz. I've heard so much about you. But I come with news that you and your friend will want to hear. It concerns your errant fairies.
Kurz, in his core room, spun his weapon to focus on the goddess. In those 20 days of sorrow, Kurz's grief had gone through a stage of rage. He had outfitted his core room to not be weak against intrusions. Ever. Again. Where most dungeons, the daily grind against their domain would wear their mana until it was but a drop by the end of the day, Kurz had 20 days of no runs. 20 days of work to distract from the pain and a font of mana that was almost inexhaustible. His core still sat on a dais of water in the middle, but that was the only kept furnishing. Kurz had reformed the entire thing as a 10-foot-thick, dungeon-reinforced, rot-hardened arrow steel box. An impregnable fortress if there ever was one. The sally port was 2 stages and always had one door closed, preventing direct access to his room. The light trickling in from the cloud expanse now flowed through the infinitely thin threads that snaked along the boundaries of the cube, before diving in and twisting into a spire that shone brightly into Kurz's core. The space-borne array of solar collectors had grown, but for safety, it now attached directly to the core room using the smallest of warp gates, just big enough for the solar network to spiral in with the local one. Inside the Spartan interior, his weapon was a new take on his reflective mirror. Taking inspiration from spyglasses, Kurz had made a gimbaled reflecting telescope, only the mirrors were shaped such that they focused the laser. It was on a track that encircled Kurz's core and could aim in any direction, held firm by its mounting. He was not going to miss again, nor fail to sweep when needed to cut swaths. To deal with his now super walls, Kurz fashioned the device to first cast as shape spacetime such that a temporary, unstable warp formed that bypassed the fortification, just long enough for his laser to fire before collapsing. More to the point, Kurz now had his entire core room ready for portals. Taking the term he had learned from Selena to heart, he had set some spells in his mind to telefrag anyone who tried to enter his domain through any method. Still, off to the side, Kurz had left room for Selena's hovel for if she ever came back. He returned his full attention to Velrin. You are treading in dangerous waters right now, godling. I'm in no mood for games. Theral may have been immune to lasers, but I do not recall you being a god of light. Kurz could feel Larathaman exerting her influence to push against his laser, like she had a hand on his own to prevent him from drawing a sword. He ignored it.
The news I come with is from Theral. He felt it best to not antagonize you with his presence. You have, after all, decreed that you will kill him for saving this world from your mistake,
Velrin said, oblivious to Kurz's actions. She stayed still on the walkway, not needing to approach any further towards the dungeon. He has a good memory. He's on my list, but right now rescuing Selena and Gustav top revenge. If he's willing to help with that, I'm more than happy to declare a truce.
You know, I told Theral you would say something like that, but he wanted me to come out here anyway. No, Kurz, Selena and Gustav aren't coming back. Theral had them arrested for many, many crimes. Fairy law is no joke.
Thelrin explained. Lorathaman shoved hard against the lasers as Kurz fired it. The laser went straight up into the sky, a beam of white-hot light missing everything and everyone. Thelrin didn't notice.
Kurz, it is a trap!
She yelled as Kurz's anger flared at Velrin and at her own audacity to challenge his decision to vaporize the goddess. Her own feelings of alarm and terror swamped Kurz's anger like a blanket thrown on a fire. What?
Thurl set you up. If you attack her, you invite him to attack you.
That makes no sense. I've already attacked him. Let me shoot the messenger, this messenger.
You mustn't. 1, she may have information we need, but 2, Thurl will retaliate. I imagine the reason he hasn't fought back yet is your first attack was so ineffectual it didn't count, and he was left shackled. Why else would he attack you obliquely through politics?
I hadn't thought of that. Damn. Thanks for stopping my mistake. I sometimes shoot off at the hip.
Don't fret. No harm, no foul,
Lorathaman said, before turning the conversation back to the goddess.
Velrin, this is Lorathaman. I am the city next door. Why was my fairy taken?
Same reasons, though lesser. Conspiracy over act is generally given lighter sentencing. Had he stood up to the corruption from Selena, none of this would have happened.
Velrin droned like she was reading a script and had zero emotional connection. Kurz's anger was only just tempered by the soothing feelings that Lorathaman sent across.
The law of the land is that the accused gets a barrister and visitation. Is there a method for me to talk to Gustav, or for Kurz and Selena? You must understand the stress we are under.
Velrin arched an eyebrow.
Why would there be? This planet's subjects have weird ideas of justice, one of which is that it isn't immediate or absolute. The only reason Thurl didn't squash them flat was because he is forsworn to not interfere without specific exit clauses. But let me finish explaining why I am here. Thanks. Anyway, you will want to sever your bonds to those fairies. They will not be welcomed back to this world for the damage they have caused. Lastly,
Get off my cloud! Kurz growled, interrupting her, anger in his voice thick like syrup. Even Lorathaman lost her soothing presence on Kurz, giving in to the anger. She mentally gripped Kurz's laser tight, locked up in rage. I do not care what that bastard has to say. I do not care for your candor, and I most of all do not care to see your face any longer. Goodbye. Kurz sprang open a warp gate above her head and slammed it down over her. He linked it to the gate left at the foot of the insect mob-infested impact crater. The relative motion translated to an exit velocity, and she was shot out like a cork from a champagne bottle, clearing and leaving Kurz's influence completely. She had it coming, Kurz said as the red left vision. He was surprised to feel the smoldering hate coming off of Lorathaman so cleanly.
She doesn't believe in justice. That visit was purely to taunt us so you would strike her and let Beryl strike back. Loathsome behavior. Gods are just as bad as adventurers. I, for one, look forward to teaching that brat a lesson.
I agree. But you are also right that we should get some info from her. Namely, she wouldn't have requested us to break our bonds if it meant something to keep them. Ergo, I will never do that.
Same. Gustav is not getting left out in the cold.
Neither of them are. They will be rescued. And since the gods are at fault, we'll have to work without them. Ulrich and his fairy separated, yes?
Yes, on friendly terms. I believe his fairy still comes by once a year or so to check on him. I'll reach out on our chat mirrors and inquire. However, I do not want to wait that long. You can fly. We can drop in on any dungeon and ask them.
Now that is an idea, Kurz said, hopeful for once, and with a plan in mind. Rescue Selena and Gustav, rescue Overslime, and then revenge on Thurl. No biggie. Chapter 2. Kurz set his course for Mount Main, the elemental dungeon that specialized in fire, magma, and everything hot. It was a half-day's ride from his satellite dungeon, at the foot of a small hill marked by an entrance only a fire dungeon would love. Twin gouts of flame 40 feet in breadth, like banners proclaiming danger to all who approach. Still, the flight from open ocean to his old haunt would take 2 days, whereas Medusa and other champions could warp to his ruins of Nyalong's satellite dungeon and arrive much sooner. "Medusa, do you want to make a trip to another dungeon for me?" Kurz asked, regardless of the fact that Medusa was sitting on her lounge, busy getting ready for a day of cracking heads, tightening the laces on her buskins. Her statuary garden had become expansive in the aftermath of the fight against Marwan. Demons in their death throes highlighted the relatively fewer hero statues. Medusa had begun the effort of painting them, but the work was far from finished, giving the garden an incomplete look.
"No, I don't think I will,"
Medusa said before sliding off her lounge.
"I've been on a streak of luck with the bronze tokens, and my room has been selected for multiple runs a day. I am thoroughly enjoying the fighting. I even got a statue of a mage trying to use a mirror to avoid my gaze. Send Vex."
Vex is, well, Vex. And Larathamin's champions are now the leaders of the city and can't go gallivanting into dungeons like that. You were the best choice.
"No. Unless you are sending me to kill the dungeon, that I will do."
Medusa let slip matter-of-factly as she walked out into her garden, her eye locks writhing and inspecting her many works. "Wait, what? Why would you suggest that?"
"I figured that might be why you are sending me. Practice for when we break the overslime out eventually. Find the dungeon that has closed the hole, so to speak, and grind it into dust under my boot. Don't tell me you're against lithiocide."
"No, we aren't here to kill them, but to talk to their fairy. And yes, I understand that some dungeon's gonna have to die, but that responsibility will fall on me, not you. It wouldn't be right."
"Your proposal is for me to go to the dungeon and talk. You should think about giving me a sibling if you want a talker."
Maybe you're right. I've had the core marinating in my inventory for a while. Do you want to help in that process? Medusa barked a laugh and collapsed against a snarling demon, letting it support her weight.
"In no world, and in no way do I want a hand in creating my sibling. That task falls to you and your bow. But I will be tattling to Selena when we get her back."
Kerr's heart fell into his stomach, and his blood ran cold. "That is not what I meant!" Medusa, still tickled with laughter, waved him off.
"I know what you meant, and I know what you said, and neither fact changes anything. But go bother Larathamin for attention. She will certainly be more than happy to help you make a new champion."
Kerr's embarrassment only got worse as he felt Larathamin's full, conscious attention settle on them. Like him, she could know anything and everything in her domain, and absolute schadenfreude carried on their bond to torment Kerr's.
What do you say, Kurz? Think I'm up for the task?
"You are incorrigible," Kerr's lamented, wishing he could bury his mind in the sand.
You know, I still have an unused wonder. I could make something that would allow us to incarnate into bodies. Do it the old-fashioned way.
Before she could continue, both her and Kerr's snapped their attention to Kerr's core room. A portal was being scribed. A fairy portal. The playfulness of the moment was gone, replaced with a strange mixture of hope, fear, anger, and dread. Kerr's was ready, his mind already prepping the nasty spells. He even swiveled his laser apparatus to it. The portal sprung to life, and meekly, a slight figure popped through. Kerr's stayed his hand, bewildered, not feeling an inkling of threat from the fairy as it nervously ringed his hat between small hands.
"This is terribly awkward,"
Cabor said as he looked from the core to the portal. Telepathy. Cabor, what brings you back to my dungeon, and who did you bring with you? Kerr's asked, perplexed yet hopeful. Cabor, clearly gobsmacked at what he was seeing, said nothing. The other, however, was more adroit.
"My most sincere apologies. I was hoping to make a temporary bond with you for ease of emotive communication, but I see that you are rightfully not in a trusting mood right now. I am Deacon. and I am a dungeon fairy that specializes in taking over when the previous dungeon fairy is lost. I am speaking to Kurz, Cloudgate.
Kurz did not respond.
I will take your silence as a yes. Kurz, I am so sorry that this woeful situation has befallen you.
Deacon said to space, not knowing where to look. Kurz's core was no longer near him. No.
Excuse me?
Do not speak so passively. This situation had a cause. Fairy kind taking one of their own. You are most correct that I am not in a trusting mood. You best cut the crap, or you may find the very air you are breathing betray you. Cabor, his nerves getting the better of him, threw up. His stomach contents splashed and floated away, Kur's gravity specifically not containing it. Shaking, Cabor asked,
Please, can you stop whatever this is and bring us back to your core room? I know you are a cloudy dungeon, but this is madness. What Cabor is trying to say is that he is scared, and this situation is not conducive to an amicable exchange. I understand fully what it is like to lose a partner. I have lost so many dungeons. Some fairies are unable to see their dungeon to their end, and I have always been the one sent in so that the dungeon does not die alone.
You understand nothing. I have not lost Selena. She is not gone or dead or missing. She is stolen. Stolen by your leaders.
Same with Gustav,
Lyrathaman added vehemently.
Excuse me, I did not know I was in the presence of another. You have me at a disadvantage. Gustav is the other lost fairy.
Stolen! Kurz and Lyrathaman corrected together, their shared anger shaking the very ground the fairies were stuck on. Cabor dry heaved, while Deacon looked puzzled. Pointing with his finger, he started to scribe a portal. Kurz wasn't having it. Shape space-time. Kurz shifted reality like he was sliding a thin sheet of paper through the sparkling portal line. Just like that, the portal spell fizzled, dissolving into nothing. There'll be none of that.
But how? Fairy magics can't be affected by dungeons.
I noticed. I tried to stop you bastards from kidnapping her, and it was like yelling at the tides. I didn't dispel or otherwise fight your spell. I just violated the parameters it needed. In this case, your portal spell needs a continuous line. I simply removed that. Now that you understand your predicament, let's talk. What were you about to do? Do realize that while you can lie as this isn't a bond, I have you at my mercy. Act wisely. While dungeons don't kill fairies as a rule, there seems to be a lot of unprecedented behavior as of recent, and I am a mite touchy. Deacon took a moment to gather his thoughts.
I was going to grab my paperwork. It appears I may have a misunderstanding of the assignment. I wished to double-check. May I do so? I'm not with him,
Cabor blurted out.
I'm merely here as I am on the hook for Selena's actions because I sent her. I just need you to take an oath that I am not involved. Please, this has been most bothersome.
Mute. Cabor, I'll deal with you in a minute. Deacon, you may, but move slowly. Any sudden movements and you will lose whatever I deem to be a threat, Kurz said, not mollifying Cabor at all. Deacon gulped but did as asked, scribing the portal as slowly as he could. Gingerly, he reached into it and pulled out a sheaf of parchment. Kurz couldn't read it, try as he might. A fairy glamour hung thick on it, obscuring its words. A escaped Deacon's lips as he creased his brow in thought.
The assignment I have here is to assist you with the loss of your fairy, Kurz. Then assist a Lyrathaman, who must be the other core that spoke with her loss. I took it that as they died to tragedy, you claim they were kidnapped. By fairies?
Kurz started to clarify when Lyrathaman butted in, preventing him from oversharing.
Sounds like we have much to talk about. If you don't mind, let's fix poor Cabor here, before he has an apoplectic fit,
she said, shushing Kurz kindly yet firmly. Not understanding but going with the flow, Kurz dispelled the mute on Cabor, which caused the man to sink to his knees, clutching his throat, and cry.
Cabor, my sincerest apologies on behalf of Kurz. We would be most happy to assist you with your troubles if you could carry a message to Gustav and Selena for us. Can you do that?
Anything to get back to land.
Excellent. Do you have fairy paper ready?
Squabbling at his vest like a rat searching for food, Cabor frantically pulled out 2 sheets.
Here, make your marks, and I'll make sure they arrive.
Not good enough. Hand carry them, and we want their responses as well.
Yes, absolutely. Just, please.
And like that, the pair of fairies were back in Kerr's core room, the warp spell having been dismissed. Cabor nearly fainted, falling onto Deacon for support. If it matters, you were never really in space because you didn't leave the little platform. Had you stepped off, Kurz said, even as he started to write his letter. Dear Selena, Kurz here. I'm not one for writing or reading, so sorry if this is short. They sent a fairy to replace you, but don't worry. You are my dungeon fairy, and I will get you back. Kept trying to claim you were lost like you were dead or something. Told him to stuff it. Felt good. I've demanded Cabor bring back proof that you are okay, so please write back. Include some proof that it is, in fact, you, and not an impersonator. I'll have to trust you'll know how. If you know anything that may help me help you, please include it in your return message. Rules or regulations for me to follow, anything like that. I'm especially interested in whatever keyword unlocks your notes. I'm convinced your trunk has answers I could use to prove your innocence. I learned that Therill turned you and Gustav in, so he's on my shit list, to borrow your terminology. Know that I won't break our bond, ever, no matter the consequences. You are my fairy, and Larafamin and I will move the heavens to rescue you both. Signed, Kurz. Done. Now, for extra points, is there a way to seal the note so others can't read it?
Yes, I have exactly the tool. A glamour that'll tie to the recipient on the wax. I will have to cast a spell, though. If you promise not to hurt me, I can make this happen for you.
And just like that, the Perry Fair were in space again, courtesy of Kurz. Please do understand that I have a general distrust for fairy magic now, after being the object of a nasty one. Deacon laughed, even as Cabor fully fainted this time.
I think nothing of it, and take no offense. I've been dealing with dungeons in crisis for centuries now. Well, you surprised me with your aptitude and ability to halt me. Your emotions are justified and wholly appropriate. If the worst thing a dungeon has ever done to me is a trip to space, I would count myself lucky.
Kurz stole the fallen paper from Cabor and materialized it in front of Deacon, folded in half. Larafamin did likewise. The fairy grabbed the 2 out of the air, and with a small flourish and what seemed to be pixie dust, cast a spell that Kurz found himself unable to identify, his dungeon-born insight unable to pierce its secrets. Will that also cause it to self-destruct? I'm not keen on my enemies reading a personal note.
Gods above, or in this case below, Kurz, you should try and not think of the fairies as your enemies. I will look into this more when you are ready to give me more information, Deacon said as he squatted down next to Cabor, who was coming to. A slick of sweat wet the poor man's brow. Kurz released the warp for Cabor's benefit, even wetting him further with a healing rain to process the nausea. The man slowly got up off the floor and scrambled to the side, obviously hoping he was outside Kurz's teleportation effect.
Cabor, you can leave and deliver our letters. Then, and only then, will we sign off that you had nothing to do with our fairies' actions when you deliver proof of their well-being.
The man didn't need to be asked twice, and quickly stepped over to Hybrasale, his portal scribing being the fastest either core had seen. Kurz sideboarded Larafamin. What exactly is the plan here? You stopped me from correcting Deacon.
I did,
she replied before bringing Deacon back into the conversation.
Now that Cabor is gone, we will be more than happy to continue this conversation, with one caveat. You will be my prisoner.
Kurz was caught off guard, but quickly got his bearings when he realized the intelligence behind Larafamin's gambit. She was setting up for a prisoner swap. And don't think that because you are her prisoner, you won't be held in my dungeon. We're bonded, as you might have guessed at this point, and I will keep you from ever casting a portal spell, Kurz affirmed. Deacon took the news with a stiff upper lip and clasped his hands on his elbows for a moment before letting them drop.
You both are serious about fairies being your enemies, then. Well, for the first step in healing, I am all ears, and I apparently have all the time in the world to listen. All I ask is that I am treated with dignity.
Absolutely. We're not monsters. I'll even finally designate my cookery so that while you are held away and unknown from the citizens of the city, you'll at least have good and varied meals. I'll also provide a scrying system called CCTV so that you can watch the happenings in my dungeon. Kurz filled the Deacon in with his side of the events and Laratham hers. Deacon was silent and listening, as promised, his eyes betraying nothing. Kurz included the charges and the fact that Selena was isekai at Larathaman's suggestion.
That is certainly a situation most unfortunate. I could try and smooth it out, but there appears to be politics behind this.
Which is why you are staying here. Politics. Nothing personal. Stand by while I ready a cell. Hidden amongst the fluff of cloud, detached completely from the floor plans of either of his 3 floors, Kurz gestated a new building. No way in or out, it was invalid for the purposes of fighting or hosting combat in any way, exactly as Kurz needed. This placed it outside most restrictions. It was simple. A soft bed, a desk with a lantern, and 4 impervious walls of aerosteel, just like his core room. Kurz created a standing warp gate spell, which Deacon took without prompting. Kurz closed it behind the man, immuring him. Apologies, but you will have no privacy, and I will stop any attempts at unauthorized magic with appropriate force. Please do not force my hand, as I hope by keeping you healthy that the fairies will do the same to Selena and Gustav, Kurz said before dropping the telepathic connection to the prisoner. So, what do we do now?
This is the best news we've had in weeks. We have hope, finally, of a way to get our fairies back. Which means you have made my absolute day, and I'm going to be naughty.
Chapter 3. It was midday, hours later, when Kurz finally achieved some form of mental clarity from the mush his brain was left in by Larathaman. Like a lightning bolt, he realized that their plan, while good, was lethally wrong. They were essentially declaring war on the fairies, who even on just Therial had the ears of every dungeon and every city. They were going to be persona non grata very quickly. That wasn't what Kurz realized, though. No. He realized that Urasor was 100% correct in his prediction.
Larathaman!
Kurz yelled, even as he put the brakes on the cloud, slowing so they could discuss. They were approaching Mount Main and could see it on the horizon, it and the ruins of Nyalong that Kurz owned.
Up for round 8?
She replied, entirely self-satisfied.
Not right now. I just realized that our plan has a major problem. Order of operations. To get Selena and Gustav back, we can either spark a war with the fairies, something I think we will lose, or we can have a war with Therial himself. The second one is much more manageable as he only holds sway over one world, whereas the fairies could do who knows what, and according to them have their fingers and pies on a multitude of planets. We just don't have any scope on their power.
Okay, I'm following. What do you propose?
We act as we should. Get stronger. We get stronger and gather allies who also are disaffected by the situation they find themselves in. Think about it. Dark Lords are just an amalgamation of all cores. We can do that with an alliance. Hells below, we already are dragon, dungeon, and city. If we get the heroes and a citadel on our side, we will be equivalent. With my ability to make standing warp gates, we could literally be a Dark Lord. Just, minus the dark part.
You want to take on the world? Mighty goal there.
Exactly. Take on the world, rescue Overslime, and then from there take out Therial. And once we control the planet, we can drop all those stupid charges that he trumped up against them.
Yes, but that doesn't clear the charges of espionage or anything else that they hit Selena with from her isekai past.
That's the beauty of it. Truth is the ultimate defense. She's not guilty of any of that, so we have no fear there.
You can't know that. The fairies could find her guilty anyway.
I must hold out hope then. However, if they deny us, then we take the war to them, get more POWs, and force a prisoner exchange.
Go big and go home. I like it. Sure you don't want a round 8?
Kurz waved her off, feeling the mirth, mainly because he had limited time over the open bay. If anyone was watching, it would have looked like the city on the cloud was taking a shit, as red, green, and blue iron tier slimes fell from it in a near-continuous stream, interspersed with drops of bronze luxotic sharks. The bay was going to be a mite more dangerous shortly, and in a week, fully under Kur's influence. Oceanic chunks were bigger, and with no settlements nearby anymore, his control was sure to expand freely and securely as the mobs migrated. That, though, was only a small step. It was the closest thing he could do to take over territory, and he needed every resource he could get his proverbial hands on. Flying closer to Mount Main, Kurz borrowed his watcher's eyes and flew low, and with a push spell sent a dormant warp gate, the very same item he had given Vex, flying towards the dungeon. The moment it touched ground, Kurz took root, spearing his power into the very earth it was on, and carving out the space needed. He could feel that the land was not part of the dungeon, but inside the lands it considered its own, a forest chunk owned by it, and based on a sampling of the serotinous cones he absorbed from the forest floor as he expanded, a land that was cleansed and renewed by fire frequently. He noted to make sure his warp gates would warn for hazardous conditions on the other side prior to opening. Maybe it was just his current mood, but the idea of an unsuspecting adventurer getting a face full of burning forest when trying to travel to Mount Main made Kurz chuckle. Regardless, he took the moment to apply a dispel barrier, or dispel light scan area, to prevent any spells from crossing through the warp gates, and a standing absorb spell keyed to stop the transfer of heat. He already prevented the unintended movement of matter by way of manipulating gravity and density. It only made sense to complete the ward. Kurz sprung the gate to life and added the destination to the list of possible locations that travelers could key to. There was not a lot of travel through the gate at this hour, as with Nihilung dead, Kurz's gate network only went to dungeons and a few small sleepy villages, one of which had emptied completely, and all of its previous occupants that survived the sortie now lived within Larafemin's walls. He really needed to add high-quality trade routes for commerce to help her grow. For those who came across the gate at Mount Main naturally, he added an NPC, a copy of his Tim, to explain the intricacies. Kurz also spun it up so that he would have eyes and ears in the forest. Borrowing its eyes, Kurz saw some oversized bombardier beetle mobs snuffling the area around the gate, wild mobs obviously borrowed from the mob tables of the nearby dungeon. Content to wait, as Medusa was resolute in not visiting Mount Main, and Vex was less than ideal, it did not take long before a denizen of the dungeon came to investigate. The champion was not humanoid at all, but a four-winged bat wreathed in fire and stretched long like a snake. He undulated in the air as he flapped his wings, and the eerie sound of his echolocation reverberated the Tim Kurz was using. Charis, Silver Champion. Kurz only skimmed its abilities, not caring. He halted the Tim from taking Charis's form, having learned that some may find it insulting for their bodies to be copied so blithely. The screeching stopped as Charis landed directly in front of the Tim and simply asked, "What are you? What is this?" Kurz, using his ad hoc speech, answered through the Tim. "I am the Dungeon Cloudgate, and am very happy I can refer to myself in the first person while talking to champions such as yourself. This is my invitation. It'll allow immediate and easy travel from the city of Bancroft to the edge of Mount Main. I expect your dungeon to get an influx of people again." "Why have you done this?" Charis asked as he slithered through the air to inspect the gate from all angles, fascinated. "To help you. This'll cut down travel time to you, especially now that Nyalung has been raised. Every location that I tie together will have instant transportation. I plan on heading to the capital next, while dropping a gate at every small hamlet along the way I can find. Would you be against having a visitor? I have been informed that it has been 5 years since Lyra and Skolo visited, and that was their only visit, no less. Charis yawned his mouth like he was struggling to decide what to say.
Actually, yes. We would prefer you did not visit. My dungeon and the rest of my family are quite content being alone. If you could even pack this up and leave, that would be best. The lower rate of hero incursions has been nice since the Dark Lord attacked.
Kurz, puzzled, asked, Your dungeon doesn't like being run? That is so odd to me. I thoroughly enjoy when I have heroes tempting fate in my heights.
No, we don't. We've hit Silver 5 and are happy to sit here as a family. If no more heroes invaded our house, that would be all the better,
the Bat Thing replied. Kurz, not understanding at all, had the Tim produce one of his chat mirrors. Would you accept a gift of friendship at least? This mirror will let you converse with any other dungeon I make contact with. Surely that is of interest.
No, it is not,
Charis said, not accepting the gift.
Now that I know you are not a threat, but just a weird dungeon, I will take my leave. Mount Main will be watching. Do not do anything funny to the ownership of this chunk. You've already taken too much land with this door of yours. Any more and we will fight back.
Charis swooped his wings and rose off the ground. Don't worry, I'm not expanding out here, only doing what's needed. The gate stays, but I won't expand my territory around it anymore so as not to antagonize your dungeon.
Good,
the champion said as he left. Before it made it too far, Kurz asked, Before you go, can I ask one question about your family? You've hit Silver. Is your fairy still around? Turning on himself, Charis asked,
Why do you want to know?
Just curious. My fairy would like to know if she's acquainted with yours or not, maybe as old classmates or as fairies who've been on Theral for a while. Off chance, that's all. Charis went silent for a bit, obviously talking with his dungeon telepathically.
Yes, Oliver is his name. Yours?
Selena, but she says she doesn't know an Oliver. Worth a shot.
In that case, goodbye, and please respect our wishes to be left alone,
Charis said, flying back toward his home. Kurz didn't respond, instead watching the champion pensively. Mount Main was nearly the perfect target. Reclusive. Its only issue was that it was Silver, on par with himself, and it would be hard to capture Oliver as a bargaining chip if it came down to that. He would need a strong fighting force. Dryly, Kurz realized he already had the numbing spell required, courtesy of Carl. It felt wrong to think like that, like it might stain his very being. Regardless, now, with a gate not even a half-hour's walk from the entrance, he would always have the option available to try. The day was only getting better. Course correcting to the capital, Kurz broadcast to all he could.
About that,
Laraphaman started, hailing him back.
we obviously must go to the capital, and we shall. But what are your thoughts on turning the thruster over to my people?
Why would we want to do that? Kurz asked, even as the cloud started to accelerate once more, passing overhead his newest gate on the way.
I can feel the testiness of the citizenry. While your application of the gravity environment prevented their injuries, let alone their deaths, it did remind them that you could, at any time, murder all of them without a thought.
Well, yes, but I won't. Platinum heroes could wait just outside the pacifism effect from cities and murder everyone who walked by without even breaking a sweat. But they don't, so what's the difference?
One reason is that they know the heroes are living, breathing people like they are. Based on conversations, about 40% of the city still think you are a fungus or something, being tended to by a fairy, even after your heroic actions. They think that letting a fairy choose is wrong. But the biggest unspoken concern is that you are their predator, and that you can't deny. You eat people. There is significant concern that you are just fattening them all up for a slaughter.
I don't eat people. I don't even eat.
Yes, but see it from their perspective.
Okay, what are they proposing? Even if I was to turn the key over, so to speak, it would still be our decision on where it goes. It's not like your city has elections. Your Ronin champions hold all the power.
That situation is more amenable to the citizenry because they can understand what is happening. They can see and talk to and otherwise interact with the leaders. Just like in a kingdom, the public might grouse at decisions, but at least they are understandable. You, as a dungeon, are anything but understandable to the people.
Hey, it's not my fault the system prevents me from speaking to them. Imagine how much better it would be if I could speak to them and help guide them through my depths. A voice of narration and reason, arbiter of their fates, a dungeon master, if you will. But no. Instead, I'm forced into third-person and oblique references. Lorathaman stayed silent for a moment before speaking.
How about a compromise? If the people want to say, they can have it, but they must use their own mana and follow the orders of my Ronin. That way, you can harvest some experience and, when the time comes, override them.
Kurz thought for a moment himself. Devious. I like it. I can accept that. Where do you want the thruster?
Leave it to me. Just make me one, and I'll place it.
Kurz mentally shrugged, and just before he spent the mana to generate the device, he paused. Wait, I thought you couldn't move things like that.
You are correct. As a city core, I lost the ability to gain mana through absorption, and must now spend mana to absorb and replace. But I also have the mana regen to spend on it now that I have people living in me. I'm not the weak, defenseless barren city I was when you got me into this mess. While I am still teetering on the edge of decay because my population is low for my size, I am new enough that I have years before it truly becomes a problem. Want to see my curves again for yourself? They are still pristine.
Kurz brushed off her laughter as he spent the mana for the thruster, having it appear below the cloud line, hiding it from casual view. He had decided to keep his own as a backup in case things went sideways, as they were wont to do. Lorathaman did not object. She quickly absorbed it herself.
Oh, an achievement! Kurz, you always give me the best gifts. Something borrowed, something blue. I think I'm going to place this in its own building. Centralized and available for viewing. Gussy it up, maybe even make it larger. Watch me.
Kurz obliged and watched as she masterfully cleared out a cloud bank in the middle of her misty spires, only for stonework to Genesis-like icicles from the nearby towers. They crept ever closer as some of the citizenry caught sight of what was happening, dropping their tasks to enjoy the show. It was not common for a city to generate like that, leaving such activities to the residents. The more common method of building was that the city, ostensibly under the command of those bonded to it, would generate material, allowing the crafters to ply their trade. For certain, slightly more important buildings, the core would even generate the blueprints when commanded. Only truly important or monumental structures were produced wholly by the city itself. Crafters and other laypersons were testy when the leadership centralized design and production so much. Like a spider's web, small strands of metal raced out and formed a Gothic superstructure, supported above and below by the flying arches. Paned glass bubbled out and filled the gaps. What was left was a spherical glass room filigreed with metal embellishments. Shortly after, catwalks and stairs grew, surrounding a yet unfilled void in the new structure. Kurz waited, rapt like the assembled people, for what Lorathaman would make next. He knew the answer was the thruster, but what she was going to create to make it art and not the bare utilitarian design he used was a mystery. "Is this going to be your wonder?" Kurz asked, cheating and trying to get in on her surprise.
No, that would be most unfair to any other Cloud City after me. Now shush and wait like everyone else. The surprise is the best part.
Lorathamin lightly scolded, like a wife trying to hide a present from her peeking husband. Then, building itself out of nothing, came the thruster, far grander and ornate than Kerr's. Where his was a double gimbal of brass, hers was a double gimbal with inlays of ruby and sapphire, enameled with fleur-de-lilies and cloud motifs. He had a double arrow steel cone. She had taken that simple aspect and attached a tank of water to one end, as if it was feeding the device, and a manifold to split the exhaust cone into 3 larger nozzles. Encircling the whole device was another ring, large and etched with a compass rose. At each meridian was a small platform built for one that had a guardrail-mounted ship's wheel. Kerr's could read the spells inscribed on it: Drain Mana, Push Thruster, GUID EA 6C78B6-CBE4-4344F-88DC-5098C6A2A873. Activate Thruster, GUID EA 6C78B6-CBE4-4344F-88DC-5098C6A2A873, and so on. It was obvious Lorathamin's trap expertise was in full display. Kerr's loved it. I was wondering how you were going to get the heroes to power the thruster. They can't use mana like we can. Of course you, Miss I have a necromantic spell as a patron, have the drain spell word. Absolute genius.
Your flattery is welcome and appreciated.
Mr. Anpu floated to the throng of people, hovering over the new structure on his purple disk.
People of Bancroft, we have heard your requests. The Triumvirate gifts you this device to wrest control of the cloud from the dungeon and place it in your hands. Simply control it like a boat. The 4 meridians control pitch, yaw, thrust, and thrust again. You shall have to use your own mana to power the device. We have provided it with some initial mana. You are most welcome.
Mr. Anpu bowed as applause broke out among the crowd. Chapter 4. The people queued to tour the new structure for most of the day, many taking a chance to play with the throttle on it. All quickly discovered just how draining it was to work, and left it to the silver heroes thereafter. Kerr's dungeon had been full of heroes jazzed on the experience, and only counted 3 dead across his floors for the whole day. A low count, considering. At their altitude, the sun set late and cast a warm red glow as it disappeared behind the horizon. Already, a particular spire had a particular platform that was being claimed by young love. On the outside of the city, it looked out off the cloud, and there was limited visibility on it from the rest of the cloud, making it well suited for romance. Kerr's closed his dungeon as the last group limped out of bronze. They had taken on Kara, but quickly backed out of her forge when their plan to keep aggro off their healer failed. He felt sleepy. A patch. A patch was prepped, and all the world was going to wake up with new rules to live by. Stealing a look at the fading sun, Kerr's gently nudged Lorathamin before saying, "Good night. Sweet dreams." She silently nuzzled against his domain as Kerr's closed his eyes and slept. He awoke with a start an indeterminate time later, and the entirety of his being felt wrong. Before he could even view his main facet to see if there was anything on it, the patch stole his attention.
Urgent notice. Patch 8.03.0400 has been released and applied to all systems. Select major updates that apply to Kerr's, Cloudgate, Victor of Nihilung Battle, Savior of the Realm, or Lorathamin, Bancroft, Savior of the Realm. View for full list with details. Peace was never an option. Ahimsa allowed beasts and other non-persons to reside safely in cities. While this option cannot be changed,
any beasts that take royal positions when bonded with the city core will be forced to deactivate their own cores if the city is a capital or capital elect. Also, the same oversight allowed champions and Ronin to take leadership positions. This has been corrected. Any creature that is ageless shall be forbidden as intended and their bonds broken. Labyrinth, don't push it. Lower your weapons. Due to an illegal maneuver by a dungeon fairy, cannons have been introduced to Theral prior to a proper research foundation being set and built upon, and firearms are sure to follow soon. To counter her meddling, the efficacy of a gunpowder explosion has been reduced. Mana and hero skills shall now be required to make guns work. Pay up. Previous patch reduced the ability for dungeon cores to absorb daylight by 90%. This has been increased to 100% upon seeing what Kurz has been doing with this boon. Apologies to those that died to his excess. Space-time. Requirement for the space-time mana has been changed to an escaping orbit around Theral. Any core with space-time will not be grandfathered in, regardless of the consequences. If a core feels they cannot continue or deal with the consequences, they should consider cessation of their being. Reality is a bummer. Mixing Unreal cores with space-time cores has created overpowered capabilities for dungeon cores. Unreal cores can no longer be used in conjunction with space-time cores. Any core affected will not have its capabilities grandfathered in, regardless of the consequences. If a core feels they cannot continue or deal with the consequences, they should, as it bears repeating, consider cessation of their being. What goes up? Cloud dungeons are mistakes. Aerosite now rebounds dungeon cores properly. No more cloud dungeons, and no more cloud cities.
That bastard!
Kurz slurred through the mounting pain. His warp gates were broken, his mana was taken from him, and even his silver floor was broken. Post-patch, he was just a sea of red errors, with all of his systems failing and a monster of a headache coming on. Theral had found a way to attack him. No other explanation made sense. Kurz could barely think his head was pounding so bad. He tried to absorb a warp gate, only to be met with a white-hot lance of pain. Yet more errors cascaded across his log, like the tutting of an abusive father. The warp gates, being invalid, could not be affected. They were testaments to Kurz's predicament, and something Theral was forcing on him. But even as that action's pain dulled, another angry pain grew to take its place. Kurz knew the feeling, but this was 100 times worse. He was no longer of sound body. The phantom limb feeling he had when his entry gate had crashed was back, but instead of slight enervating pin and needles, it was as if every part of him that was separated was doused in burning pitch and was being bitten by ants simultaneously. He had just as much of his domain in the clouds as outside the cloud. Kurz, mentally crashing about in pain, noted that the satellite dungeon he had made was at least not adding to the pain, a thin, silver lining to his cloud. Even so, it was as if his very existence had been reduced to a constant, all-encompassing pain. His senses were so overwhelmed he couldn't feel the bonds with Labyrinth, his champions, Skana, Selena, none of them. In a sickening moment of clarity, Kurz realized that with his perfect recall, this pain would never, ever leave his mind. Agonizing character after agonizing character, Kurz tried to bring up the console, hoping that the tools he had seen Selena use could help him. SSU. Pass token. Pass token denied. Pass token. Pass token denied. Pass token. Pass token denied. Admin has been notified of repeat unauthorized attempts to use. Kurz stared dumbly at the prompt, the pain thundering in his head. Something was wrong, but he couldn't think clearly enough to figure it out. Was there a second factor in the login outside what Selena typed? Had Selena's authority been revoked? Or were there more options Kurz could not figure out? He couldn't even find his voice to cry out for help anymore, and he simply lay there whimpering within the confines of his core room. It wasn't until there came a resounding knock on the wall, a sound he almost lost to the pain of the ever-scrolling errors that beset him, that he managed to drag himself back to the present.
Curse! Bravo!
Therill boomed.
I must admire your tenacity, but your fairy has caused me many problems. Rest assured that there is no help coming from her. I have removed all of that. The only, and I do mean the only, way you are getting out of this is to accept your fate and end your existence. You have been a thorn in my side since the day you tattled on me to the higher authority, and even after that, you killed the Dark Lord too early.
Curse struggled through Therill's words, having to go over them many times in his mind to try and understand them. The phrase higher authority caught his eye. Like a faded memory, Kerr's mind tickled as if there was something there he could use. Ignoring the irate god outside his room, Kerrs returned to his log.
Help. Help command unknown. Call for help. Call command unknown. Did you mean MSG? MSG for help. MSG argument for unknown. Supported arguments at admin tier 1, at admin tier 2, at admin tier 3, at dev. Note: at dev has a backlog at all times and is unlikely to respond in a timely fashion.
Kerrs didn't care. His experience with admin help so far had brought him ruin.
MSG at dev.
The pain stopped. Not slowly, like he had become inured to it, but immediately. Likewise, Kerr's mind cleared and he could think again, though his confusion remained as he allowed his perception to drift beyond the confines of his core room and observed Therill frozen in time mid-knock on his wall. Allowing it to roam further, Kerrs quickly realized everything in the immediate vicinity was similar and mysteriously frozen. Everything, that is, except for his log, which had a message.
Hello again, Kerrs. Have we met? Are you the dev?
Kerrs asked out loud, not understanding what was going on. But then he did. His memory came flooding back to him.
You! I never had a chance to thank you because, well, you removed my memory of you doing so thank you for your help. However, may I ask why you removed my memory?
You may. When the dev did not respond further, Kerrs asked for a moment.
And why did you remove my memory?
You are suffering, Kerrs.
You didn't answer my question.
Why are you suffering, Kerrs?
Ignoring my question won't make it go away, but fine. I'm suffering because Therill broke me. He broke everything I was making and left me with no tools to fix it.
Do you feel it was fair?
Of course not. Did you read the patch notes? They were completely targeted at me as an attack because I presume the system prevents him from hurting me until I am a proper threat against him.
Kerrs responded, trying to keep the anger out of his voice. Just like last time, the dev was poignant and very probing. Do you feel it was fair to Therill?
Does that matter?
Does it?
I don't know. Maybe. I have no idea why the rules are what they are, or even what the rule set is. According to discussions amongst the fairies, they're forbidden by death to share technology across systems. That's probably because the admins of the systems are the ones with the job to keep things working as they intend. So yes, it was unfair because Selena took Therill's choice away from him when it was his right to decide. But you know what? The whole power tied behind my back bullshit is unfair. Why must I make myself vulnerable to death? Why do I have to wait until heroes do something bad before I'm able to act in kind? The whole system is built on unfairness. Yet I don't really care. Why? Because survival. I and Larathaman and everyone I care about should be allowed to do what we must to survive. If I have to deal with unfairness and almost dying to the Shadow Guild and to a raid, then he should have to deal with it when his subjects find loopholes in the rules he made to exploit them.
Kerrs stared hard at Therill, frozen still.
He even mocks me now and is trying to convince me to give up on everything. How is that fair?
Curse, you are the most peculiar being, and have summoned me not once, but twice, a feat not replicated since the earliest of days.
Does that mean you'll undo this patch and set things right? Will I be permitted to keep my memories this time in case Daryl pulls another stunt like this?
He awoke with a start an indeterminate time later. Before he could even view his main facet to see if there was anything on it, the patch stole his attention. Urgent notice. Patch 8.03.04.00 has been released and applied to all systems. Select major updates that apply to Kurz, Cloudgate, Victor of Nihilung Battle, Savior of the Realm, or Larathmin, Bancroft, Savior of the Realm. View for full list with details. Sun's out, guns out. Bullets, balls, and other projectiles fired from explosions now count as attacks and may be improved upon with mana, spells, surges, and enchantments. How these changes are utilized is left up to the heroes that use them and what classes develop. Physics here has been overruled as intended, now that the technology has been initially discovered. Larathmin, your Cannon Wonder now banks mana via your Drain Mana spell, so lay persons can still use it as intended. Spacetime. Requirement for the space-time mana has been changed to an escaping orbit around Theral. The advent of Cloud Castle subtype dungeons has made this mana core easier to achieve than intended. Any core with space-time will be grandfathered in. You're welcome, Kurz. Ladder pull. Flying cities are more of a problem on Theral than intended. Ergo, Aerosite properly rebounds nascent cores. Congratulations to you two. You are truly a unique pair now. Kurz skimmed the rest of the changes, not terribly interested in how the myriad classes, spells, and abilities fared. He would wing it like he always did. That said, he was relieved that Theral hadn't put the smackdown on him, as the patch could have been much worse, to the point of debilitation. Kurz paused before waking up the rest of the dungeon. There was no need. It was still wildly early, and patch mornings always were quiet. Instead, he reached out to the one being whose presence surprised Kurz. Skana, the dragon of gravity, had returned and was curled up around the phylactery core from which he came. Awake, as the sunrise up in space was not kind and came every 2.5 hours. "Good morning. Was your trip successful?" Kurz asked Skana. Skana yawned, his mighty teeth gleaming in the unfiltered light from the sun.
"Yes, I found some meteorite, just barely, I might add. The instinctual need to build out my lair is strong. Is it enough?"
Kurz, extending his mind, found the meteorite under the dragon and allowed himself a brief moment of amusement. "Is that supposed to be your hoard? And you slept on it?"
"Do not mock my sad little pile. I spawned at silver and have not had the time to make one the proper way. So, how about a trade? I will give you the meteorite in exchange for my weight in coinage and goods, so I can have a proper hoard to store items."
Skana, we both know I'm going to give you a starting hoard to make heroes blush, and I'm going to use that meteorite to carve you a lair and my lair floor. So how about we stop with your draconic nonsense?
If I am to be a dragon, should I not act like one?
How would you even know how dragons act? Have you talked to the two living ones? No, you went to play with your whale friend so you could say goodbye to your old life. I have a sneaking suspicion that solitary dragons do not act like social cetaceans,
Kurz said as he absorbed the meteorite and found that indeed it was enough for him to earn the ability to generate it as planned.
I wish there was a way to bring them up here to me.
Do you have lair mobs yet? They may be there considering your history with them.
Not until I designate a lair do I get to choose, let alone summon any mobs or traps or anything. A limitation to force beasts to act like behemoths when they transition, I suppose.
I get that. I was unable to do anything until I had gotten through my patron choice. Any idea what you want your lair to look like?
Not a simple rocky platform, for starters.
The mighty dragon laid low by a small platform. Skana chuffed, amused, then began to unfurl himself from the dragon loaf he had slept as.
As I do not get to generate material like you do, I look forward to ordering you around like simple labor. You have experience in laying out dungeon floors. How would you build mine out? My instincts call only for the lair, but by bonding we have been gifted more, and I would like to use it.
Depends. For iron, I started with the boss room and built out from there. For bronze and silver, I started with the concept and then made a boss that fit. Since you are the boss, by both definitions, I can only recommend we make everything around you. Perhaps a puzzle that the heroes must solve to earn the chance to fight you?
Reviewing your dungeon is not what you did with your maze. They have to solve the maze to open the fight with your mastodon boss,
Skana said before standing up on all fours and stretching his wings and back out. I was just thinking that you're going to be taking on groups of 25 heroes strong. A fight to get to you will only be unfair. I think they'll need all of their strength, or they'll back off before challenging you. That is something I cannot afford.
Then they should know their limits. It is not like I wish to fight them. If no heroes ever test their mettle against me, I would be all the happier. I have no need to prove my strength to anyone. I am who I am, and my strength is a testament upon itself.
Skana claimed proudly, ending his stretch contently. Yeah, you don't need to be stronger for yourself. You only got back last night sometime, but Selina's been captured. Fairies on the command of Theral captured her. We need every advantage we can get to rescue her, and that includes you. We need you to get stronger. For her. Skana's eyes narrowed into dangerous slits. His bond wasn't direct, routed through curs, but it was still there. Only absent a response, like a broken fishing line floating weakly.
How?
They spawned in on me and Larathaman and used some fairy magic to shut us down. They were quick. Too quick for even Vex to respond. The plan is to force Theral to retract his charges and clear their names, but to do that we need to be strong. Dark Lord strong.
Curs, I will do what I must to get Selina back. She rescued me from an indefinite prison sentence and deserves no less than for me to return the favor in kind,
Skana said as he launched himself off the diminutive rock and took to space.
I am certain I will be more than a match for 25 silver heroes. How would I not make this lair of mine a graveyard for the many?
Theoretically, you being silver means a group of silver will be correct, with the room making you easier or harder via handicapping. Now, you may end up as a silver 9 raid boss, but that is the way of the system. Do you have extra phases, or something to signify a change in behavior?
I am a dragon, not a boss mob. What you see is what you get,
Skana replied before halting his flight, seemingly hovering in space. Kurz thought for a moment. Then we'll have to make the environment change so that your threat level is decreased at first, something that holds you back by its very nature.
Ha! My breath weapon pierces all defenses, all matter. I believe it will even pierce through magical barriers. There is no environment that I cannot best.
I can cage you, keep you within range of all standard abilities for the first phase, and prevent you from abusing your flight, only to then give you full freedom after. That will limit angles for your breath, or perhaps you use your breath weapon to transition to Phase 2 and signify just how dangerous it is. Actually, I like that idea. The heroes fight you right from the start, but then you retreat and make them fight the rest of the floor before you fight them again, but this time with no holds barred. Skana mulled the concept.
I can live with that conceit. And thinking about it, I have a grand idea on how to put this level together.
Go on. Interlude 1. Bad Reputation. Selina awoke with a start, the light suddenly blinding in her cell. She was in a stark, damp cement room with no windows. Only a simple bed and a desk were provided. Her wings were tied back, and she was forced to wear simple bleached muslin. Her earrings had all been removed. The light came from magicked scones along the wall, providing light but no warmth, and emitting a rather annoying, if faint, buzzing. Not long after, the riveted steel door to her cell shook as an attendant knocked on it loudly 3 times.
Prisoner, get up and place your hands through the porthole. I'm to deliver you to questioning,
the voice shouted from the other side. Selina, barely coherent from the abrupt wake-up, trudged over and did as told, slipping her hands through the small slot where the door split. Immediately, she felt the cold iron cuffs snap around her wrists, and fatigue set in. She didn't have to check. It was obvious her mana, as meager as it was from her prison rations, had dropped to 0. The door split open, and she saw that there were 3 fairy guards waiting for her as she stumbled forward, her legs too weak to keep her up. 2 of the guards caught her under the arms and picked her up before she could falter. Silently, she was dragged out into a mess of bureaucratic activity. The building was like a university library and office mashed together. The ceiling was a bright white plaster, and the walls were a mint green. Fairies were flying here and there, delivering reports or archiving information, while others hunched at drafting tables, writing the very same to lamplight. The ceiling was high to allow the airborne traffic, and the windows, just as tall, let in the bright, happy light in opposition to the busy feeling within. Selina was brought into an office with only a thick wooden table and 1 chair to which she was chained. The door was slammed shut on her, leaving her alone for a scant minute to rest her head and eyes before 3 other fairies, 2 women and 1 man, the 2 in formal robes, and the man, missing his arm still and in his Shire Reeves uniform, entered.
You know why we are here, Selina. Just like last time,
the lead woman said. Her face showed a graceful age, though her scowl was having none of it. Her hair was pulled back into a bun, flecks of gray mixed in.
Let's take it from the top, shall we?
Selina weakly nodded her head.
Can I have a sandwich first? Your cuffs take it out of me, Miss Audette.
You will be given rations after our interview, like always. The mana drain is a requirement for safety. It is not often that my office is forced to deal with renegade fairies. It takes a lot to become a dungeon fairy, and yet you managed to cheat your way in. Why?
Audette demanded, a pen and notebook suddenly in her hands, pulled from her inventory.
Why? Like I said, it was an accident. I was never supposed to be a dungeon fairy.
You are answering the wrong why, and you know it.
The woman next to Audette snapped, slamming a fist down on the table and rising to the air on wing.
Why did you sneak into the academy? Our records show that one day you just showed up and started taking classes.
Calm down there, bad cop,
Selina said, smiling weakly through the fatigue.
What else was I supposed to do? Make waves? I've seen enough in my life to have an idea of what happens to aliens. They get black-bagged and never seen again, thrown in jail. And you know what? Looks like my hunch was right.
Selina struggled to lift her hands to gesture to her manacled state.
It was a safer option to fake it until I make it, and then just live a life. It's what every isekai does. Why would I be different?
You will call me Jennifer, and you will respect my authority,
Jennifer said, her voice rising in volume before the man, who had taken up a standing position behind the pair, gently put his remaining arm on her. She brushed it off, but still lowered herself to the floor. Audette spoke up.
You would have been different because fairies aren't isekai, Selina. We are the keepers of the systems, the go-betweeners that ensure everything runs smoothly and efficiently. Even this hall is kept at an anachronistically neutral state so we can mesh with all systems equally. You are an absolute anomaly, and of great concern to those above me.
So, confess why you are here. Why did Truck-kun have you spy on us? What information did you pass back?
Jennifer interjected.
I have told you that I am no spy. I would have loved to return to Earth.
Then why did you mature your bond with the dungeon curs? That is a commitment not easily broken.
Audette countered.
Because I am in this for the long haul now. Kinda went through life and death at his side once, and after being a dungeon fairy over a system administrator, it made sense to put down roots somewhere. I already said all this. I even apologized for taking Mr. Taciturn's arm. It was self-defense. I really don't know what more you could want.
An admission of guilt and an account of your illicit activities, Miss Selina. You are more than tardy on your report on the dungeon's patron entity, and just exactly what its connection to the unreal is. It is of utmost concern for the safety of High Brissail,
Audette said with a dismissive hand gesture. Selina paused for a moment to rest her head on the table, her hair covering her face, before she suddenly sat bolt upright and looked at Audette, her mind whirring.
Wait. Something's changed. You were nicer to me before, Audette. You at least seemed to believe me. What's going on? I have literally done nothing but sit in that cell for weeks now.
Audette blanched, caught, and turned to the Shire Reeve named Arthur behind her. He nodded and stepped forward, a letter appearing in his hand. Cabor, the fairy on record as being Kerr's dungeon fairy, came back from an ill-advised trip to Therill. He had this with him, a sealed letter claiming the dungeon would swear that Cabor had no nefarious action in sending you to Therill in his stead if he delivered it. We can't open this, the seal being the type that'll destroy the message if breached incorrectly. Arthur fixed a glare at Selina, who rolled her eyes. We caught him trying to sneak in and liaison with you, something a spy would do. He's being questioned by others as we speak. Your trouble is only deepening. Selina reached for it, her hands still shackled, but the manacles pulled tight. Regardless, Arthur pulled it back. It would go a long way towards earning our trust if you were to open this.
Yeah, trust goes both ways, asshole. You've already denied me any counsel. How about you earn my trust and give me the frickin' letter?
Selina shot back, holding her hand out as best she could. If you destroy this letter, or otherwise adulterate it...
Yeah, I get it. Now give it to me.
Jennifer and Audette looked at Arthur as he, after a moment's hesitation, handed the letter to Selina, who tiredly snatched it out of his hands. The two made a motion to walk around to the other side to read over Selina's shoulder, but before they could, Selina dropped it to the table.
Can't open it. I don't have sufficient mana.
Selina said, laughing weakly at the mistake her interrogators had made.
So, about that food?
A short time and 2 peanut butter sandwiches later, Selina had her hands manacle-free lest they drain her again. In its stead, 3 guards were stationed around her, ready to act on a moment's notice if she did anything untoward. The crowding kept the 3 interrogators on the other side of the table, pressing her thumb into the seal, and with the barest tendril of mana, Selina cracked it. She quickly unfolded the letter and read its contents, before exploding in anger, tossing the letter to the side like it was on fire.
You bastards told Kurz I died?!
She screamed, launching at Arthur with a fist cocked. She didn't make it. 2 guards caught her mid-flight and slammed her into the table to keep her under control, one binding up her wings and the other wrenching her arm behind her back. She yelled and cursed, trying to kick her way out.
Selina, please,
Audette said, chiding Selina like a teacher to a pupil.
It is in everyone's best interest if you break the bond with that dungeon. In no other system is there an unreal core, and it would behoove us all to have good governance in place.
Then send me back, you bitch!
Selina snarled as she was wrestled back into the chair. Jennifer laughed mercilessly while fluttering over to the discarded missive.
That's not happening. You are unaccredited, unqualified, and most importantly, under arrest for a multitude of crimes. You are going nowhere.
Audette tried to speak up, but Jennifer stuck a hand out to keep her quiet while she pulled the letter to her face.
Now, I'm going to read what Kurz wrote, and assuming it doesn't implicate you further, we can move forward. And perhaps, just perhaps, you will see the light of day once more.
She frowned and handed it to Audette before Arthur took his turn. Selina blew the hair out of her face while waiting for a response, still struggling against the pin. "What notes is the dungeon talking about?" Arthur asked after a moment's scanning, his voice dripping with suspicion.
Case studies. You ever heard of them? I was a sysadmin long enough that I have a few saved up. Also, the very things I was supposed to turn in. Don't suppose you'll let me go collect them?
Selina spat back rhetorically, knowing the answer. She struggled to sit up, but she was held firm. Jennifer rolled her eyes.
Ever the rebel. This note has done nothing except prove your guilt. Perhaps you should write a thank you in return.
At least you seem to have bonded well and grounded your dungeon properly. I don't sense any mania yet. But Selina, you must write him back to cancel the bond. It will only end poorly for him. He'll go mad.
Audette added, a hint of pleading in her voice.
He'll go mad? More like he'll be mad, as in furious. The shit he's already been through, this crap is nothing. 2 attempts to kill him directly, a Dark Lord, capital elect status. Yeah, he ain't going to break. If anything, he'll make good on this threat and rescue me. Just you wait.
Ahem, Selina, your words are digging your own grave.
And your actions are digging it faster and deeper, asshole. Where I come from, I would have a lawyer to help me understand whatever the shit you're doing. There's no way I can beat this rap. You've all made up your minds long ago. You're just trying to wash your hands of whatever happens if I die while still bonded to Kurz. So, eat shit.
Jennifer lost her cool and reached to slap Selina, but Arthur was faster, grabbing her arm in mid-swing.
Oh, did I figure it out? You've already judged me guilty. There's nothing fair about this. So how about you leave me in peace? Or, better yet, let me write back. Unless, Audette, you're just putting on another performance, and you don't actually care even one bit. Sure would make your role as the czar of the dungeon affairs a bit of a joke, wouldn't it?
Audette's nose flared.
Why must you fight against all authority, Selina? I am trying to do what is best, and you are not making it easy. You are not beyond help. Your path is not set, Selina.
Then let me write back. You do understand that we will be dictating what you write.
Jennifer interjected.
Like hells you will. Kurz will see right through that lie and won't take it as proof that I'm alive and well. And I won't help you with the content of the letter unless I have the freedom to decide what's in it. No matter what you send, we will have the eyes and approval of it. You can tell yourself whatever you want to. Is that a deal? You get to author it, and we send it back. Fine. I have nothing to hide. Not like I'd trust you not to read it anyway. Now take me back to my cage. I find the company of my thoughts better than you losers.
The floor of Selina's cell was littered with discarded missives. She couldn't figure out what tone to go with or how to talk to Kurz without having her captors learn from it. So many letters that started with Dear Kurz, only to be crumbled and thrown away. The daylight was dimming on Hy Brasail, and her lighting was sure to follow. They weren't going to let her seal it and render it safe from their prying eyes.
Oh shit, I'm dumb. Kurz knows decryption algorithms.
Selina said to herself in a eureka moment. Immediately, she went to work. Encrypting a long message would take her too long, so she kept it short.
Dear Kurz, I'm a prisoner. So far, I have not been mistreated beyond solitary. It's like they think this is hard. Maybe it will be if this goes on for months or years, but I'm holding strong. Our bond, while silent, isn't buzzing with the snapped bond tinnitus that drives bonded entities mad, so I know your words are true. Thanks for keeping me, though that was never in doubt. No one else is suited for your weirdness. Good idea with my stuff. I don't recall if I have a rulebook in there or not. I probably do. Use the spell below to open it all. I look forward to whatever you cook up to rescue Gustav and me. Selena.
She quickly penned what would look like gibberish, a random assortment of letters, but was in fact a running key encryption, similar to the one that the Shadow Guild had used. Coupled with it, to make it easier for him, she added a preface to the passage that would have, if Kurz thought about it, an easily guessed plain text and a message to say she was looking for a way to escape, but had no idea where she was and was constantly sapped of mana. Happy with it, after double-checking that her encryption was error-free, she folded it gently and called out to the guard through her bars.
Hey, you! Yes, you. I have a letter. I think your boss will want to look at it before she approves handing it off to my dungeon.
The guard grunted, not moving from their post.
Oh, come on. What are you afraid of me doing? It's not like I have any mana or anything to perform magic right now. This place is locked down like Fort Knox. You can spare a minute to deliver this message. The sooner it goes out to my dungeon, the better for everyone. Can you at least signal to Audette that I have the letter to go out? That has to be part of your job function.
The guard grunted again, non-committally.
Ugh, fine. I see how it is. You won't move or help because you've been told something about me and I scare you, like a boogie woman. I thought guards were brave. Guess I was wrong. Must have been wrong about guardians being a noble profession too, as you don't even appear to know how to speak. So, this is what we're going to do. I'm going to injure myself. Something bad, like a broken arm. Can you imagine the paperwork you'll have to do? I'm a VIP prisoner. You will have days of forms and days of remedial training.
That got a reaction from the fairy guard, who sighed. I didn't even know there was a jail cell in Hybersale. Hard to commit crimes when we all sign charters and contracts that are magically enforced, you know? That's what I don't like about this. Not only are you able to break laws, which is absurd, but that our leaders planned for that eventuality. I was only deputized for this very duty. You threaten me with training and forms when I'm just a fairy in training. I don't even have a specialty yet.
Finally, you can talk. The last 3 were made of stone, I swear. Anyhow, I'm Selena, if you didn't know. And good to know about all that. I thought I'd been kidnapped by a police force. They must be more like a fairy CIA. Do you have a name?
Chuck.
Great! Chuck, can you get this letter to Audette when you swap shifts? I still have an active bond to my dungeon, and I need to write to them to reassure them. And me. Don't know where you are in your education, but my dungeon hit silver, and we matured the bond again. It gets hard to be away like this, and this message will help assuage some of it. Audette knows I'm writing it. I don't know when she'll be around again.
Chuck briskly walked over, but stopped short of the cell. Selena stared at him deadpan, holding out the note with a little shake.
I don't bite.
After a lack of nerve, Selena tossed it into the air at Chuck, where it fluttered to the ground, short of her target.
There. You will be out of arm's reach. Thank you for taking it, Chuck.
Chuck bent down and picked it up, reading it. What's that on the bottom?
It's a spell, Chuck. It says so in the text. You will deliver it for me, right?
Yeah. I better not get in trouble.
You won't. Remember, fairies can't commit crimes.
Says the criminal fairy. Interlude 2. Consequences. A crowd had formed around the jail in Bancroft, a veritable mob now that the word had gotten out. Afriel, one of the Dark Lord's champions, was alive and in custody inside. The only thing keeping the mob at bay was the pacifism status. Even so, Pauline was solo standing in front of them with her arms raised in an ineffectual attempt to calm them down. Though just in case the riot broke and the pacifism status lifted, Geist was in the rebuke, watching intently from afar.
Shatter her core!
Hang her, then shatter!
Hang her, take her head, hang her again, then shatter!
Boil her in oil!
The calls for violence grew, even though the target of their ire was hidden away in the building behind Pauline.
Enough!
Pauline screamed finally above the din of the crowd.
I did not accept a post as garrison commander to deal with such impunity. She is a prisoner and will be dealt with according to the applicable laws. She will be tried and, God's willing, put out of our misery, but until then, she will not be harmed. Am I clear? Or do I need to muster the troops to put a period to my statement?
The crowd calmed, but not because of her ineffectual attempt at asserting control, but because a hushed wave of concern rolled over it. Medusa had arrived, and a head taller than everyone else stood out like a sore thumb. Her visage did not assist her in blending in.
What? Don't stop your demands for vengeance on my behalf. It is my fault that she is still alive. I meant to shatter her myself, but your leaders had other ideas when I respawned with her core in my inventory. Go on, seize the day, take your pitchforks and storm that building,
Medusa extolled, amusement writ large on her face. Pauline tensed, but quickly saw that nobody moved.
You were so close to solving your own problems,
Medusa jeered, proffering her hand to try to convince them to go forth.
Did my words steal your courage? You call yourselves heroes. She is a champion. It is your destiny to kill him.
You're a champion yourself. Perhaps we should get 2 birds, 1 stone, eh?
A burly man said, spittle flying from his bearded face.
Aha! There you are, you rabble-rouser. I was wondering if there was one amongst you or not,
Medusa said, as she powered through the crowd like a shark through a shoal of fish. The man looked for comrades, but the crowd melted away, leaving him alone in the middle of a circle with Medusa towering over him.
She was stolen from me. She was my rightful kill. I should be the one shattering that core. You and the cowards you hid yourself in will not be taking her today, because if I do not get to end her existence, then no one does. Do we have an understanding, Mr. Bronze 3, or do you suddenly have a problem?
Amazingly, the bearded man found his backbone.
You heard me. I may be only one, but there are dozens of us. And that bitch in there and this bitch right here deserve to die for killing us!
Medusa grabbed the man's shoulder and turned him around to look at the crowd's fearful faces.
Dozens of you. I do not see dozens of idiots. I see men and women, elves, humans, orcs, all realizing that they have bitten off more than they can chew. Not a single person among them ready to take the act of ending a sentient life outside the confines of the protective blanket of law and order. For that outlaw existence is the domain of beasts like me. We kill. And the only reason you are still alive right now is because I have a vested interest in keeping myself a welcome guest to this city. But do not think for a second I could not declare myself an invader and drop your lifeless corpse. Now, before I change my mind, listen to Pauline here, sober up. And if you are still feeling frisky, come find me in Cloudgate. There, I promise you will get a fair fight. More than you may deserve.
The man shrunk back at the challenge and mumbled an excuse before turning and fleeing the confrontation. After that, the rest of the mob lost their nerve and dispersed like roaches evading the light. Few remained. Medusa walked up to Pauline and looked the stalwart woman up and down.
I formally make my request to be Afriel's executioner.
Pauline raised an eyebrow.
She's not been sentenced to death, let alone found guilty. It would also look bad now that you've said your piece. Those same people, while not willing to fight you today, will happily gossip about your nature.
They would gossip regardless. I know I am not welcome in this city, and I have no real desire to conform. I will leave that to any beasts that come after me, ones that have no blood on their hands. Ergo, if I rectify the mistake of letting her live, then none of you heroes will have such a stain on them.
Yes, but many see me as just a figurehead, a tool for beasts to rule by. I've come to realize that this city is an experiment as much as a wonder, and perhaps it needs such a person to grease the cogs so the whole thing doesn't violently seize. Giving in to your demand now would reduce the very authority I'm trying to maintain.
Your political situation is not my concern. The fallen angels is. Whatever you need to do to clear my path to her neck, take it.
Medusa turned just as Pauline herself retreated into the building to see a group of 4 women approaching her, all silver adventurers. They were in the crowd of people, but had maintained silence during the ruckus, as if they were hoping, waiting for Medusa to show. Matching wool cloaks dyed blue betrayed their status as members of a party. Medusa quickly scanned them with her stat sight and cursed her lack of connection to Kerr's genius loci capabilities, for she was not in his dungeon proper, and the system did not allow her to tap into it otherwise. Still, the cloaks were not obscuring enough, and Medusa obtained a partial read on them, revealing what they were, just not who or what their abilities were as she was accustomed to. Medusa categorized them into heavyset, short, elf, and tall. The heavyset one, a human with twin braids of blonde hair cascading out, was a silver 2 bardic songstress. Her ankles jingled with charms as she walked. The shorter one wafted herbal scent ahead of her. An apothecary at silver 1, she was a healing and support class, with potentially some nasty surprises for any enemies that got close. The elf among their party was a silver 0 sentinel, a class that specialized in spotting danger and taking hits to the chin. The tall one was a silver 1 lightning thief, a rogue class that was aptly named.
Come for vengeance?
Medusa sneered as her eyelocks darted back and forth, keeping track of the 4's movements.
No, actually. We defeated you the last time we fought.
The songstress said, her face peeking out enough for Medusa to identify her as Sabrina.
Yeah, just before the Jade Army attack. We weren't silver then.
The elf said as she drew back her hood, revealing her angular and feral features and her name, Farah. Medusa stared for just a moment, putting names to memory.
You were a party with a man, a dervish? I remember now. You all put up a good fight. Got me with a well-placed backstab, a method not employed by anyone else yet. No one has found a way to sneak up on me before or since. Now, why have you sought me out?
Charlie, may the gods take his soul, died during the war against the Dark Lord.
The shortest of the 4 said in affirmation. She kept her face hidden, but Medusa remembered her now, recalling the fight better. Her name was Kelly, and her salves resisted Medusa's weakened for bronze spell well, and kept the petrifying gaze from snuffing the lives of her compatriots.
We're now a member short, like many other groups, but have struck out in finding the right person.
You want me to purposefully kill all but one member of a squad?
Medusa asked, perplexed at the request, but still willing to consider it.
Gods, no!
Kelly replied.
We want you as our 5th.
Medusa's eyelocks stopped their bobbing and weaving, as even Medusa herself was shocked.
What?
Our 5th, as in our 5th member.
I know what you meant,
Medusa hissed, stepping forward and looming over her.
The absolute audacity of your request is astounding, so much so I am bewildered that you would make it. I am a killer of people like you and feel nothing of it. Heroes cry and weep openly as one of your own turns to stone in my clutches. But most of all, what you ask is not possible. Beasts do not get to form parties. We would be too strong of a fight for you puny heroes,
Medusa argued, unable to believe what she was hearing. The crowd, which had all but melted away, stopped and listened to her protestations, seemingly intrigued. The tall one, Chris, pulled back her hood, revealing her chestnut curls that bounced around her face.
I took the time to read up on the details of the ahimsa trade of this city. It works by categorizing beasts in the same manner as heroes, so they may be protected by the pacifism status. I believe we can use that feature to make party with you. And your behavior leads me to believe you would be up for it.
What behavior of mine suggests that? Is it my predilection for killing heroes?
Medusa asked as she crossed her arms over her chest.
I can't believe I'm even humoring this conversation. You speak of madness.
Not at all. I noticed it while fighting you. All of your statues are men. But not just that. You fought to protect the people twice now. Once against the Jade Army, and as an ally against the Dark Lord.
She explained, hopeful her point was valid. Medusa scoffed.
You are mighty presumptuous. I fought to protect the dungeon. It just happened that saving others aligned with that goal. As for my statuary garden, that is because there is an absolute preponderance of assholes who think having a dick makes them God's chosen or something special. I endeavor to bring them to the understanding that they are only good as anatomical references for my art.
Chris's face dropped for a moment, crestfallen, before she countered.
Such as it may. Are you interested in seeing if you can party up? We would both gain from the experience. Us, a fifth that would all but guarantee a win. And you, a first-hand understanding of party dynamics and the novelty of being in a mixed party. You champions claim to be immortal. Would such an experience not give you that new experience?
Medusa shook her head.
You four really want to party with me? Unbelievable. Even if Ahimsa would let me join your party, the moment we step off the cloud, that rule is struck void, and you all would be in uncharted territory again. You could easily find yourselves enemy to me, an unhealthy state of being.
That is why we won't be stepping off the cloud.
Medusa threw her head back to laugh, her hair slithering to keep eyes on the four.
I must commend you for the absolute iron ovaries you have. The world needs more people like you. You really are asking me to lead you in a run against my own dungeon?
The elf, Farah, interjected for her tall friend.
No, we are asking you to help us plunder the new dragon's lair. We saw him fly from the battlefield back to the cloud and not leave. We know it is somewhere here, and with the new staircase as of last night, we know where to go.
Medusa laughed even harder, her eyes crinkling with mirth.
Fine. You've made your case. I will help you attack a dragon. However, if it works, I am requesting that I choose at least 7 of the other participants.
Other participants?
The songstress Sabrina asked with a little trepidation. Farah sent the party request to Medusa, who accepted it and grinned when the attempt worked. She had paradoxically partied with the 4.
Yes, the other participants. Skana will require a raid party.
Medusa looked out to the crowd that had annoyingly reformed to listen in to this conversation. Then she telepathed to Kurz.
I cannot believe I am the guinea pig on beast and hero relations. This is your fault somehow. I just know it.
Chapter 5. The motley crew assembled at the nape of the bridge which connected the city to the path that led to the dungeon. 22 silver individuals and 3 beasts, Medusa, Vex, and, bound in chains, Afriel. It was contentious to say the least, especially with the prisoner as part of the raid. While those with reservations kept their mouths shut, cowed by the circumstances, nothing prevented their sideways glances. Amongst the heroes were the Rough Riders, on personal invite of Medusa. Of those assembled, Kurz could see that they were the readiest and most at ease with the situation. It made sense, too, as they understood that Kurz was alive. V was creating frisbees of ice and launching them out in batches for Vex to shatter. The little guy was good at it. They never traveled far before he took them out. Kurz couldn't wait to show off the new floor, even though it wasn't all his handiwork. He asked if Loraphamin wanted to watch, but she demurred. Her new perspective on life made it a nail-biting, anxiety-inducing event to watch her citizens throw themselves in harm's way. She told Kurz it had gotten worse after losing Gustav, and really made her want to hold everyone close. She understood it was necessary to gain the experience and power required to attempt a rescue. However, that did not stop the stress. With no one else to talk to, who wasn't otherwise part of the fight, Kurz turned to his prisoner. The cookery was a large affair, as big as any kitchen you could find at an inn or manor house, suitable to make meals for dozens. Huge cast-iron, wood-burning stoves littered one wall, with cupboards on the other, full to the brim with pots, pans, bowls, and every other kitchen implement. The middle had a large butcher block island for chopping and prepping with multiple wash sinks. Kurz had technically built it into the bronze floor, but it had no way of connecting, so heroes would never come upon it by accident. However, as it was part of his dungeon, Kurz gained the extensible items and could now randomize consumables and gear without having to go through the absolutely impractical task of generating each and every instance. That it could be used as an actual cookery was secondary to Kurz's goals, though having something to ameliorate Deacon's mood was important, although it looked like it wasn't quite up to the task. "Enjoying the cookery?" Kurz asked Deacon, finding the fairy in said dungeon room, making what looked like an omelet.
"As much as I can, yes,"
Deacon replied, as he sprinkled savory ingredients and mushrooms into the cooking egg.
"If you're looking for thanks, I'm not feeling it right now. The weight of my situation is heavy."
"It is regrettable, but you understand why I'm unable to let you leave. I'm not bonding with you to verify your claims of silence, lest I break mine with Selena, and I'd rather die first."
"You've made that point quite clear, Kurz, and I do thank you for treating me as well as you are, but I am a fairy in need of mental stimulation. I pride myself on my therapy skills, and seeing you in obvious pain but unable to help is torture in and of itself. Perhaps you have available upgrades? A spell word to place a gesh on me would get us out of this bind."
Doubt that would survive the crossing to Hybersail, but Selena had very strong opinions on slavery, mind control, and other such things. I'll not be going that route. I started this conversation actually to see if you wanted to watch the maiden run of my lair floor. Deacon flipped the omelet closed and pressed it down with a sizzle as butter spattered on the pan.
Kurz, I would be delighted. I did not know you had a lair floor. That is a very rare thing to have. Congratulations to you and your behemoth partner. When is it scheduled to start?"
"The heroes are approaching the entrance, so now," Kurz said with a grin as he warped space to bring Deacon to his core room, hot pan, omelet, and all. With a gentle push, Kurz moved the fairy through the warp gate so he could close the effect, a necessity Kurz had learned when he first nabbed Deacon and Cabor. If they didn't step through his 3D warp gate, they never effectively traveled and were still where they started. Deacon, not easily startled, smiled instead.
"All the better. Mind if I take a gander at your core? I have no bearings on what to expect. Your case file didn't cover a layer,"
Deacon said as he fluttered over and read Kurz's main facet.
"Name, Kurz, Cloudgate, Victor of Nylung Battle, Savior of the Realm. Type, Dungeon. Subtype, Cloud Castle. Patron, Urusar, the Unreal Maelstrom. Rank, Silver 8. Experience, 701,222. Mana, 25,700 out of 25,700. Mana refinement rate, 257 per hour plus daylight bonus, currently 108 per hour, plus sunlight bonus, currently 2,330 per hour. Minus parasitic, currently 50 per hour. Authority, 2,033 out of 2,790. Name, Ruins of Nylung City. Type, Satellite Dungeon. Subtype, Ruined City. Patron, Urusar the Unreal Maelstrom. Rank, Silver 2. Experience, 179,135. Mana, 23,300 out of 23,300. Mana refinement rate, 233 per hour, plus daylight bonus, currently 1 per hour. Minus parasitic, currently 48 per hour. Authority, 1,825 out of 2,250. The Lair of the Gravity Dragon. Type, Co-Dungeon. Subtype, Lair. Behemoth, Skana. Rank, Silver 5. Experience, 398,740. Mana, 24,500 out of 24,500. Mana refinement rate, 245 per hour, minus parasitic, currently 50 per hour. Skana, the Dragon of Gravity, is not included in this number.
Authority, 2,500 out of 2,520. Again, Skana, the Dragon of Gravity, is not included in this number.
You have a satellite dungeon as well? Astounding! Now, let's take a peek at your map facet. I'd like to see the action.
The raid party walked the path silently, not knowing where the new dogleg went. Silent except for Vex, who incessantly jabbered with only Medusa and Afriel understanding. He took the front and was bouncing from side to side like an animal desperate to smell all the smells.
Whoa, Axelo cake, this Mexico wee! Whoa, Axelo cake, this Mexico wee! Spit-it-it-it-it-go!
Afriel kept stoic, ignoring the little slime through supreme effort. It was a short walk through the occluded, foggy pathway before visibility opened up, and they saw a staircase made of brownish rock. Not a graceful ascent with gentle steps. This was almost a ladder, with heavy wrought iron chains staked to both sides to provide handholds. The staircase climbed up and out of sight, the cloud closing in on it like a canopy. The landing at the base had a simple gate, aged wood with a single cross support in front of it, clattering gently in the ever-present chill breeze of the cloud. Beside it, there was the impression of a person standing. The cloud did not so much as flow through the space as disappear and reappear once it had traversed the entity, leaving a hollow. Even where their feet stood, it was as if there was a person, yet not, leaving footprints and nothing more.
Who goes there?
The void inquired with a voice that sounded like it was near and far at the same time, slightly overlapped.
Whoa! Bumvavox! Haxad this yip laxamo! Wo axelo pit paxat rup eb glaxados holo te ding shinzenaxa foot! Whippo peasant vict! Torvix trade peasant o wit bifaxat at cut praxacapa praxacaso!
Vex spat out before anyone else could speak. The void didn't respond. Medusa stepped forward.
Just open the gate. I have no patience to verify the NPC works right now.
The void didn't respond.
Are you seriously going to make me do this?
Medusa shot telepathically to Kurz, who couldn't help but smile down the bond impishly.
Fine. I am Medusa of Cloudgate, and behind me are 24 other raiders. We are here to plunder the dragon's lair.
This time, the void spoke.
Medusa, I am but a ghost, a memory of what has transpired here. Take solace in that rejecting the climb is not a shameful act, but one of...
No one has died yet. The dialogue is wrong for the NPC. Happy?
The others behind her shared glances at the implication. After a brief pause, the void NPC spoke again.
Medusa, I am but a ghost, a cautionary tale of the dangers above. Take solace in that rejecting the climb is not a shameful act, but one of intelligence and understanding of one's own strengths. The dangers are not of this world, and those who wish to challenge them shall find it hard to prepare.
Great. Thanks for the warning. It is the same as it is for every dungeon. Now open the gate before I murder the NPC.
Oh, come on! They may have questions.
Ugh! Do any of you have inane questions, or can we get on with this?
Medusa yelled over her shoulder, her eyelocks turning over to stare daggers at the assembled raiders behind her. One individual raised their hand before the withering glare from Medusa's hair caused them to balk and lower it meekly.
Exactly. Now open the gate, or so help me.
Medusa reiterated, no patience left in her voice. The void dissolved into nothing.
My warnings unbidden and unappreciated, I leave you to your doom. Beware the air,
it said as it disappeared. The gate swung open, its hinge creaking. Vex buzzed in anticipation, but a quick word halted him in his tracks. Though he did pantomime kicking rocks, sullen at having to wait for the heroes to climb up lest he ruin the effect Kurz was going for. One by one, the heroes began their climb, brushing past Medusa and Vex gingerly before vanishing into the cloud above. After the first 10 had ascended the ladder, the 11th stopped. Still at the landing were the Rough Riders, the 4 women partied with Medusa, and himself and 2 other humans partied with Vex and Afriel. It was obvious the 3 humans in the last group were the odd ones out without standard parties. A tank class, he simply stated,
I want Vex and Afriel up those stairs before me. Yeah, I know I signed up for this, but that is a bridge too far. I'd be leaving myself open for attack while climbing into the unknown.
Not needing another word of encouragement, Vex shot to the base of the ladder and up it like a streak before anyone could respond, leaving a puff of cloud in his wake as he punched through the obscuring fluff. Trent scoffed, channeling his inner Roland as best he could now that the warden was not with them. Try as they might, they couldn't get him out of his shop for this fight. He had seen firsthand the absolute destruction the dragon's breath weapon left behind when he came back to life and wanted no part in it.
If you want to split your party, sure, but otherwise the plan is the same. Afriel last in your group to go up, and Medusa first in hers. This is a work release that...
Afriel interrupted Trent, throwing him a fake smile.
Don't kid yourself. This is a death sentence. You know as well as I do that Medusa requested I come along so she could be party to me dying without having to wait for the laws to catch up. She can't let me have dignity in death, and so has forced me to perform like a monkey instead.
She held out her arms for Medusa to unchain them, who obliged her, taking the cuffs off with a key while speaking gruffly.
No, Afriel, I am bringing you along, believe it or not, though it doesn't matter to me if you do, to show the heroes that you can work alongside champions and beasts. The fact that you may die a horrible death is merely a bonus. But if you live, you live. I will not kill you out of spite, nor will anyone else. The work release is a real carrot.
That does little to make me feel better,
Afriel said as she rubbed her wrists.
Not for me. I would much prefer if she was here totally of her own volition. The idea of relying on a prisoner for assistance is only sounding worse,
the tank man said in agreement, nodding apologetically. Afriel waved him off, not taking offense.
Then you best not need her help,
Medusa countered before pointing to the stairs.
Now, go.
The man and his 2 allies, realizing they were not going to find sympathy and beholden to their word against perhaps their better judgment, marched up the ladder-like stairs. After a stiff moment, Afriel ascended too, leaving Medusa alone with the Rough Riders and her 4 party members. Medusa, you sure aren't sending encouraging vibes. Morale is a big part of raids. Have you thought about being nice? Kieran asked as he checked over the buckles on his dyed black leather armor. Sanvi elbowed him in the kidney.
Darling, how about we don't antagonize the champion that could murder you with a glance? We should be thankful that the dungeon has invited us to be the first party to trial the floor. Medusa, can you provide any hints? Or are we only getting those Delphic NPC claims?
Medusa thought for a moment.
You don't want me to spoil this surprise, Sanvi. Now tell me, why is Roland toiling away in the foundry in the city and not here with you? He retired,
V complained, interjecting and stamping her foot in indignation before crossing her arms petulantly.
Claims he's died too many times. Not like they counted.
With a puzzled expression, Trent spoke up.
Wait, the dungeon can see that? That's intense. And a little unnerving. Can he, destroy the city too, or only look?
Melonflea's eyes snapped from attention to a 1,000-yard stare.
Of course. The city founded itself within the dungeon's influence in the first place. But for the dungeon to pierce the veil of another core would require... Oh,
she said before she shook her head, as if clearing cobwebs off her face.
You gonna be all right, Mel?
I'll be fine. Just trying to use my enhanced perception, still getting used to it, and Kerr's weirdness does not make it any easier. Medusa, where is Selena? I wanted to apologize for my behavior. I was wrong, and being a warlock of Vizier was a mistake. Yeah, I have an inventory full of curries for her as bribes,
Sanvi added energetically. Medusa smiled tightly, her nostrils flaring and all 4 pupils dilating with barely restrained anger.
That is a conversation for another day, as Kieran pointed out. Morale is important. So, unless rage fuels you like it fuels me, you best drop that line of questioning until after the fight. I better go. You four, follow me.
Medusa marched up to the ladder and started climbing, her hair in a frenzy. Farah halted her 3 friends before any had a chance to follow.
You 5 are on a first-name basis with Medusa. The dungeon is a he. What?
That's what I said, Kieran exclaimed with a gesture. I'm just as confused about how a flying murder hole can be gendered, but here we are. In short, the dungeon is alive, sapient, though unable to confirm it, and weirdly what I consider at least a friend. He saved us, we saved him, and then he saved us again. He even gave Mel here a class after Azir left her for dead and stripped her of all power. The 4 stood silent, only blinking. Oh, and don't expect any special treatment now that you have that information. My wife had to cut me open and stuff healing potions directly into my body to save me from certain death, so perhaps friend is a little strong. Friend with drawbacks, maybe?
They know you're alive? How did that happen?
Deacon asked Kurz. Selena. She felt it was prudent, and at this point, I don't disagree, Kurz said harshly, even as he made the gate smack Kieran with petty satisfaction. Beside him, V giggled, letting Kurz know he had gotten his point across that being his friend was not a drawback.
Well, I wasn't there, so I won't second-guess that decision. Considering the situation, though, perhaps it was prescient. You have people you can talk to. It is not common for dungeons to have conversational partners amongst heroes, but not unheard of either. I assume this is something you don't mind. Please stop trying to ameliorate me with therapy. I don't need it, Kurz said bluntly as the last of the heroes began the climb. Okay, I will. But you can't blame me for trying to help you, as it is not only my job, but my calling. I do hope we can come to an understanding soon, so you don't have to keep this burden on your shoulders forever.
Chapter 6. The heroes climbed their way up the near vertical stairs single file. The cloud bank obscured nearly everything, leaving just the person in front of and behind in view. The climb was slow and arduous. The long line of people started grumbling at step 100. By step 400, they were complaining. At step 1000, they were too tired to even muster a peep, just solemnly trudging upward, trusting that the system would prevent Kurz from murking them in his entryway. What they didn't know was that Kurz had cheated. Where he was taking them would have been an impossible climb, 250 miles of stairway. He had squished and warped space-time so that the ladder, while only 3,000 steps, reached the destination, space. To prevent vertigo or acrophobic reactions, Kurz had left the entire climb shrouded. It also let him surprise them with the view upon reaching the summit. The clouds gave way to a rough-hewn chimney with the stairs transitioning to a true ladder made of the same iron-rich ore as the stairs. It was a welcome change to the fatigued heroes. Breaching the rock like swimmers breaking the surface, each and every one was greeted by an orbiting plateau and a horizon that made even his floating cloud look like nothing. The blue-green sphere of Theral hung below them, an orb that was home to all. All peoples, all wars, all history was contained on that marble. Until now. All around, the sky was absent. Instead, a magnificent star field lit the celestial sphere with the bright radiating sun sitting high. Down the plateau, across a freestanding rock arch, was an oversized cave entrance, shadowed and ominous. While it too was made of meteorite, the lip that caught the sunlight sparkled, as if it were enameled with a glittery black paint. The heroes piled out of the chimney and collapsed, not willing to waste any potions or mana to replenish their flagging strength. What started as a single giggle turned into a contagious laugh riot at the absurdity.
Space! We are in space!
Sanvi laughed while lying flat on her back, tears in her eyes, fighting and losing to the infectious mirth. She turned her head and grabbed weakly at Kieran, who had collapsed next to her. She batted him like a lazy cat.
You know what this could mean?
Yeah. After the fight, we talked to the proprietor. We may have our ticket punched. After we learn why we're not boiling to death, freezing to death, floating off to our demise, or suffocating. Trent scoffed where he sat, giving his best Roland impression. Bah! It is obvious the dungeon is doing it. This only brought about more laughter. V reclined with her legs akimbo and her arms behind her, supporting her weary body as her abs ached with laughter.
Remind me not to cheat any agility obstacles. The fall looks unpleasant.
Mel looked at her eyes a little teary with mirth.
No way the dungeon lets anyone fall like that. It wouldn't be able to garner any experience. Though I do wonder how far we've climbed.
Medusa stood with her arms crossed, trying to cajole her charges to get up, and that it was unseemly to appear weak to the other heroes, that they should be the first to move into the cave. After a short rest and many laps around the plateau by Vex, the heroes all finally stood. No sooner did the first foot land on the natural rock road than a deep voice spoke into their minds.
My first batch of trespassers. Have you come in supplication to garner favor?
Skana asked. It was a foreign feeling, though some had previously had the experience when Skana had warned them to flee the falling cloud. With grim determination, they kept their broken cadence of a march as the raid approached the cave.
I knew this day would come. I had hoped I would have more time before those whom I helped save would turn to looting my hoard. So be it.
The voice left their heads, leaving behind a disquieting silence. The raid party chatted amongst itself concerning raid positions or potential traps. They knew the raid boss was the Dragon of Gravity, but the concept was still alien. No one had dealt with gravity mana before, let alone even heard of it. Some talked about how the dragon seemed to be asking about cultists, but others argued that was stupid, as cultists busied themselves with trying to destroy dungeons to release what the warlocks claimed were locked away. It was settled when Medusa told them all the dragon would answer their questions if they just shut up and asked. Watching overhead, Kurz could tell that Trent was a little jumpy, not because this was his first raid, though it was, but because Roland wasn't there. He kept looking over towards Mel, as if hoping to see his mentor instead. Kurz thought about reaching out, but decided against it. It would not do for him to interfere at this moment. The raid party walked gingerly into the cavern. Their various lights cast iridescent patterns on the shimmering walls, as if they were swimming through the galaxy itself. Kurz was happy with the effect. He had spent a lot of time at Skana's request to paint the interior as an homage to the night sky, and he was more than a little gratified listening to the heroes' whistles of appreciation and other murmurs of appreciation. The cavern abruptly grew wider and taller, the walls pulling away gently like curtains before a play. The light failed to reflect, barely adding some sparkle to the walls.
That is far enough.
Skana's voice called into their heads as the raid party filtered into the dark. One hero gasped, her eyes shining with a dark vision of sorts.
He's right there!
She cried out. A rogue shot an arrow, glowing from the tip. It sailed through the air like a flare before plinking against a shadow and tumbling down onto the ground where it skittered to a halt. Just before it was extinguished, it valiantly outlined a strong, muscular form stepping on it. The assembled heroes took their combat readiness to the next level, well versed in Kurz's predilection for ambush. Kurz smiled as he watched.
Before we begin this violence, are there any of you that wish to donate to my hoard?
Skana asked genially with strict confidence.
For those of you who have never fought a dragon, the greater my hoard, the greater the loot you may gain. Generosity also has a boon for the results as well. This is all assuming you live. You have 1 minute to make your choice.
Oversized braziers sprung to life to either side of the heroes with eerie flames, reminiscent of the Borealis. The lips shone with the same light, but like a clock, that light reduced radially by 6 degrees a second. 1 minute exactly. Excitement winning out over fear now that they felt safe, the heroes rushed the 2 braziers and dumped from their inventory all the goods that they had kept for trade fodder, keen on making good on the dragon's promise. Each item made the Borealis flame flare as they were consumed immediately.
Dad, boss! I can fight! Come on!
Vex whined as he pushed ineffectually at different heroes to get their eyes back on the dragon.
You'll get to fight soon enough. This is your first time allowed up here since I made it. Be happy and enjoy.
But I don't have any goods to drop in.
Is that what this is about? You feel left out?
No.
Kurz laughed and equipped Vex with another pendant of haste, then immediately regretted it. Vex shot into the flame, stopped on the burning surface, dropped the loot, then shot out of the flame, startling V as she was placing a magical breastplate into it. 2 other heroes gasped at what she had sacrificed, but she just shrugged, calling it useless and stuffy. Vex held out a pseudopod hand again.
That was fun! More!
Ask Medusa.
Kurz said, happy to watch the chaos that command would cause. The timers ticked to 0, and the braziers extinguished, once again leaving the cavern quiet.
Good. You may leave, and I will hold no ill will. But if you cross further in, I will attack. I will kill. And I won't relent until all of you are dead or retreated. Last chance to make peace with your god.
Kurz swore. I do not like that line. It is a good scare tactic. While you were wronged by Therill, the heroes haven't been. Skana meant no injury to you when he said that, Deacon said, gently placing his hand on Kurz's core. You aren't the primary audience. Would that help you? However, perhaps we can have a discussion with him afterwards to see if we can make his warning sensitive to your feelings on the matter.
You're doing it again,
Kurz said as he watched the tension build. Nobody wanted to make the first move.
And wronged is coloring his actions light. He has nerfed my existence, jailed my savior behind reality, accused Selena and Gustav of crimes, then had them arrested and deported. Persecuted is more like it. And that doesn't even scratch the surface of what he did to Selena and Overslime. They are owed even more than me, and they will get their pound of flesh from that bastard.
Overslime? May I ask who they are? Deacon asked, pulling his hand away as if bitten by Kurz's admonishment. Kurz recounted the story of the Overslime's birth, rescue mission, and then how Therill knocked it out of reality, assuredly locked away behind a dungeon at this very moment. Kurz, lost in the retelling, almost didn't catch Medusa taking matters into her own hands.
Are you all serious right now? Fine, I'll do it myself. Skana, for your help with Sino-misery, let me show you how I say thanks,
Medusa yelled, stepping forward and loosing a twined arrow. In turn, she fired off a salvo of her hair lasers and tracked his bulk, giving the heroes a target in the darkness. Shown the way, the raid sprung into action, instinctively taking to Formation D, the standard for when a raid fights a dragon and has no pertinent intel about its capabilities. Formation D comprised of a 15-member middle with 2 5-person wings. It was designed to get eyes on the draconic behemoth, to watch for the variety of attacks it might have, while also being prepared to defend against its signature breath weapon. V, along with others, used low damage abilities to paint their target. While dragons were, according to historical trends, not usually in possession of immunity phases and other nonsense besides their mana holotype, raid doctrine called for caution. Blowing short rests or dailies when they weren't guaranteed to land was a quick way to lose the fight. Skana responded deftly, using his wings to shield his body. A shimmer tore through the air, disrupting the abilities thrown his way. Arrows halted, fireballs exploded midair, and poisons and acids splashed against the invisible wall. A gravity barrier. Rays and other energy beams shot through, but they did little save pitter against the wings. With a strong swoop, halting the charging melee heroes in their tracks, Skana himself leapt back, creating space between him and the aggressors. He had, however, left a present. With a dull pulse, those closest found themselves pulled inexorably towards a purplish point of light. Defensive abilities flared to life in reaction. A good thing, too, for once the near heroes, Vex included, came into contact with that light, it exploded and reversed the gravitational pull. The sudden change in acceleration hit like a mule kick, breaking bones with sickening crunches on those not able to protect against the exotic mana. Vex was shot past everyone, shouting in excitement as Skana's dual gravity bomb gave him the ride of his life. Trent and his echo followed after, thrown into Vex, splatting the little guy. Like gelatin, Vex bounced back to form unhurt and was off to pester Skana some more before the confused Trent could even say thanks. In the chaos, Skana turned towards the Wing A attackers. He snapped his jaws on a tank-class hero, his snake-like neck giving him the reach necessary. The hero placed his shield to take the brunt, but it buckled enough for Skana's teeth to sink into the man, piercing his barkskin spell. With the tank occupied, Skana was free to hit the DPS and support behind him. Like a whip, Skana struck at the others with his tail, but before he could connect, Afriel moved to intercept. Striking true, her hellfire-wreathed blade cut a deep wound, forcing Skana to abandon the attack lest his tail be amputated. He roared in pain and anger, dropping the hero from his jaws. Afriel caught the man, only for Skana to swat them both with his one sweep of his foreclaw. Blood trailed through ruined armor as they tumbled away. Kurz snorted in frustration when Sanvi and two others with sneak-like abilities disappeared from his vision. He hadn't placed a watcher, as this was not his design. That gave him an idea. Skana, you against me placing the CCTV artifacts in your lair?
I am a little busy,
Skana said as he shielded himself from further attacks with his wing before pressing the attack on Afriel.
As a dragon, I detest not being able to fly or use my breath weapon in this cramped space.
As a dungeon, duly noted and ignored. I'll take your response as a no, Kurz said as he summoned a few of what Selena called cameras. Pumping extra mana, he was able to manifest them nigh instantly. He tied them to the same network that his other floors shared with practiced ease before reaching out and tapping Loraphimin's domain as a nice gesture to warn her of what he was about to do. He went ahead and, in the tavern that housed the TVs, tuned them to the battle. The occupants of the tavern cheered when they realized what they were watching. Immediately, the bookie started taking bets from behind her large oak bar. Loraphimin gave him an appreciable squeeze in return.
Still not watching that battle. Can't handle it right now.
Don't worry, I get it. We can relive the experience later after we know the outcome, so there's no surprises. Would that work?
Are you asking me out on a date?
Loraphimin asked, the bond being hopeful more than anything. You accepting? Though you will love this. Sanvi, you remember her, the Vrkajna from Earth? Now that I have eyes on her, I see she's gearing up to smoke onto Skana's back. Kieran is not gonna like that maneuver.
You tease, trying to entice me to watch.
Absolutely. You are much, much better company than Deacon. Chapter 7. Skana was using his barrier wings to great effect, able to ignore nearly all attacks from the covered angles. However, the heroes had realized that he was not using other defensive abilities, so they had ramped up their damage accordingly. The heroes were being kept on their feet by studious use of healing. Murmurs were thrumming through the raid that Skana was mysteriously not attacking the healers or using his breath weapon, and it was making everyone paranoid that he had an ace up his sleeve yet. Sabrina the songstress was using the shape of the cavern like a concert hall, her voice carrying well and buffing her allies with her song of inspiration. V and Medusa had paired nearby to throw out heavy damage. While the twined arrows and ice spears could not pierce the gravity barrier on Skana's wings, an empowered and amplified ray of frost, buttressed with eye locks, was still a potent attack. Mel, as if in a trance, put her hand on Medusa's arm, who reacted by shrugging off the unwelcome contact from the unreal warlock like she was slimy.
Medusa,
Mel began, her pupils shaped like ankhs and her body language unperturbed by Medusa's rebuke.
prep your bow. You are about to shoot out Skana's eye and secure our path to victory in this stage.
What are you talking about, you strange woman?
Medusa spat, turning to face Mel fully while her hair continued to track Skana. The dragon had separated Trent and Farah from the rest after they had weathered a gravity bomb and were the only heroes currently in melee. Trent was tripled and Farah's shield had taken to having a large flaming barrier superimposed on it. Both were beat up, yet determined to keep the dragon's attention while the DPS attacked.
Sibylline Solution, my Silver Zero ability. Now aim for his eyes, or you can let Farah get crushed when Skana uses his gravity to increase his weight and paste her into the ground,
Mel said, her voice brooking no argument. Sharing the raid bond, Medusa didn't question again, instead pulling an arrow back and holding the bow taut with power. Sure enough, Skana ignored the attacks splashing across his body as he toyed with Trent and Farah like a cat cornering prey. Out of the shadows, Sanvi and Chris appeared above Skana, falling silently onto the dragon, their smoke travel and lightning parkour getting them into position between the wings. Sanvi's ethereal blow allowed her to penetrate the thick scales at the base of Skana's wing, while Chris, having darted multiple small needles onto Skana's back, touched just one and raced a crackling arc of lightning through all the makeshift lightning rods. Critically struck with a nasty dual backstab, Skana's wing drooped for a moment. It was enough. Medusa didn't need to be told. She loosed her arrow, the projectile twining mid-flight. Bullseye. Skana reared up onto his back legs, roaring both vocally and telepathically, his eye ruined, vines sprouting from the wound. Trent shoved Farah out of the way and positioned his echo to take the hit as Skana came back down, slamming into the ground, accelerated by the false gravity, hard enough to quake the whole cavern. The very meteorite under him buckled as the dragon sank into it, suddenly immeasurably heavy.
You dare!
Skana accused before he activated his draconic presence. Before, the room was oppressive with shadow, but now it was so full of promised malice that it became claustrophobic, freezing the heroes in place. Only the champions and one fear-immune hero withstood the rebuke, but even they held their action.
I have fought you with my power tied, trussed up like a pig for slaughter, but no more. Now you shall fight on my terms.
Skana breathed in. The heroes could do nothing but watch, their own breath stolen by Skana's terrible majesty. And then he breathed out, not at the heroes, but at the cavern itself. The destructive draconic breath lanced out and tore the cave asunder. Skana swept the line carelessly across the roof and walls. No sooner had the first crack appeared did a breeze develop. The wind picked up, sucking towards the holes Skana carved until, past the point of any structural integrity, the whole of the cavern exploded from the air pressure inside, forcing the rock out into the void of space. Like a dying whistle, the sounds of rushing air faded until it was a serene and deadly silence. Kurz noted that the raiders had gained a multitude of negative status effects, even as the explosive decompression ripped them from their feet and tossed them into space. Skana's increased personal gravity kept himself in place.
No pressure. There is very little air. The lack of pressure will cause ebulism and other internal damage. Abilities to harden the skin or prevent physical damage will mitigate this damage over time. Prolonged exposure will cause injury and death. Suffocation. There is no oxygen to breathe. HP damage, unconsciousness, and death will follow unless corrected. Prolonged exposure will cause injury and death. In the burning of the day, the sun radiates unabated against you. Your skin temperature is plus 200 degrees Fahrenheit. Prolonged exposure will cause heat injury and death. In space, no one can hear you scream. Again, there is no air. Everyone is affected by a mute and deafened status. Limitations apply to key abilities.
Tossing and turning, the heroes had nothing to push against. They all struggled to perform any action to save themselves, some clawing fruitlessly at the void, blindly hoping to pull themselves back to the safety of the landing, all the while floating farther away. Vex was boiling, the void ravaging his body. He strangely didn't seem to mind. Instead, he was roiling his body so the gas expelled out of his mouth like a belch, rocketing him uncontrollably. Contemptuous, Skana leapt from the ruined cave and took off, soaring out into space, his sleek orca patterning disappearing against the celestial sphere and leaving the hapless adventurers behind.
Defeat the floor to find me, or don't. It matters not to me if I kill you in person, or collect your loot from the reaches of space.
His words cut through the panic, helping them realize that this predicament was just another trap on a dungeon floor, albeit unorthodox to the extreme. What they had experienced so far could hardly be called a floor. At Silver, the damage caused by the heat and lack of atmosphere was manageable for all but the glassiest of cannons. Potions of regeneration, salves of resist elements, and other consumables, only recently restocked after the war, were already being quaffed and applied to ward off what they could, while everyone was trying to figure out how to conquer the suffocation before it was too late. Some of the movement abilities worked. Trent, by swapping back and forth between his echo, was able to build momentum like a child pumping on a swing. Muted by the lack of air, he wholly relied on pantomime actions and the party bond to give that back-of-the-skull feeling to alert Kieran as he flew towards him. Struggling to turn around, Kieran did get eyes on the Echo Knight as he bore down on him. Crashing together, Trent held his friend in a hug. They were quickly joined by Sanvi, whose smoke form allowed her to move. Sanvi held Kieran even tighter than Trent, lungs burning in agony, protesting the lack of air. V jettisoned ice to thrust her way over. After she too had clumped with allies, she quickly formed ice poles for others who couldn't move, to pull themselves in. All were fighting the pain and instinct to windmill around wildly as their lungs screamed for air. Vex seemed to have the same idea, using his infinite belch and his noodly pseudopods to grab hapless adventurers and drag them behind him as he zipped around, looking for the air he didn't need. The raid clumped up into 3 uneven groups, who at the very least were intent that no one was going to die alone.
This is a nasty trap, Curse. How did you get it without overrunning your trap limit on the floor?
Deacon asked, perplexed. I didn't. This is a lack of a trap. They're just over 250 miles up. There is no air naturally, and since that is the natural state, I didn't have to do anything to keep it that way. The harder part was making it so where they are counts as a dungeon floor, Kurz said as he watched the raid party struggle. He was rooting for them. As much as he needed the experience to grow and challenge Therill to rescue Selena, the crews running him were not the kind of people that he wanted to kill outright. They had the grit and temerity to challenge the floor with no foreknowledge, and it wasn't foolish bravado that gave them that, but their own oceans of experience. There were also the Rough Riders, who seemed to be taking charge in their own ways to try and survive. Their growth in particular made him happy from when they had first run him, which felt like only yesterday. Back then, V, Trent, and Roland had stayed together as a unit until they welcomed Kieran and Sanvi. Even Melonflea had grown on him. While she was no Roland, she did bring her own unique capabilities, and Kurz was glad that he had saved her and converted her to his own patron's domain.
Kurz, did you hear me? I asked what you meant by the struggle of making it a floor,
Deacon said, bringing Kurz out of his reverie. Deacon's eyes were glued to the map too, scared to watch, but too scared to look away. Oh, yes, expanding into space takes a special procedure that I think only I can accomplish. At least, one needs space-time mana. Either way, convincing the system that the layer floor was valid was interesting. Rooms need walls. Obvious, right? Wrong. Rooms need boundaries. logical points that allow space to be used separately and distinctly. This was something I discovered when I built my first satellite dungeon. With creative use of asteroids, dust, and permanent space-time folds, I convinced the system that the giant space the heroes are now suffocating in was actually multiple rooms and had a logical progression. I see that they are suffocating. You are going to rescue them, aren't you? Why would I do that? Because it is rather bloodthirsty to otherwise kill them wholesale? I mean, is this what you want your dungeon to be known for? If he were able, Kurz would have frowned at the fairy. Deacon, what do you know of my dungeon? I do not know your dungeon well. You are correct to question me there. But I do know you are not a bloodthirsty dungeon. Not that I am judging dungeons who tend to be higher on the kill scale, as it is only natural, but dungeons that behave like that have deep and personal trauma, usually. Can you talk like a normal person, or are you always going to be using this therapy voice of yours on me? I'm not some broken shell of a person. Yes, I am angry. Yes, that anger is justified, and yes, I will do something about it. Now please drop it. The layer floor is not a death trap. They still have a way out and are about to relearn why I am the weird dungeon. Deacon smiled as Kurz opened up to him. Hidden in the black of space, mobs were gliding in silently. Dozens of crustacean-like mobs the size of house cats with fanned tails shoaled towards the clumping heroes, appearing only as their bodies obscured the stars behind them. Their approach went unnoticed, the priority of getting air taking all of the raiders' attention, until it was too late. With her impressive lung control, Sabrina was feeling the least asphyxiation and was trying her best to calm those down who had no tools or ideas on how to help. It was tough trying to get her message across without her voice, and her skin burning, her saliva boiling, and the pain in her joints from the bends she was developing all at the forefront of her mind. She was just demonstrating that by closing your eyes and focusing on yourself, you could slow your heartbeat, when something wet slapped across her face. Shocked, she opened her eyes and saw the ambush. All around them swarmed with space crustaceans, attacking the raid party, seemingly to latch onto their necks and faces. Instinctively, she opened her mouth to belt out a face melter, her best attack song, when she felt something unfurl in her mouth. Before she could react to the vileness of the intrusion, the absolute relief of air blossomed in her lungs. Whatever was on her face was giving her the welcome succor of oxygen.
Galactic Krillix, Iron 0. Abilities: Photobiont Respirator. Photobiont Respirator. The Galactic Krillix produces nitrox from mana. With a symbiotic partner, it will provide nitrox in exchange for mana, automatically debited based on the need of the symbiont.
Too bad the other heroes were deftly killing the mobs, and no others had successfully latched. Gouts of flame, ice, lightning, and more were bursting the piddling Iron 0 mobs like they were soap bubbles. Nobody was bothering to deep scan them with the higher-tier abilities that would reveal their helpful nature. The mobs were flighty and hard to grab, try as she might with her renewed vigor. It quickly became apparent that it would be easier to just grapple her allies. First, she pulled Kelly's arms behind her so the apothecary could not ward her face any longer. Fear and betrayal writ large on the woman's features as she fought against the surprising strength of the songstress. It was not a few seconds later before a Krillix found its target, landing on Kelly's neck. Curling its 6 multi-jointed legs around her jaw, it quickly positioned itself on her neck and lower face before extending a proboscis into Kelly's clamped mouth, undeterred by her fighting. The moment it was in, Sabrina let the woman go and watched as Kelly went from fighting for her life to taking confused, heaping gulps of air with her eyes crossed as she looked at the thing on her face with a disgust that quickly pivoted to relief. Kurz watched smugly as the two quickly and quite forcefully spread the word to not kill the flying space shrimp and instead let them breathe for you. While Medusa had cut the intro from his NPC short, the knowledge was still discovered. However, tragically, that group of raiders had no way of communicating to the other two groups. Time was running out. Healers were already burning significant mana to heal injuries from suffocation. Kieran had a hand on both Sanvi and V, his eyes black and his skin streaked with fungal mycorrhizae as he warded off death. Trent and Mel, by virtue of being warrior class lineage, were tougher and could withstand the lack of air for longer. Kerr's attitude was shifting. None of the heroes were inspecting the mobs. He couldn't understand. A sliver of fear was propagating in his core, a fear that the heroes would actually die. Tentatively, he reached out mentally to Medusa, but was stung by the fury in her roiling emotions.
Kurz, if you dare so much as to offer me advice, I will never work with you again on such matters.
She shot across the bond with such venom, Kurz was left with little doubt as to her resolve.
However, I will also not forgive you if you let my charges die. I will not suffer such an ignoble loss.
That caught Kurz off guard. What?
Just before any of the 4 women expire, I demand you warp them to your healing grove on your bronze floor. Consequences be damned. I will not have them die on me,
Medusa said as she shot dead more of the attacking mobs. Kurz had kept her out of the loop on the floor precisely because it was Skana's floor and concept, only made possible with Kurz's help and knowledge. I am a little surprised that you care so much for them, considering how angry you were when they cornered you and asked for your help. Shouldn't you be more worried about defeating the trap? Kurz asked as he watched a mage fall unconscious to hypoxia. Time was running out.
I don't care for them,
Medusa protested, but the bond showed that to be a smidge of a lie.
Fine. They are my responsibility, and I won't see them die because I ignored your stupid NPC. A mistake I made will not cost them their lives.
You don't need any advice from me. Your allies figured it out themselves. That said, I will save them if it comes to it. Hells, I'll save everyone this one time, Kurz replied, suppressing the weird feeling that he was doing something wrong. Time was of the essence, however, and he could rationalize his actions later. Medusa immediately eyed her allies and saw what he was talking about. Without a second thought, she lazed the hands of every single hero that did not have a mob sucking their face. Her hair lit up like a scintillating star as she stole the attention of every raider. The short pause and gesture as she grabbed a mob and pulled it into her face was enough. Kurz watched eyes flash over as different individuals scanned the mobs, in last-ditch efforts to see if they were perhaps the key, which, unironically, they were. Immediately, the raiders went from killing the thronging mobs to embracing them like long-lost lovers, locking lips with the large lice. The 3 unconscious members had them placed on their faces before any attempts at resuscitation and healing were administered. With their immediate concern assuaged, the 3 groups coalesced back into the large group of 25 and looked around. They were free-floating in space, far, far above the surface. Satellites of gravitationally captured asteroids hung as platforms leagues away, leaving the raid in an enormous void, the nearest thing being the remains of the platform they had been jettisoned from. With every hero now having an intimate encounter with acrylics, those mobs without tonsil partners became hostile, trying to dislodge their life-giving brethren and supplant their role. However, as immediate as their heel turn was, so was their turn heel and retreat. The attacking swarm, ineffectual as it was, beat haste, leaving the raid party alone as if there were something even more dangerous out there, like another predator. A deep, sonorous bass song battered all, appearing seemingly out of nowhere, the sound carried by the very lack of air as if it were the medium of travel. Call of the Void. Mind-affecting sonic attack that is immune to silence and other mute effects. Those that fail to resist the compulsion will be drawn inexorably into the cosmic cetacean's maw. Looming ever closer, chasing the Krillix, was a whale. As it approached the near-helpless heroes and champions, its apparent size kept increasing, going from a pinprick to a fly to a sparrow in size in a matter of seconds as it drew closer. It called forth again, battering the heroes with its ethereal song. Ears bled as the party was assaulted, adding to their physical woes. While they could breathe, the sun on their skin and the lack of pressure on their bodies were still racking them. Even so, their breath required sacrificing mana to the fragile mobs on their faces, which, to their horror, began to detach themselves of their own accord, caught by the call of the void, and drifted towards the approaching whale like moths to a flame, with only Trent and a few others managing to keep their face masks on. Clawing after the life-giving Krillix, all thoughts of evading the incoming mob were lost. Closer still, it was now the apparent size of a barge, approaching with the same gravitas and unerring bearing. And yet it grew bigger still. Only when it was finally upon them did it impress upon the party just how titanic it was. Sidelit by the sun, his skin was a mottled gray with purple and green undertones. 8 large flippers with elongated, trailing tips adorned his sides like oars on a strike vessel. 4 milky eyes, 2 per side, on stalks, peered down its mighty mouth at the group. So dwarfed were they, the boss was like an elephant peering at cockroaches. Then he opened his mighty jaws, the baleen combs parting like bamboo thickets pulled apart, and engulfing the heroes one and all, leaving none behind. Migaloo, the cosmic cetacean, silver titanic boss. HP, unknown. Abilities, Call of the Void, unknown. Note: Migaloo, by being titanic and spaceborne, is astronautically sized. Small arms fire will be insignificant. Naval class weaponry advised.
Excuse me, Curse. Can you explain how you managed that?
Deacon asked, agog at the sight. Simple. I didn't. The system did it for me. Things in space abide by a slightly different rule set. Kurz reasoned, relishing the terror the raiders were feeling as they were swallowed whole. The floor was working largely as intended, and Kurz drew significant satisfaction from that. Skana wanted space whales as a stand-in for the friends he has left behind in the ocean, and so after he picked them as a part of his mob set, I got them too. With his lair being shared between the two of us, it was a simple matter for me to apply my invigorations to them. I wanted the whales big, but I had no idea they were going to be that gargantuan when they came to. My understanding is that space is so big, sizes are on a different scale, and the system that overlays on top of space has a slight continuity error. As in, Therill didn't plan on a dungeon making space mobs, so he didn't handle the edge case well. Yet another oversight of his that I plan on abusing.
But if I read this correctly, the heroes have exactly a 0% chance of even hurting the thing in any way that matters,
Deacon said, gesturing to the mob description he had pulled up on Kerr's mob facet. Yes and no. If they treat him like a mob, he will destroy them. Think about it. Do bows and arrows destroy ships? No. To take out the ship, you must kill the crew and then scuttle it. Same here. They need to treat the whale as if he's a dungeon room. Rooms, in this case, really, and defeat the mobs and mini-boss inside him before setting off a sequence of events to actually kill the whale himself.
Are you telling me the whale is more of a dungeon wing instead of a mob?
Exactly.
That is incredibly inventive. How did it make you feel to accomplish something so unique?
Not unique. Weird. Selena and I decided back when I was just opening up that I was going to be weird. Weird I was, and weird I shall stay.
Well, she would be proud of what you've done. I am proud of you.
Yes, she would. Also, don't think I haven't noticed you trying to work your therapy on me. Deacon raised an eyebrow.
I must apologize. It is second nature to fall into that, especially when I'm more or less interviewing you. I don't know anything about your dungeon, and everything is a surprise.
Yeah, I doubt it. I think you want to apply your therapy on me.
Kurz paused. He had almost asked Deacon to bond with him so he could detect any lies in his words. That very well may have been Deacon's goal, his first step in displacing Selena. And like that, with that singular thought, any trust Kurz might have had evaporated.
Disturbed a bit, Kurz let his attention drift to Skana. Laying on a flattened, polished disk of obsidian, the dragon was quite literally licking his wounds to speed up his healing. Behind him sat his sizable hoard, having grown by direct injection from Kurz and the sacrificed items. It was befitting a bronze dragon so far, not quite enough for one of his stature. They're in the belly of the boss. No deaths, though a significant mana expenditure to keep it that way, Kurz told him. Skana didn't stop his ministrations.
I am aware of the status of my own floor. I will be ready for round 2. The question is, will they?
Depends on how fast they figure out the fight I designed.
The heroes will, I have no doubt. You may never have had to fight for your life against their kind, but I have. Not often when I was waterbound, but it did occur. Those people are adept at violence and puzzles. They live for it.
You sound bitter.
I am. The system of this world coddles them and is obviously set for their lives and needs. Beasts, behemoths, and dungeons are all for their amusement and economic enterprise. We are but ancillary characters to the heroes' journeys. Only now do I have sufficient strength to perhaps forge my own destiny. And yet here I am licking my wounds, having to fight within restrictions and die by the end of the day.
Says the dragon to the flying rock, you have more freedom than I do.
Perhaps. Freedom comes directly from power, and you are on another level than me. I know beyond a doubt that you could end my life without difficulty.
Only if you break the covenant first. My bindings are worse than yours, something I plan on changing with your help, which is why we are here today with raiders challenging you.
Your goal is noble, and I fully intend on riding your coattails as far as you can take us,
Skana said, before switching to lick his tail wounds. His damaged eye was already fully healed. And far we shall go. Dungeons and dragons are meant to go together. Which reminds me, I need to ask Larafamin how her negotiations with Ulrich have gone. He's her friend first, and she wanted to convince him it was worth throwing his lot in with us against the violence inherent in the system. Chapter 8. Status check! Trent bellowed as he surveyed the room they were in. A long, long hallway that was as wide as any church he had ever been in. The whole thing was wet and had a purplish, muscular texture. A greenish river of something ran through the middle, with bits and pieces of Krillix, including the ones that had fallen dead from their faces, floating in it. A weird blue glow suffused the bone arches that stretched the esophageal room and kept it from collapsing. Periodically, the hallway contracted, with the muscles rippling in a wave from the front down to the back. A rocking, swallowing motion, it roughly shoved the heroes, who were still trying to right themselves and get to their feet, farther down the monstrous gullet.
244 HP, 68 mana.
130 over 95. Sorry. Nauseous debuff.
196 health, 77 mana.
Disgusting,
Afriel said as she cast a hellfire dome around herself to clean off the ichor.
Is this what adventurers actually want in dungeons? Was fire and brimstone too blasé? No, not exactly this,
Farah said as she played with the sticky mucus on her hand with a slightly queasy look.
Ugh, but novelty is nice when grinding against an obstacle. Your dungeon, cursed be its name, was just banal. As you said, it was all fire and brimstone. There was nothing new to it. I should slay you for cursing, Marwan.
Afriel spat, pulling her sword into a high stance. But then her anger faltered, and her shoulders sagged.
But what's the point?
She tossed the sword limply into the organ surface they were standing on. The blade sank deep. A baleful moan reverberated through their chamber, and the walls shook with pain.
That the name of the Dark Lord?
Farah asked, venom in her voice.
Good. Now I can properly curse him out. Marwan caused thousands of deaths in his short abortion of a life, and I will celebrate his death day with joy like everyone else. Pour one out for the lost, like my friend Charlie, who your master murdered. He may have been a monster to you, but he was not just my master. He was my father, and I grieve his passing.
Afriel said, her eyes focused intently on her sword lest they betray her.
This is all just a macabre dance to satisfy yourselves. Pat your backs like you are any different, like your future murder of me is justified, but my father's own acts weren't. As much as I must dance to your tune, you will simply change the beat until my feet fail me. The only solace I have is that I may have time to make peace with it all.
That shut Farah up. Kieran, on the other hand, piped up. Sorry to break up your spat, but how about we try and figure out what is going on? This is my first time being swallowed. Sanvi giggled and blushed while covering her mouth in an attempt not to correct him. Kieran, who could only glare at her, continued nonetheless. I can only assume this mob is actually a section of the dungeon that we have to figure out. While everyone considered his words, Afriel pulled her sword out, and the wail moaned again. The wound spurted blood once before the muscle clamped closed. Before it did, however, 3 white slime mobs seeped from the wound, immediately aggroing onto Afriel. Lashing out with pseudopods, they pulled themselves to her in a blink, sticking like taffy. Unlike normal slimes, these produced sharp, nasty teeth and bit down. Hard. Her thigh, shoulder, and hip were the targets. Her armor cracked and spalled away under the attack as they chewed their way through.
Monocytic Slime, Silver, HP 52 out of 52. Abilities, Macrophage, Unknown. Macrophage, eats loot drops and other material foreign to Migaloo as opportunity allows, regardless of aggro status.
Not wasting a moment, Afriel responded, her fist alighting with hellfire. They were well inside her guard, making her sword useless. Punching the first on her thigh only got her hand stuck in the slime where it sizzled inside the acidic mob.
Viscous Body. Any attack implement that does not kill this mob sticks to it, barring a successful save, and it must be actively removed by force or death of the mob.
I need assistance!
The Ronin champion cried out as she was mobbed further by the white slimes. Farah, the closest, spurred to action, regardless of their spat earlier. Shouting and beating her shield, her taunt washed over the mobs without effect.
Permanent aggro. Once aggro has been pulled, only death of either party reassigns aggro.
Damn it!
She swore, surging with her longsword forward for a quick attack. Striking the mob that held Afriel's hand, she sliced it clean in 2, missing the angel's appendage naturally. An ice spear lanced through one on her hip. However, its piercing quality caused it to continue its flight and embed itself in the living wall. V's celebration did not last long as 3 more white slimes quickly climbed out of her puncture and rapidly floated towards her.
Oops,
She meeked before cheerfully adding,
the more the merrier.
3 ice spears killed 3 more white slimes. However, from their wounds came 12 more.
V! Stop it with the piercing!
Trent yelled as he stepped between her and the flying mobs.
Do I have to?
She asked coyly as she watched the group simply fly up and over the ground-bound hero to attack her. Their evasive maneuvers proved to be fortuitous, as other raiders launched their attacks, and some missed. What was an annoyance at 13 quickly became a small problem as errant arrows and projectiles begot their own response. Now there were 27.
Mind your fire!
Kieran called out.
If you don't have a sure shot, don't take it! And for the love of all that is holy, no!
He was interrupted as one enterprising hero used Fireball to clear a group of slimes, scorching the living floor fiercely.
AoE!
He finished as the tunnel shook with anger and pain. The 5 killed became 50 in short order. What had once been a small problem had now metastasized into a big problem, as the whole raid party became engulfed in the effort to contain the multiplying enemies. The poor fireballer alone had 50 slimes seeking his death that could not be deterred. Medusa fired her lasers with surgical precision, tagging and expiring the monocytic slimes as fast as she could. Overwhelmed by the sheer mass, his allies could not save him. Dropping slimes off him like leeches, they found nothing left in the mob frenzy, and soon the would-be rescuers found themselves risking the attention of the hungry monsters. Kurz was silent as the sorcerer fell into his healing waters, not knowing how he should feel saving the man. He had kept his promise to Medusa, but it felt like he was breaking his promise to Selena by not doing everything he could to achieve the power he needed to save her. Deacon was there, a therapist, to help him. Kurz banished that thought. That was the angle that the fairies wanted him to take. No, he had someone much better to lean on. "Hey," Kurz called out to Leraphaman. "So, about the raid. I've kinda made a promise to Medusa to not kill anyone." Kurz could feel the disbelief even before she spoke in his head.
Medusa asked you to not kill people? Is she feeling well? Does she have a cold or something?
Personal pride if you were to believe her. Anyhow, since nobody's gonna die, perhaps we can schedule that date for now? I'd like your presence with me. He didn't have to ask twice, as he felt her mentally turn her attention to him, his core room, and the fight going on in space. It was like a warm blanket of attention that absolutely soothed everything. Unceremoniously, Deacon suddenly found himself back in his gilded cage, and his welcome was rescinded.
Kurz, isn't that trap a little unfair? Isn't the limit of 100 mobs at a time a little high?
Leraphaman said as she inspected the fight. Vex had quickly run in and tagged the free attention of the killer slimes after their target had disappeared, taking full advantage of the permanent aggro ability they had. No matter what maneuvers he did, the mob slimes would still chase him. Leraphaman laughed.
I see Vex is having the time of his life, at least. I don't think he had ever managed to grab that much aggro before.
Yes, he is. And no, not really. That's 4 of these slimes per person to deal with. The only caveat being that idiots who scarify Migaloo will have to deal with the lion's share of aggro. So far, only one idiot who couldn't figure it out in time. Notice Afriel? She's saving people and being saved. Your gambit to show that beasts and heroes could coexist is weirdly working.
I knew it would. Not that she is a good person, but having talked to my own family, being Ronin is scary. Maybe not this time, but enough of these runs, and I think she will rehabilitate to try and gain that family she lost. Eventually, she will become a good person, assuming she lives long enough to get there.
I get that. Family is really all we have as dungeons. How have your conversations with Ulrich gone? Leraphaman rippled her boundary against Kurz, as if to pat him reassuringly.
He is shaken, actually. Having just killed a Dark Lord, he did not handle it well to hear that you were going down the same path. Remember, he dropped his fairy bond and kept to his champions, so your situation is foreign to him. But he also didn't say no, and when I explained that you weren't going to take that upgrade but build an alliance, he asked for time and space. I think he's going to reach out to you directly. Keep an eye on your chat mirror.
Kurz figured that would be the answer. It was a betrayal of everything a dungeon was supposed to be. They were not monsters that hunted prey. Every one of their victims came in knowing the dangers and willingly exposed themselves for power and riches. A dungeon that sought to upheave that order would kill those that had no dog in the fight. That was a tough pill to swallow. But so was leaving Selena. Kurz had made his choice, Leraphaman by his side, and he could only hope that he could garner the allies he would need.
So, what comes next?
Leraphaman asked, as the heroes struggled but slowly dealt with the boss's immune response. The classic, I split the party. Sanvi landed the final blow, her sneak attack literally exploding the slime from overdamage. She was unhurt, as her attacks weren't the kind that could inadvertently scrap the living environment. Similarly, all the healers were untouched. With the final slime gone, everyone took a breather to give those healers a chance to fix everyone up. Vex whined while backpedaling from Kieran, who had walked forward to give him a brush-up. Kieran looked to Medusa for translation, who, after rolling all her eyes, chastised Vex.
Vex, let him heal you. You got bitten, and your job is to survive, not taunt the heroes with your loot bomb. I don't care that you are technically older, you don't act like it. And if you raspberry me again, I'll have your haste charm removed. You need to give this raid the proper respect it deserves so Skana can make the floor correct,
she said, angrily wiping Vex's spittle off her sleeve. Kieran looked between the two for a moment, and then at Sanvi, before he used his healing touch to remove the slight damage the pink slime had. He had never healed a non-human before, but it was apparently all the same.
It's over, man! It's over!
The Guardian called out, spooked that they had already lost one member of the raid.
Can it, William? I don't think Dave would be thrilled to see you panicking,
Trent chided before he and his echo pointed their swords down the living hall.
Now, the way this floor has been moving, I suggest we form up and see what's at the end of this. An anus, most likely,
Kieran offered. He earned a quick slap along the back of his head from a smiling Sanvi. Rubbing it, unable to hide his own smirk, he added, I'm not joking, though. We have two ways out of a whale, the front door or the back. The front door has teeth, and was already shown to be able to swallow us whole without difficulty. Either we find a way to kill this boss from the inside without being overwhelmed by the white slimes, or we're in for a shitty time. Chapter 9. With no loot to be grabbed, the raiders trudged forward, their feet sinking into muscle like they were walking on top of a mattress. Squelch, squelch. Melonflea walked at the front with Trent, Afriel, and the few other frontliners.
It would be helpful if we had a guild historian or anyone with extensive dungeoneering knowledge. I don't believe there has ever been a floor like this.
What, you mean located in space or alive? Trent replied. His lantern sputtered and made the shadows dance as he led the raiders forward.
Both? I never kept up on my continuing education. Felt it was a bother designed to give the guild more of my hard-earned gold than anything.
No disagreement there. Roland would always tell me, Bah! On the adventure training is worth 100 lectures. I got my basic membership and that was that. I'm tardy at updating my registration, though. With all that's happened, I'm in for quite the fine when they discover how long I've been silver without paying silver-tiered dues.
I'm not certain the guild will be a power in Bancroft.
Melonflea mused, her eyes darting around, looking for danger. You heard the rumor that Grand Chairman Maximilian Gladwell showed and left too? Yeah, not a lot of happy people in Delmar right now. However, it's hard to turn down the money and resources that the guild would bring, Trent replied, before he held up a fist to stop everyone's movement. Hold on. In the distance, they could make out the telltale beat of a heart. Slow and steady, it was unmistakable. Ka-thump, ka-thump. Another ripple of the muscles pitched the raiders forward as if beckoning them to approach. Ka-thump, ka-thump. It can't be that easy, can it? Kieran asked. The heroes, having continued their advance, found themselves agog at the size of the organ before them. Sanvi, trapped? He was talking about the heart, suspended on oversized arteries and veins in the middle of the massive circular chamber they found it in. The size of a house, it was a marvel, pulsing with power, and yet was close enough to the ground that the raiders were trying to decide who was going to approach it and kill the boss. Around the circumference of the room were orifice-like doors. Paired, there were 2 normal-sized, 2 large, and 1 final huge one directly across the room. Each had 5 bony ribs coming out of the floor in front of them. 25 ribs for 25 challengers.
Way ahead of you, dear,
Sanvi replied. She gestured for Chris to join her in the examination. The two rogue types treaded closer with light feet, not squeaking or squishing anything as they approached. Ka-thump, ka-thump. The others waited tensely as the pair snuck deeper into the room. Sunvi halted, holding her hand out to stop Chris from moving. To her credit, Chris was like a statue. Pulling out her arrow steel knife, Sunvi slowly and carefully poked what looked like a skein of veins on the floor. With a violent snap, the veins lifted into the air, ripping free from the shuddering floor. The liquid coursing through them rapidly shifted from deep red to a menacing green that wept out, hissing and bubbling. Behind it, another web of veins pulled out of the ground. These throbbed with an orange-red liquid that auto-ignited as it dripped. The heat could be felt all the way at the edge of the room. Two more, still tighter living barriers finished the heart's protection, all lethal in their own means. After examining the outermost living barrier, Sunvi turned with a half-frown on her face.
I believe that not only are these barriers dangerous to attempt to burst, but they self-repair rapidly and summon more of those white blood cells. We aren't getting to that heart unless half of us want to die.
4 barriers and 5 doors. The dungeon is forcing us to split the party, Trent said, pointing out the obvious. But the doors are different.
Rough Riders called dibs on the big one. No doubt big must mean difficult and fun.
V called out, a twinkle in her eye.
What? Medusa,
Vex whined, scurrying over and tugging at her peplos. Medusa shooed him with her foot.
No, she spoke first, somehow. Your team will take one of the medium, as will mine,
She declared, before addressing the rest of the room.
The rest of you take the smaller ones. I know that this leaves a group of 4. Tough.
Trent spoke up before the unlucky 4 could object. Perhaps before we split up, we decide what our next step is. The end goal is a dragon, a silver dragon who, by conventional wisdom, would be a challenging foe for our squad at full health and readiness. We are so far from that now, it's laughable. Nobody interrupted, so he continued. Now, this dungeon so far has shown that it'll lock people in with a boss, which I believe it has done again. But after we escape this belly, do we attempt to flee and fight another day? Do we fight all the way to Skana and then make our leave to better understand this floor for the future? Or do we tackle Skana, knowing that some of us are assuredly not going to live to see the other side? There is another option, Kieran spoke out, putting his hand up tentatively. Everyone looked at him, Trent gesturing for him to continue. Skana is a dragon. Since I knew we would be running him, I read up on the other dragon raids. Did anyone else? Silence. Yeah, thought as much. You know, paying for guild guides is well worth it. Anyhow, dragons have hordes. It is a weakness that is theorized to explain why they are so powerful for their tier. Unlike other behemoths, which only drop loot when killed, you can steal from dragons. We can have a victory without fighting him, without defeating him. Some of us would run interference and hold his attention, namely the tanks and DPS, while the rogues and other mobility types loot the hell out of his horde. Then we run. The dragon can't follow us out of the floor into the city limits, so the escape would be a hard finish line. Silence, though Sunvi was nodding her head in affirmation, and V was giving a beaming smile. I'm just saying there's another option. Halfway risk-wise, Kieran said, trying to defend himself, looking for support from outside his compatriots. The murmurs quickly rose, most of them aghast at the thought. The other heroes couldn't believe his suggestion that they miss out on the achievement for the first clear of the floor, first defeat of the boss, and, most of all, first defeat of the dragon. Skana was the first dragon in ages, the other two being strong and remote enough that few cared to venture out and best them. Skana was different. He was only silver, and he was right on top of the city. Eventually, Sabrina whistled, putting mana behind the act, and drew everyone's attention.
Enough! It sounds like we are unable to come to a decision. Since it doesn't need to be made now, let's focus on the task at hand. That heart still beats. Now, if you four,
she said, gesturing to the party missing their magic user,
do not wish to try whatever is behind that door down a member, simply wait. Someone will be along from their own unknown eventually as, I surmise, we will all end up back here regardless.
The raiders each moved towards their designated orifice, conversation and dithering cut short. Before anyone could touch their respective sphincters, however, 5 articulated bone spurs ripped their way out of the meat floor before each one. The phalanges glistened wetly, their purpose obvious. They were the handles. Trent grabbed his first, and the finger responded in kind. Curling gently around his grip, a soft lock that he could break from if required. Finding that it pulled, Trent positioned himself between it and the door and engaged it. Kieran had 0 issues, his class abilities having long since removed any reticence from gross actions. V and Melonflea grabbed them with reassurance, though V used a thin layer of ice between her hand and the uncomfortably warm bones.
I am going to have words with Kurz after this. He and Selena better have a good explanation.
Sunvi muttered to herself, the distaste obvious on her face. The moment her hand gripped the finger and pulled into position, the Rough Riders discovered that the finger bones were connected and part of an oversized skeletal hand. The fist closed with them inside it before the orifice squelched open, and the hand dragged them inside.
Gonna have words!
Sanvi screamed with indignation as they were pulled into the darkness. "Think it's a bit much?" Kurz asked Larafaman, who was beside herself with giggles. The other 19 raiders were suddenly a lot less sure of their courses of action.
No, that is perfect. I wish I had thought of doing that as a trap. Other than splitting the party, why have you set the floor so?
Because I have absurd amounts of authority to use. Same amounts available as when I was a silver 5, but no iron or bronze floors to split it among, and Skana himself is free. Excess mobs just make sense to fill out the quota, Kurz responded as he watched the other parties make their decisions. Also, I had to make defeating Migaloo possible. After his genesis, I was left with a problem. He was designed for a whole different scale of threat. Had I known that titanic mobs in outer space would be so, well, titanic, I wouldn't have taken that route.
Makes you feel small, doesn't it? I thought my dungeon was big. But then becoming a city and traveling with you on a cloud showed me just how wrong I was. And yet, space is even bigger.
Yeah, my core room is barely a speck of my domain now. Weird to think of it as the center of my being when it's just shoved off to the side of a cloud like it is. I have a satellite dungeon, a gate in front of Honey Hive and Mount Maine each, a gate at the newly chiseled Cliff Hive biome, multiple gates randomly in the cloud forest that's taken over Nylung's old farmlands, and my old cliff gate that is overseeing the conversion of the bay into more of my territory. And yet I feel like it's not going to be enough. Therill has domain over his namesake planet. How am I going to compete with that? Kurz said, dejected, his thoughts souring quickly as his concerns mounted.
Don't worry about that yet. Just focus on your first step of getting stronger. After we drop a gate in Delmar proper, we can revisit. And I do mean we. For better or for worse, we are in this together. Your Selena, my Gustav, our family. But enough small talk. Tell me about whatever that is.
Chapter 10. The Rough Riders were transfixed. Before them was a pulsating knot of intestine adhered to the ceiling like a wasp nest. It roiled with motion as it hung 15 feet off the ground, just high enough to be out of casual weapons' reach. V and Kieran had already scanned it reflexively. Migaloo's intestine, silver boss, HP 345 out of 345. Abilities, immune response, entangle, nauseating presence, digestion. Immune response. Any strikes against this boss or the arena will summon monocytic slimes to a maximum of 20 at a time. Entangle. Melee attacks are liable to entangle adventurers and subject them to bludgeoning damage until they pull free. Creatures that are entangled are automatically tagged for digestion and must make the requisite save. Nauseating presence. a debuff that slows attacks, disrupts spell concentration, and taxes willpower. The lower Migaloo's intestine's health is, the stronger this effect becomes. Digestion. Enemies hit by an open wound have a chance to be sucked into Migaloo's intestine and take massive biotic damage. Ignores armor, dispels magic. At least this boss is reactionary. Means we can think this through. Seems we want to stick to high damage attacks to lessen minion summons, Trent said, starting the plan.
I love that part. I'll do the damage.
V offered.
Perhaps I can corral the minions away from us. If they spawn from where the wound is, I can freeze it shut.
Good idea. I'll be handling the aggro. Entanglement is something I can echo swap out of. So, Mel, you help with the timing of attacks. Unless, of course, V can't burst the boss and control the slimes at the same time. If so, take the slimes? The boss has a second phase, but I can't get a read on it until the thing procs, Kieran said. No defensive abilities or interlocks against hurting him, so I think we just burn him like an iron boss to get to the other form faster.
I see no way to backstab it. There are no vitals nor awareness to the thing, so I'll go with the flow.
Sanvi said, rounding out the discussion.
Some plan.
Mel muttered. No plan survives the first attack, Trent replied. He pulled a few stone skin salves from his inventory. Anyone who thinks they might get eaten should take one of these and hope the dispel fails. After everyone had applied their skin cream, Trent took a breath and leapt forward, crossing the invisible aggro threshold. Immediately, before his sword strike could land, the whole room shook, and the knot of slick, pink intestine expanded like a tangle of yarn picked apart. Loops shot forth at every corner, making the room a veritable maze of eels. Trent skidded underneath, a loop on his knees, while V threw up a barrier of ice between herself and the lengths of flesh loosened at them. Then the intestine began to spin and undulate like a disgusting merry-go-round. "A bullet hell, boss! Stay agile!" Kieran yelled as the ice shattered under heavy impact. The 4 backliners sprang into action, ducking, jumping, and weaving. V quickly cast a pillar of ice, riding it high for a vantage point. As it shattered, she would summon another support, height to allow her to pass under and over barreling flesh.
I can't get an attack off!
V yelled, frustrated.
My casting time is too slow when nauseated. I can barely make the ice pillars.
Get closer to me! Kieran yelled as he vaulted a moist length. My invigorating presence will keep the effect at bay! V didn't have to be told twice as she shot Kieran up on an icicle pedestal. Trent was stuttering between his fire echo and himself, all the practice in the Cloud Gate's laser entryway and the gold area of the royal dungeon paying off. Ever closer to the center knot, he danced. 1 step back, 2 forward. Directly underneath, he surged up, sword piercing forth, only for his echo to follow up with its own flaming blade to double the damage. The room shook with rage once again, the loops of intestine flaring chaotically, catching Melanfley like a bird caught in a clothesline. Her face bore the look of pain as the heavy length bound her up with force, stealing her breath and crushing her ankle. However, before she could be trapped, her blade gleamed with a wicked purple light. Reversing her grip, she slashed it through, freeing herself. Bane Strike. Next attack is guaranteed to hit. Mana may be surged in conjunction to empower the hit. V was prepared, her ice blocking the wound Trent wrought. But even with Kieran helping to alleviate her nausea effect, she wasn't quick enough to close the wound from Mel's attack. From the split ends erupted twin streams of monocytic slimes, all aggroed on the warlock. Appearing out of smoke, Sunvi slashed wildly with her daggers, cutting the swarming slimes to gooey slices.
Nice one! Thought you had already used your prediction power.
Sunvi yelled, swirling about as she attacked like a whirling dervish.
I have. That was just Bane Strike. It only amps my damage. Sibylline Solution is what gives me the ability to chart a future to our needs, which right about now I wish I hadn't wasted on Scunner.
Mel complained as she fought to keep herself from being engulfed by the white slimes.
Don't be so hard on yourself. How are we to know that the intro fight was just a tease?
Sunvi said.
Besides, it was rather cool. Bet he remembers you from now on. Yeah, breath weapon to the face sure sounds like my future right about now. That's a problem for future us. Current us needs to give this whale a serious bout of IBS.
Sanvi said with a laugh. The 5 fought on hard, clearing the slimes and setting up for a big hit, all the while dealing with the constant intestinal attacks, like they were in dough dodging a whisk. Trent slipped up first. He missed a cord barreling towards him. The others were too busy with their own tasks and defense to notice or call warning. He was hit by it, and because of the mounting damage and lacerations, instantly sucked in as if caught in a tornado. Before his fire echo pantomimed his action, Trent swapped places with it. He came out covered in mucus, sizzling from digestion and screaming in pain and horror. His echo detonated inside, its flames funneling up and down the length, summoning more white slimes in retribution. Sanvi was there in a flash, her smoke form letting her close the gap without pause for the intestine's attacks. Mel followed up with Kieran in tow, knowing his healing was going to be needed. Trent's skin was pink and raw, the muscle beneath showing through in places, the stone skin having been dispelled and worthless. His armor and weapons were pitted and tarnished, and his hair was falling out in chunks, all from a few seconds. Kieran grabbed his wrist and healed him, burning a necrotic charge to ensure Trent was made whole.
You all right? No, I'm not all right. I'm just about as far from all right as I can be,
Trent said as he resummoned his echo, and then cast his double-up ability to gain his watery echo as well.
And I am done with this shit. Cover me. V. Ice everything.
V was more than happy to oblige. Trent surged to the middle of the room and then up to the central knot tying the intestinal chandelier to the ceiling. V added her favorite keywords, empower and amplify, to Ice 1C, making it as brutal a spell as she could. The razors cut through the boss like it was made of wet cardboard, as Trent instantly burned through his mana, performing multiple echo dumps and echo swaps, the same tactic he had used to finish off Mammoth. The two together zeroed Migaloo's intestines' hit points, and the thing fell to pieces like a tree losing its branches during a storm. Migaloo groaned and shook again, and the room turned an angry red as blood engorged the walls. The individual pieces on the floor wriggled, their ends puckered and closed, sealing the bleeding wounds. Before the Rough Rider's eyes, Migaloo's intestines revealed its second form as a host of ribbon worm mobs. Spitting their brachial tube-like proboscises out, Trent, V, and Kieran were snared by the caustic strands. Sanvi turned to smoke to evade, and Mel's prescient dodge kept her safe, though drained of mana when it auto-activated. The intestinal worms not near anyone branched their mouths out along the floor and wall instead, burning away at the flesh, summoning reinforcements that inexplicitly aggroed the heroes. Sanvi came out of her smoke as a werewolf, her eyes wolfen yet intelligent. She was still in control. A lunge later and she had torn V free, though not before the orc woman's skin was sizzled through, leaving her bikini-clad body scarred as if struck by lightning. V, in her fury, the moment she had even one hand free, used her other short rest spell, Ice Storm, and centered it on herself. She added the keyword Quicken to it, though she was loath to do so. Spells were more satisfying when done properly with care for the magic and the pomp and circumstance. But those worms needed to die, consequences be damned. Flecks of ice borne on terrible wind soon whipped through the room as the temperature plummeted. Frost bore down on the skins and bodies of the oversized ribbon worms, the ice crystallizing quickly as it grew and grew, soon encasing the mobs. Not as damaging as her other spell, but it made quick work in applying CC to hold the second form.
Hurry up! I don't know how long my spell will hold against the boss's resistance,
V yelled as she threw ice spear after ice spear into her foes, not caring that her expenditures of mana were draining her fast. The others were well aware of the timer and wasted no time in applying their heavy-hitting abilities. Need to work on that boss more, Kurz said bluntly.
Why do you say that? It looked effective to me,
Larathman said.
It didn't kill anyone, but it did force them to use a lot of their resource allotment. The fight against Skana will be much harder now.
Exactly. They used too much. The purpose of this boss and the others was to push the need for skillful dodging and accurate attacks while punishing timing mistakes. Skana is gonna wreck teams if they aren't prepped for him. I don't want meat grinders. This is counterproductive to say the least.
So throw a safe area to rest and recover at them. Let them get their resources back. This is your first group on this floor, and it is a doozy. I'm sure Skana won't bat an eye.
Kurz chuckled to Larathmin's confusion and brought the presently one-eyed Skana into the conversation, repeating the accidental pun. From the depths of space, curled up and resting on his meager hoard, Skana replied without shifting.
Sure, let them. It will feel good to stretch these wings. Hunting injured prey is for survival. When I kill for sport, I want to take them at their best. Oh, and Kurz, don't think I didn't see what you did there. See what you did there?
Chapter 11. The Rough Riders emerged from their challenge haggard but alive. Sunvi and V were the only ones in good spirits. V, because she had gotten to let loose like never before, and Sunvi because the fight had been her forte and the boss had only provided one drop, a blade oil for the explicit purpose of poisoning a dagger, something Sunvi was the only party member qualified to use. The 4 women that Medusa led were already waiting for them, with Chris twirling a tincture in her hand. None were sitting, all having chosen to keep their contact with the oddly warm and wet floor to a minimum. They had quickly explained that Medusa had volunteered to assist the waiting group of 4 to get through, something they had readily accepted. Not long after, Vex and Afriel's group walked out, as did the aforementioned group of 4 with Medusa, both with their oily rewards. Discussions proved fruitful as it came out that the doors all led to different body parts, 1 intestine, left lung, right lung, and presumably 2 kidneys. Yet only one group of the kidney fighters had returned. The last room was still closed off. There was a pregnant moment as the 19 raiders waited for the last group to emerge. A seeming eternity later, the muscle door pulled back, and 2 raiders stumbled out. Just 2. The tank of their group, a brusque orc, was supporting his elvish companion, who was missing a leg and was as white as a sheet. He called for healing with strained urgency. But before Kieran or anyone else could react, the elf disappeared. It was as if she'd been pinched out of reality. The orc stood there dumbly, clutching at nothing, his eyes unfocused.
But no, she lived. We made it out,
he muttered. Everyone but the lone orc reacted with surprise and readied for a fight. Afriel charged forward and embraced the man as he crumbled, flaring a protective shell of fire around them both.
Anyone catch what did that? Is there a mob out here now that we have finished those doors?
She asked the crowd, even as the man fought and failed to contain his tears.
Medusa?
No, I saw no mob. Nobody sprung a trap either,
she said bluntly before easing off her bowstring.
Seems this floor treats death special. No bodies allowed. That woman was a breath away from death.
Afriel stared accusingly at Medusa while stroking the back of the broken man.
That's crap. You know something but aren't sharing. Don't think I don't understand. I've been in your shoes. You can take your secrets and shove them.
If I had a secret to share, I wouldn't be running the floor or leading anyone on this expedition. I would be waiting for you all at the end of the gauntlet to help Skana secure kills. This is a legitimate run for all of us.
Medusa countered before gesturing to the enormous whale heart before them.
Now, if you agree that we are safe, I suggest we slick some daggers with our winnings and murder this whale.
Afriel kept an arm on the man, who withdrew a small vial from a breast pocket. They had all 5. One at a time, daggers were poisoned, blades gleaming. With the slightest prick, the webbing of deadly veins withered away, leaving only puddles of their dangerous payload. Each removal caused the heart to beat faster. 4 barriers down, Sunvi was left with a poisoned blade and only one target. It was beating at a gallop. Trent motioned for her to take the honors, and she was more than happy to oblige. Extending the dagger on a smoke streamer, wary still of more traps, Sun V pierced the heart. The effect was immediate. The heart seized as the muscle pulled against the blade thrust into it. The whole of the whale shook violently, 10 times as hard as it had before, forcing the heroes to brace against the quake. A long, sad bellow filled their ears painfully, a death rattle as Migaloo fell to the heart attack. From the floor erupted 10, then hundreds, then thousands of white slimes. But they didn't attack the raiders. They attacked the whale, eating away at the very room they were in. The heart released the rigor it held, and like a piñata, the loot fell out of it. Gold coins, arrow steel weapons, potions, small sachets of gems, and, curiously, what looked like water bladders, 13 of them. But these leather skins floated off the ground, their straps dangling below limply. Even as they fell, the monocytic slimes converged on the heart and began eating it, too, threatening to consume the very drops. Thinking quickly, Vex shot over and snarfed them all up like the loot bomb he was, more than capable of holding all of it in his seemingly endless inventory. There was no safe place to stand, the very ground starting to give way as the carcass was eaten from the inside out.
We gotta get out of here! Where to? The whale is under attack!
V took action, creating a solid platform of ice.
Jump on!
She yelled, even as she produced more and more ice, making the platform a track. A luge track. Nobody in her party had to be told twice, clambering aboard across the pitted floor, roiling with mobs, taking care not to step where a mouth was, even as they all began racing down their newly created escape route. As customary, Trent grabbed V and carried her along so she could focus on making more track. The other raiders, with varying levels of confidence, took after them, trying not to trail too far behind lest the path get eaten out from under them. It was close. The air was thinning. Trent noticed it first. Then a breeze started, the air around them being exhaled. A frisson of fear traveled down the skating column. Soon they were going to be out of air, and the boss they were in had eaten all the Krillix. Vex was unperturbed. Slipping forward, he ralphed a water bladder onto Trent.
Get this up, Axel, Flux set on it!
Trent didn't need to ask why. Now that he had it equipped, it was obvious what it did. Switching V to one hand like a practiced partner of tandem figure skaters, he encircled it around her bare waist and shoved the nozzle in her face.
Breathe with this!
She was concentrating on her ice, lest they all fall to the macerating floor, but did as demanded, taking the reed in her lips and sucking in hard. Vex passed out the others with characteristic gusto, adding cheerfully,
Hanwo axelo exido, squuzzo dicta prop, ricopo midum vaxago.
What did he say?
Kieran asked Medusa after he took a long drag from the bladder he, Sunvi, and Mel were sharing. Medusa stared confused at the diminutive slime.
He said you can squeeze it to fly, like he did his face. Nonsense is all.
No sooner had she said that than the breeze turned into a hard wind, pulling them forward faster. Some of the white slimes were ripped from their feast and flung ahead. The dead whale had completely lost pressurization, and a hammer of air was passing through. The assembled heroes and champions fought against the gale, fought for control and safety lest they be dragged through a shoal of white slimes and come out the other side partly digested. V pushed herself harder, raising the walls on her ice track to better funnel the escape. She couldn't go fast enough.
Hold on!
She yelled as the ice splintered behind them. Migaloo's maw yawned before them as a large, cavernous opening. It crawled with slimes, looking like ants in comparison. The baleen brushes were parted, and the stars shone through as the heroes rushed forth. Even as V failed, the wind picked the heroes up and ejected them into space, the pull of the vacuum too great. That was when Vex's advice made sense. The heroes took turns using the bladders for breathing and propulsion.
They did it!
Lorathaman said with a laugh, as she watched the heroes begin to master the art of rocketeering.
You aren't going to let them keep those air bladders, are you?
As much as I'd like to, they only work in my dungeon. The mana requirements to keep them running outside is too much, as the device isn't a true flight spell. So, while it does bypass the gold requirement for flying mounts and other flight devices, 10 minutes of flight time for a whole day's worth of mana doesn't work out too well. Kurz replied, more than a little happy that Lorathaman was enjoying the show and his handiwork. They have enough juice to breathe and to fly, but they need to take turns choosing what to do. The idea here was to force tactical decisions when it comes to fighting, he continued, keeping an eye trained on the space part of his realm.
Does Skana really need the help? He is more than capable by himself.
Oh, no, that wasn't for fighting him. He has his own behemoth arena at the end of the floor, built to his exacting requirements. The restriction of action and breathing is for when they run up against your Black Mercuries and the other squads of mobs I have waiting for them.
Oh, I loved my Black Mercury. I spent ages getting them just right. The heroes are sure to recognize my special touch. I hope they remember them fondly. Wait, didn't you say you were going to give them a break?
Of course. I took the Sanctuary upgrade just to give them a safe space. Right before Skana, they'll be given another choice to retreat or continue. However, right now, in the black of space, they have no hope of making it back to the ladder without guidance. No, the stage of the lair floor they're in involves roving mobs and well-lit checkpoints. Assuming they realize that stars don't shift color, they should be able to find where to go next. The checkpoints were, now that the raiders had fought and beaten Migaloo and had a way to fly around in space, the asteroids that Kurz had found floating and made his. He lit them so they would show up as pinpricks of light, differentiated from the starry background by their chromatic hues. The heroes had to visit 5 of the asteroids and activate the mechanisms buried inside, simple levers, before the way to Skana's final stand would be revealed. In the interim, they had to dodge any other Krillic swarms, unless they wanted to fight Porphyrion, Migaloo's brother, who also hunted the Krillics. Regardless, the 5 asteroids had their own relative orbits and would never be in the same places as heroes tried the fight multiple times. Each was slightly different, and the act of digging out the levers would randomly summon meteoric elementals, ice elementals, or iron golems, respectively, in keeping with the floor concept that the environment was the enemy. To spice things up, there were also 2 false asteroids which were naturally powerful mini-boss mimics. With craters for mouths, Kurz sought to make landing on them a humbling and hobbling experience. To make matters worse, the black was not just a void where the ever-absence of atmosphere led to painful embolisms and suffocation, where the thermal cycling flash froze and boiled things, but also the perfect hiding place for Black Mercury. Lorathaman's Black Mercury was a nasty mob. Looking over how she'd made her slime variety, Kurz liked what he saw. Her proclivity for traps was evident. These were different from the basic black color-invigorated slimes that Selena had explained back when he was just starting out.
Black Mercury, Silver 8, HP 105 out of 105. Abilities: Corrosive Nature, Pseudocide, Microfluidics, Death's Instincts. Corrosive Nature. Non-mineral items that are in contact with Black Mercury are subjected to a corrosive debuff that absorbs the material into the Black Mercury, healing it as a fraction of the mana interred. Repeated contact renders weapons and armor unusable. Pseudocide. If a Black Mercury has absorbed half of its health and material, it gains the hidden buff Neoblastic. Upon being dropped to 0 HP or less, the Black Mercury will explode, coating everything in a 30-foot sphere in acidic black slime and immediately applying corrosive nature. The 2 most continuous splats of slime will congeal into new Black Mercury with a maximum HP half that of their progenitor. Microfluidics. The minimum body cross-sectional area of a Black Mercury is 1/16th square inch. The slime is able to climb any surface and invade any space. Death's Instincts. Highly advanced aggro management and targeting is used by this mob. Caution is advised. In her dungeon, the mob was able to hide in the gaps of stone and wait for the opportune time to jump the healers or mages. But in space, it could hide in plain sight.
a black splotch on a black background. But that was nothing compared to the marvel of her death's instincts. Kurz could barely follow the logic the thing worked with. Its sophisticated network of decision trees made his polymorphic floors and his labyrinth look like basic arithmetic. It was the next best thing to being sentient from what he could tell. Chapter 12. The fights for the asteroids had not gone as Kurz had planned. He had wrongly assumed that the groups would split again to clear the asteroids. It made sense to him from a time perspective, but after they had noticed the wrongly colored stars and intuited that they were to investigate, they had maddeningly stayed together. That meant that the enemies he had prepared were undersized in count and danger. The Black Mercury, while it could thread its way through the party unseen until it was upon a choice target, couldn't hold up for long against the combined might after it sprung its trap. They never even got to use their pseudocide, they were killed so fast. The mobs on the asteroids were child's play. Even the one false mimic asteroid they landed on died in a sudden conflagration without even eating one foot. He had no experience with legit raid design, and no fairy guide to help him. Selena assuredly would have known how to design for 25 adventurers. Kerr's mood soured and seeped across the bond, which Larafamin noticed.
Don't be like that. I think your floor is great. The only tweak it needs is for the levers to be simultaneous and non-latching. Then you will keep the splitting the party tag you want.
No, it's not that. I mean, partly it is. I was hoping to have it correct the first time, as unrealistic as that is. But it's more that Selena is out there somewhere. I have this huge area for the lair floor. Absolutely huge, and yet it's small compared to the planet Theral. I know exactly how big Theral is based on the differences in distance between my orbiting body and my stationary ones. Theral is 4,222 miles in diameter, which sounds like it must be the biggest thing, right? But using more geometry, I know how far we are from the sun, and with my knowledge of gravity from my mana, just how big it is. The sun is mind-boggling. I can fit 42 million Theral-sized planets in it. And yet it has nothing compared to the inky black that sets the backdrop for it all. If I can't get through that portal, or get those damn fairies to give her back, I will never be able to find her. There's no way to search space. It's just too much. Larafamin hugged him, her domain coalescing against his to give him something to hold.
Don't you worry. Your plan will work. Conquering Theral will get our fairies back.
How do you know?
Because love conquers all. I should be dead, killed by a Dark Lord, or by a sortie. You should be dead, killed by a raid or the very same Dark Lord. Yet, here we are. And why? Love. We are meant to be, and so is our little family. Ergo, we will bring them back to the fold. I know it with every brick of my floating body. We will bring them back and celebrate across all that we shine upon. The people will know of our success and celebrate in kind when you are all done.
Kurz silently squeezed back, happy to have her. You're such a romantic.
And you are mine to be romantic with. Now, as inopportune as this is, I just had an idea. One you will want me to verify works. Give me a moment to check it out, but it may accelerate your timetable. I'll keep tabs on the fight with Skana if you want, but I'm going to be distracted.
Confused but willing to go along with it, Kurz let her domain go and snap back to its normal borders, and with it felt her attention leave his side. He thought about calling Deacon back up, but his mood on fairies was strained, and he had no patience for the man. Instead, he focused on the heroes. Their rest over, they were stirring, and on the cusp of deciding their next course of action. They were all assembled on a large, flat asteroid, the size and shape of a sporting field, standing at one end inside a small, geodesic glass dome. Kurz had designated the room as a sanctuary so they could relax and know they were safe from the challenges of the lair floor. There were 3 doors, though only 2 could be used as exits. The first door, the bright one that guided them in like a lighthouse, was the entrance that they all gave thanks for. The other 2 were open questions. One led back to the staircase, one of Kerr's warps, so that the heroes would not need to traverse the floor again if they so chose to throw in the towel. The other offered no such safety. Made of clear glass, it overlooked the rest of the orbiting rock. Skana's hoard was plainly visible on the far end, a mound of coins and the few offerings the raiders had provided. Behind it lay Skana, evidently resting, though no doubt ready for a fight. The decision to flee for safety versus a full commit was a hard debate. Eventually, the very essence of heroship won out, and they chose the path of avenging the 5 lost, regardless of risk. Decision made, they threw open the door leading out to Skana, each taking a shot of the void exposure tonic that Migaloo had dropped. To their relief, the gravity maintained and allowed them to advance as normal. Ahead of them, the sun was setting behind Theral. Eclipsed, it was going to be night, and soon cold in a way that even V could find uncomfortable. None were making a dash to the hoard, assuming it could not be such a simple task. For while dragon phylactery cores were hidden away as best as possible, their hoards, by nature of the system, had to be approachable, akin to how a dungeon core had to provide nominal access to itself. Approachable, however, did not have any guarantees of safety, and the tales and affidavits from those survivors who'd plundered dragon hordes spoke volumes. They were right to be cautious.
And lo, it begins. You should have retreated while you had the chance,
Skana telepathed to all before he rolled off the asteroid, paradoxically falling away as if under the pull of gravity.
Remember, what you thought was but a taste. Chained as I was unable to bring my full wrath to bear. But now you are in my lair proper. Here I reign supreme.
Kurz took his cue and started the change, a task he would in the future relegate to his subconscious. Muted by the lack of air, cracks raced across the asteroidal pitch, sundering it like an eggshell. These new asteroidlets floated away by his power, the cracks growing into nigh insurmountable chasms with only the hoard-piled chunk of floating rock staying put. The 36 platforms shifted and formed an orbital shell around it, opening up the battleground and revealing it to be a 3-dimensional platformer. Not done, Kurz then lensed spacetime with the biggest and grandest application of his warp technique yet. Like a crystal ball, Kurz swept the edges and tied the antipodal points to each other such that leaving from one side would cause a hero to return from the other. Large as it was compared to the raiders, they saw the arena space tessellate into an infinite radial repeat of themselves. No escape. The raiders were stuck until either they won or Skana did. Kurz knew who would win the day. Without any intelligence on what to do or how to fight in this never-before-seen battleground, all his chips were on Skana. Don't go easy on them. Since they can't die, they need to bring back knowledge on how to defeat you, or else your lair will be a true graveyard, Kurz said to the dragon as he watched him fly under the floating asteroids like an orca hunting seal. Exactly like an orca hunting seal. Skana looked for his opportunity to start the fight. The heroes were beginning to break ranks and make plans as best they could without sound. None had telepathic abilities, except for Medusa and Vex's connection, and were relying on hand signals and general feel from the party sense. The heroes arrayed themselves on the floating platforms, splitting into 4 teams by taking the 4-person group and merging it with the single surviving orc tank. That meant at least 3 air bladders per group. As an unseen terror of the atmosphere, Skana lined up his attack. His senses were supreme in his lair, with only stealthed or hidden heroes able to move undetected. None of the raiders had taken the opportunity to cloak themselves. As such, he breathed through an asteroid platform from below, his breath weapon piercing the rock as if it was nothing, and hitting the unsuspecting silver heroes who, until the very moment they were struck, had assumed the rock and its gravity was their ally in this fight. The absolute destructive promise of his breath weapon held true, and to the horror of the assembled heroes and champions, Skana swept it through all 5 on that small rock like an executioner crossing off names. Kurz blipped the 5 away as their bodies were ravaged from a full blast of Skana's terrible weapon, depositing them in the healing waters of his bronze oasis with only a small debit of his mana. Their skin, bones, and blood vessels began reknitting immediately from the chaotic damage they had sustained. Greeted by the 5 already waiting, those they had assumed dead, their adrenaline dump caused them all to cry, overwhelmed by the sheer experience of finding their friends still alive, and they themselves saved from a true death by single-digit hit points. Back in space, silenced by the void, the cries of anguish were lost, and only the grim determination set by years of experience kept the heroes going. The raiders sprang into action, unwilling to die to inaction. Sunvi and Chris disappeared, stealth activating as they moved to find flank attacks. Taking a large drag on the air, Trent started to stutter with his watery echo, keeping it in place next to Kieran. That way he could always return for another helping of air when needed. He spotted Skana making a pass between his platform and another and made a flying leap. He failed to account for the change in gravity, however, and found himself helplessly flying off into the black. Kurz laughed at the mistake, relieved that it was being discovered in a non-lethal manner. Heroes would need to learn how to transition to the abrupt gravity cuts and how to rescue themselves if they missed. While contained to the boss arena, it could still be a long time before they hit ground in their floating. V had his back. Using the cold of space to fuel her, she formed an ice bridge between 2 platforms for Trent to land on. Kurz was impressed by her quick thinking when she started making more, intent on reducing Skana's mobility advantage. They had to lock him down if the melee heroes were to be of any use. Vex took off like a rocket, pinging between asteroids until he locked onto the dragon and cannonballed his way onto Skana's back. Sadly, the pitter-patter of his pseudopods did nothing to slow or distract the dragon. All the while, Medusa kept a constant peppering of laser fire on the dragon, one eyelock at a time, helping the other heroes to know where the danger was. Her bow held taut, she searched for an opportunity. The rest of her party waited with her, Farah swinging her mace to loosen her wrist, and Kelly tightly gripping 2 foaming concoctions, their colors swirling between green and brown, full of menace. Sabrina, on the other hand, was taking deep drags on the air bladder, preparing for an opportunity to sing. Skana took exception to Medusa's constant burn on his hide. He flew under her asteroid platform, landing on it like a bat. Only instead of alighting to it for rest, he sank his claws in so he could spin it. Kurz had set the gravity on the asteroids as always-on traps that activated to keep raiders grounded on platforms. As Skana spun the rock, Medusa and the heroes went with it and found themselves face to face with the dragon, who wasted no time in attacking, lunging forward to bite Sabrina. His teeth sank deep as he clamped her torso between his mighty jaws. Like the seasoned adventurer she was, she did not scream in pain or fear. She had limited air to accomplish her goal, so instead, she grabbed at the dragon's black scales for purchase and sought his ear. Finding it, she pulled herself closer even as Skana bit deeper, the splashing of Kelly's potions on his skin causing him pain.
Your healer wasn't ready. Any last words?
Skana said in her head like an unwelcome thought. Sabrina did. Her face sealing the air from her lungs to Skana's ear, she belted out a face melter. Face melter. All that can hear that are not party to the songstress take massive damage, are subjected to the tinnitus debuff, and are demoralized. Those that are party to the songstress gain the esprit de corps status buff and all that entails. Roaring in pain, both soundlessly in the void and as a terrible voice in the assembled heads, Skana dropped her out of his mouth, but quickly slammed a foreclaw into her, nailing her to the ground. Her arms pinned, Sabrina could only grin as blood burbled from her mouth. Cully scrabbled over, tossing an uncorked healing potion at Sabrina, the shimmering blue and white liquid her best hope of saving her friend. Skana, with only a thought, detonated a gravity bomb at Kelly, tossing the would-be healer at Medusa, blocking her line of sight and unfairly knocking the healing potion off course.
I applaud your attempt, Sabrina. Farewell, and no ill feelings,
Skana said, before shifting his body weight and crushing her. Farah screamed, her words stolen by the lack of air. She beat at Skana, surging power into her mace with repeated swings, but it was as if she were but a puppy nipping at his heel, and he barely paid her any notice. Instead, he vaulted, launching himself off the asteroid, sending it spinning before the four could regroup, with Vex still riding him. He was heading for V's ice bridge, having not paid attention to her work and not noticed the trap forming. Waiting for him atop it were Afriel, Trent with 2 echoes, and Mel, her sword held back and low. Afriel's sword lit with hellfire, casting a shadow across her and the others as she held it forward.
Are you listening, Skana? Good. Poor decision to retreat from Medusa, for I have history with you. If it weren't for you, my father would still be alive.
Skana approached, his slit pupils narrowing. He kept his telepathy to just the Ronin.
Your father made his own grave. We do not get to choose our family, but that does not mean we must slave ourselves to their desires and opinions for life. The sooner you understand his death was by his own hand, the better your life will be.
Then, widening his telepathy to all again,
I applaud your attempt to contain me. However, you have forgotten one very important detail. I am not flying. There is no air. My motion is purely by my own mana,
Skana said as he closed his wings about his body, pulling their protective membranes in tight. Like a rocket, he accelerated harder. To their credit, the heroes did not break ranks. Instead, they braced and readied for impact. The deaths were already too great to retreat. All lessons on sunk costs and about throwing good blood after bad forgotten in their need to accomplish the unthinkable. Afriel launched forward, straight at her incoming fate, a shell of hellfire enveloping her while she cried in anguish. Mel cast her Sibylline solution. Kurz watched as her eyes gained insight from the unreal, still shocked that an adventurer could do so without going insane. But what truly surprised him was that she, for whatever reason he couldn't figure, put away her weapon and welcomed the incoming body slam. Skana, while curled, cast a gravity bomb in front of himself. Afriel was strong enough to push through the effect, but Mel didn't fight it. In fact, she jumped towards it, and was wrenched to the side like a dog whose lead pulled tight unexpectedly. Afriel's fire washed over Skana, searching for a flammable opening to burn the dragon, finding wounds from earlier attacks. With surety born from many deaths, Afriel paid no heed to the fact that Skana was going to hit her and the warlock next to her. Her sword was in position to harm the dragon, and he was going to pay. Kurz watched, at the ready, as Skana nailed the pair, bearing them into the icy bridge and blipped Mel into safety zone just prior to Skana's bulk rendering her into paste. Kurz intuited that the maneuver could crit and one-shot the unlucky hero. It was better to err on the side of saving her than be wrong and make a mistake that would harm his relationship with Lorathamin, or the Rough Riders. Trent screamed soundlessly as Mel was lost. Chapter 13. Mel landed softly on the edge of the twinkling fountain. She was met with cheers and huzzas, the heroes there welcoming her with the classic, "How'd you die?" Made all the funnier as each and every one of them had died, only to be saved. Getting up on her own and dusting off the bit of ice and rock still clinging to herself, she ignored the crowd, her eyes still looking into the unreal.
Kurz, you there? We need to talk. Sooner the better, please.
Mel declared, looking at where his core resided through the intervening walls. Casting her no-clip ability, she strode through the intervening structures like they weren't there on a mission. Caught a little by surprise, and with Lorathaman busy doing who knew what, Kurz fired off a telepathy spell. "This dungeon would like to know why you've asked for this," Kurz said, still having the filter on his speech preventing first person.
Please do not kill me as I approach. I mean no harm. I am confused on why we must talk. But I know I must ask about S-E-L-E.
Kurz immediately teleported her away into Bazadai's larder, alarmed at her knowledge. With Bazadai's trigger being the destruction of the wall, randomly finding your way into it would not cause him to aggro. Something that Kurz knew, but was sure Melonflea didn't. "Explain!" Kurz demanded venomously.
I can't. Urusar is ineffable. I don't know how or why this ability of mine works, but it told me that I had to mention your fairy's name to have some way of turning the lost fight against Skana into a win.
Mel said tentatively, fully aware now of where she was and how one-sided the high-difficulty bronze boss fight would be.
Could we have this conversation somewhere I am less likely to die?
You have no defense against this dungeon if the decision was made to end you. You're as safe here as anywhere else.
The dungeon entrance?
You would be safe in the dungeon entrance, but that is not a private place to have a discussion.
The core room?
You would be less safe there, as the rules protecting you are at their weakest in such a place, Kurz said, not understanding. But then his idiocy hit him. Bazadai had killed 3 of her friends in a horrific mistake of his. The feeling of guilt was strange, but that didn't stop it from punching him in the gut. Gently, Kurz opened a portal up that pointed to his core room. "Oh, the dungeon apologizes for the trauma. There was no intent." Mel stepped through swiftly, happy to be away from the boss. She looked around at the room, awed by the light-bringing veins, the death ray contraption, the mirror, and most of all, Kurz's core. Her hand twitched at her side. Afriel survived the slam, but was disarmed as her sword was buried deep in Skana's shoulder. Trent, manipulating his echoes, converged on Skana and caught his tail with one of them, and that was all he needed to bring all 3 of him onto the attack. Surging the triple strike severed the end of Skana's tail as a retributive strike. The dragon responded by curling on himself and grabbing Trent in a foreclaw, ignoring the pain.
"Just because I saved you once does not mean I would do it again. You made the choice to come here," Skana said, understanding Trent's terror. Trent tried to blip away to a different echo, but all 3 had been in close proximity, and Skana had already popped the 2 with a swipe. Before Skana could squeeze, Kieran used his explosive fasciitis ability to rupture the tendons in Skana's claw, forcing it to open, while Chris found an opening to use her Innervating Strike to tase the dragon. Innervating Strike, an attack that stuns on a critical hit or when applied with a backstab. On large mobs, the stun is only localized. Even so injured, Skana fought through it and picked off even more of the heroes. The magnitude of their error was becoming known as their numbers dwindled. Still standing were Afriel, Vex, Medusa, 3 of Medusa's angels, and the 4 Rough Riders minus Mel. 10 of 25. Skana, while injured, wasn't slowing down. The group had moved to the large central platform where the horde was, finding that splitting up to flank and otherwise entrap Skana was what he had wanted, and he was more than capable of taking advantage of the split party. The only upside was now every hero had their own air, and after puncturing the 3 extra airbags, found that enough air was expelled that they could talk over the wind. Tears were dried at this point, the heroes resolute, with Kieran and Sunvi squeezing hands tight. "This isn't the end. We will still win this," Trent said, not even believing his own words. "Your confidence is as admirable, even as it is misplaced,"
Skana spoke as he circled them, far enough away that only Medusa's laser could hit him.
"But it is time to end this charade. My apologies for this, but you forced my hand by coming here."
Skana changed direction on a dime, streaking towards the assembled raiders. They all prepared for the oncoming danger, but Skana dipped low, and while passing underneath, grabbed the rock and spun it. Taking off again, he met the spin and landed on his hoard, spilling the coins and items, drawing a proverbial line in the sand as he stood stalwart against the arrayed threats. He roared mightily, his draconic presence freezing them.
After you die, tell everyone why I am not to be messed with again.
While they were cowed, Skana breathed in deep, the power welling in him once again. A final draconic breath to finish the fight. However, Vex had another idea. He screamed as he bullet jumped out, up, and then down Skana's open mouth. In his throat, Vex shot out his pseudopods and flattened themselves out, blocking the esophagus. Skana, suddenly choking, snapped his mouth shut and whipped his head about, smacking his throat against the ground, trying to dislodge the little slime. Vex wouldn't budge. With Skana's draconic presence reduced, the heroes all took action. They peppered the dragon with their whole repertoire while they had the chance. Cooldowns were blown and inventories emptied for useful consumables. The whole while, Skana fought to yak Vex out of him. Struggling mightily to swallow and cough, neither action succeeded in ejecting the pernicious little pest. Vex was lodged, and even though he was taking a beating, would not leave. Any and all abilities were forgotten as Skana choked. His wild movements were still dangerous, his razor-sharp claws and flailing wings more than enough to open flesh and break bones.
We've got him on the ropes,
Kieran yelled as he moved to heal Farah again.
As long as Vex can keep it up, Skana seems unable to concentrate. This is our chance.
There was not much more to give. The fight had been going too long at this point, the cold from the eclipsed sun wearing on the heroes. Mana was low, potions were ticking off. V, seeing a clear shot, took it. Empowered, Amplified, and Quicken all let her snap off an ice spear at Skana's head. The dragon noticed. He didn't dodge. Skana lifted his head instead and let the spear pierce his throat. It tagged Vex, too, who was struggling from the constant bashing he'd been taking as the dragon flailed to dislodge him.
Ow!
Vex said, before exploding into loot. Skana gave one last heave, clearing his throat.
Thank you. That was most irritating. Now, where were we? Ah, yes.
Skana swooped back, wings billowing. From them, he cast linear gravity, walls of force that closed in like he was clapping. Medusa's eyes flashed gray for a moment, causing the effect of one to fizzle out, her dispelling gaze overpowering Skana's ability. The other swept the heroes and champions alike to the side, with only Medusa and Afriel weathering its push, like proud trees in a storm. The two, still on their feet, took off, keen on taking the initiative from the dragon. Medusa shot her bow while approaching, aiming for Skana's face. Afriel summoned a hellfire sword, replacing the one she had lost. Medusa tried to petrify Skana, but he simply ignored the ability. Afriel leapt to avoid a swipe from Skana and lunged for his chest, but was caught midair. Unable to evade, the claws ripped through her blackened armor with a wrenching screech. Skana brought her up to his face, but before he could take a bite, she cast her hellfire shell, scorching the dragon. He responded by tossing the burning Ronin back at Medusa, interrupting the latter's eye lasers and bow attacks momentarily. Medusa, instead of dodging, caught her compatriot and righted her, so they both could rejoin the battle immediately. The other heroes were getting up, but Skana was not going to let that happen. With Vex gone, he had a clear choice. He lined up his action, breathed in deep.
Look out!
Afriel shouted, pushing Medusa away and springing up at Skana, hellfire sword held high and defiant in the face of certain death. Skana breathed out. The line of chaotic gravity lanced out unforgivingly, through Afriel, through the spot where Medusa had just been, and into the very ground, churning it away. Afriel's eyes burned with righteous tears as she flew, her HP dropping rapidly. Even through it, she fought to live and was healing herself mid-flight. Skana kept his attack up, moving his head so that his beam of death could sweep across the heroes and finish the fight. Afriel didn't let him. She reached his muzzle and pulled it down, keeping the breath weapon focused on her as it scrambled her body, breaking bones and muscle alike. She wasn't going to let him kill anyone else while she was still alive. Her gambit held long enough, his breath petered out, leaving the other raiders unaffected. Her core dropped to the ground in front of Skana, and he stepped on it like she was a bug.
Valiant effort, but I grant no mercy for attacking me in my own home.
The gemstone tinkled out of the air, splashing into the pond amongst the relaxing heroes, its dark burgundy luster a stark contrast to the serenity of the scene. Kurz had saved Afriel from death. On a whim, he energized her core, bringing her back to the living. Afriel, armored as ever, walked out of the water, her bloody wing stumps only fouling it for but a moment, a confused look on her face, matched by the onlookers.
This is not the fate I imagined I would have when I passed the mortal coil,
she said as she surveyed the room.
Is this the afterlife?
Vex screamed as he slammed into her, splatting against her spiked armor. With a look of disgust, she peeled him off her.
No, I was wrong. I am in one of the hells and will have to spend it with you.
Interlude 3. Secrets on Secrets. Sanvi knelt and cradled Kieran's head, blood flowing freely from where his scalp was torn. His breath came shallowly from between broken ribs. His hands flexed, trying to heal, but in a cruel irony, his pain was such that he couldn't call forth his light mana. Worse, while his death mana was a simple breath away, he couldn't use it at just that moment. All his necrotic charges had been used up, trying to keep his allies up. But it hadn't worked. They all had fallen to Skana's terrible might anyway, one at a time. Sanvi was in better shape, but her clothes were torn and ruined, evidence to her wolfing out at some point during the fight. While it kept her healed, it did nothing to stop Skana from picking off other targets. She had not one defensive skill in her arsenal, and could do nothing for her allies if her damage was not capable of persuading Skana to take her out. It hadn't been. Skana stalked towards them, limping. One wing was torn asunder, like a well-worn flag shredded by the wind. Broken and missing scales dotted his hide, with pitch-black blood weeping from them like tar. Broken arrow hafts with dead vines adorned him like ill-advised piercings. Plodding methodically, he approached, before gingerly sitting down, staring at the pair like a cat watching mice.
I suppose this is the end of our little affair. I would say that...
Your platitudes are unwelcome. You're going to murder us, are you not?
Sanvi spat, not looking at the dragon, her eyes focused on Kieran, tears pattering on his chest. Skana silently asked Kurz to cut the feed to the tavern, who did just so, replacing it with a repeat of the action so far. Then Skana addressed the pair.
You invaded my home with the very same thought of murdering me. It would only be just. But I have grown tired of this bloodshed. I did not choose this life, of being the target of foolhardy heroes and the like, to kill and be killed, and kill again.
Sanvi blinked, stroked her husband's face, and took a deep breath to still the fear in her bones before delicately broaching the subject.
You sound like you were trying to talk yourself into mercy, into a deal. We're interested in hearing your proposal.
My hope is that with my display, no others follow in your footsteps. But I fear that whether I kill you or not, I will see another raid, and another, and such until one wins. I can shortcut this cycle, gift you to first blood, the achievements and the drops that come with it.
Kieran tried to speak, but winced and gave up, the pain too great. Sanvi laughed bitterly.
You could have offered the deal before murdering our friends.
No. I need the story to spread, and a secret can only survive on a small scale. If it got out that I circumvented the system, it would only be a day before I would have to suffer others trying to wheel and deal. You too can keep a secret, can you not?
Skana said, his eyes piercing as if he were looking into their very souls. Kieran swallowed, nodding weakly before coughing blood. Sanvi held him tight.
Conserve your strength, dear, and let me talk. Just keep trying to heal.
Turning back to Skana with steel in her voice, she said,
If survival depends on us keeping a secret, that we can do. What else does your deal require of us? Such a gift always comes with strings, and I'm tired of being a puppet. Though I will ask that you hurry. Your peculiar method of execution has left us bereft of healing. No bodies to loot or recharge from, and if my husband dies because you dally, then know that there will be no deal, and you will have to kill me too.
I will assure you he will not perish.
Oh? Can you heal others, or just yourself? Because from where I am, I see him bleeding out, so how about you fix this? Please. I beg you with all that I am, do not let Kieran die.
No, I cannot heal others, nor does this room have healing magics readied. But I will end his pain now, as you are not convinced that he can save himself. He will not perish, though it may appear so.
Skana said as he tiredly got up and pondered over. Immediately, Sanvi weakly stood and placed herself between Skana and Kieran, weapons drawn, her arms shaking with exhaustion and fear.
No, you can't have him.
Sanvi, stand down. I am not here to kill him. I am going to help him. I will trigger the dungeon's rescue method so that Kieran will suffer no longer.
The dungeon's rescue method? You mean the lack of bodies is because Kurz has been teleporting people to safety?
Sanvi said, her arms still up, but a yearning hope colored her voice.
I should have known you had contact with the dungeon. He was keen on your team's performance. Yes, Kurz is preventing death on this run. He has modified the floor so that lethal damage is predicted and mitigated by teleporting those who would die to safety. He claims he will remove it before the next party attempts me.
That bastard! I don't know if I should laugh or cry.
Sanvi said, doing both, relief flooding her. She turned to Kieran, who had closed his eyes to heal, but again a rictus of pain lanced across his face, ruining his attempt.
If you can end his pain and trigger whatever you need to, please. There has been too much of all of this today.
Skana nodded, and with care, squashed Kieran, who blipped away before Sanvi's very eyes, causing her to break out into nervous giggles after she let go of her bated breath.
Your reaction puzzles me.
Me too. My emotions are all a mess. I'm going to kill Kurz when I see him. Figuratively, of course. But friends don't give friends trauma.
Sanvi said, before leaning up against Skana for support as her legs jellied.
It will not get better, I'm afraid. Melonflea said something to him that may have solidified the course of events to come. Now, once you finish me off and earn your due, I believe he will be bringing the 5 of you into the fold. Plus that warden friend of yours that is missing. Roland?
Skana said pensively as he lowered his head to the ground and sagged his body with pained exhaustion.
I do not deserve a quick and painless death for what I put you through, but would appreciate the entitlement nonetheless.
Sanvi, daggers in hand, stared at the dragon. Chapter 14 The Rough Riders were assembled in the core room, with Medusa, Mr. Anpu, Geist, and Lyra all there physically. Roland was also in attendance, however he looked to have just come out of a bath and was still wearing a towel around his waist and a wrap to keep his hair dry. Lorathaman was piped in, and part of the larger telepathic spell, as was the nascent Skana, who was stuck in his core until he could regenerate his body, though neither had been introduced, and the heroes did not know they were there. After Sunvi had slain Skana, Kurz had let the raiders out of their time-out room, and there had been much hooting and hollering and sharing of loot. Sunvi got to keep her special drop, though all the celebrants had asked and got to touch the smooth, space-black hide while congratulating her on the achievement. The heroes professed a strong desire to take Sunvi on a tour of all the legal and less-than-legal drinking parlors in Bancroft to celebrate, and were dismayed when Medusa had demanded that the Rough Riders stay in the dungeon as guests to talk. That did not stop the other heroes from celebrating without them. Instead, they took their celebratory gusto out on Afriel, who they unceremoniously dragged out of Cloudgate to induct her into the Adventurers Guild and initiate her through an absolutely unhealthy amount of booze and partying. All of Bancroft's citizens were going to know that they had won the fight with Skana, and that Afriel was bona fide, her past actions forgotten in the face of her valor. Vex went with, unable to contain himself. Though he was still of Cloudgate, he had been part of the heroes' side and was welcomed along, his inability to communicate with anyone but Afriel notwithstanding. Sunvi was draped on Kieran like a cloak, her arms around his shoulders, and nearly all her weight on him as she held him tight. Kieran returned the affection with one arm holding hers. Both were all smiles. V was standing with Mel, trying to stay out of the way of Trent and Roland, as Roland resoundingly beat Trent with his sponge on a stick.
You daft fool! Leading your party into a fight with a dragon? What were you thinking? Or am I giving your empty head too much credit?
Roland said as he hit Trent again, who was stoically taking it.
I was thinking, ow! That with a new dragon, Skana, ow! Would be on the weaker side, and a host of silver supported by, ow! Damn, that hurt! Champions would be strong enough. Ow! Would you stop that? Not gonna happen until this brush breaks, boy. Dragons and other behemoths like them are sentient. They don't follow boss rules and will never fall for taunts and other aggro-shaping tools. I would have a word with your teacher, but that teacher would be me. So since my lessons taught with kindness didn't stick, I'm gonna hit you to make them sink in better this time. Don't ever fight a behemoth unless you are over-leveled, over-geared, and over-prepared. Dragons more so. How you missed that bit of advice is beyond me. Just be glad I ain't gonna tell your mom what you did, because she won't use a nice wood brush to teach you.
Roland grumbled while holding his towel up with one hand and dropping the now broken bathing implement. Kurz had, with Lorathaman's blessing as it was her domain, teleported the man straight from his relaxing bath after a hard day at his forge to Kurz's core room. Bewildered, he had asked why he had been summoned, and Trent had made the unfortunate mistake of explaining how they all, minus Sunvi, had died while fighting Skana. He had not taken the news lightly, to say the least. V seized the opportunity now that Roland had finished beating Trent.
So, Mel, can you explain to me why Medusa summoned us and we found you here? It feels kind of wrong to be this close to the dungeon core, like I'm violating the sanctity of the dungeon or something.
I don't know myself.
Melonflea said, shrugging.
But there is a conversation that we need to have. As you know, when I activate Sibylline Solution, it shows me a glimpse of the future and what actions I need to take to best my chances at succeeding to obtain that future. This time, when I wanted to save you all, it didn't show me how to beat Skana. It showed me that I had to not dodge. I had to take a life-ending body blow, get teleported to safety, and then say to Kurz that we needed to talk about Selena. That's where we're at.
Hey, where is Selena? Kieran asked, suddenly perplexed. I thought she'd be part of this if we were here to talk about her. Feels rude to speak about someone when they aren't around. Sanvi even has some more recipes to share.
Taken,
Medusa said coldly.
Other fairies came and captured her and stole her back to the fairy realm.
My city's fairy was also taken, Both were charged with crimes and extradited while we were not around to halt any of it.
Lyra added as she gestured to the gathered champions.
It is most distressing, and neither corps is taking it well.
Oh, I'm so sorry to hear that. That's awful, but could you run that by me again? What kind of crimes? Was it the change of Bancroft from a dungeon to a city? Kieran asked, his confusion not cleared. Mr. Anpu cleared his throat and clasped his hands behind his back as he spoke up.
No. As you know, the system privileges information to some over others. That designation change was part of the recent hotfix. The system did that for us. Their crimes were more mundane. As we know, and you know, Selena is not from this world, nor is she from High Brisel. She was carted off as a spy, her isekai nature held against her. Bancroft's fairy partner was taken as an accessory and for cross-contaminating technologies here on Theral.
Now hold on, you mean the cannons?
Roland asked, his turn to be confused.
You're making it sound like the fairies begrudged the city for creating the wonder that saved our hides during the fight with the Jade Army.
That was the mistake that caused Theral, by his own admission, to target Selena and Gustav. That and defeating the Dark Lord. That was not something the dungeon and city on the cloud were supposed to do. Before you ask the question, yes, Theral was hoping that Azir would escape, it appears, Kurz said, talking around his heuristics. That revelation stunned the heroes. Does this mean, since we're all here, that our help is required? You want us to fight a god? And not just any god, but the god that stands above the others? Trent asked after a moment of thought and a rub of his aching rib where a bruise was starting to stand proud. I'm not a big follower of the church, but I know how the stories go. Everything the dungeons keep back was beaten into submission by Theral. You're asking us to fight that, the ultimate power on this planet? Because I just earned some new welts that say quite clearly that fighting above our pay grade is not an option for those who care about their families.
Kid's got a point there. I don't know if I like where this conversation's going, Roland added.
But it seems we are in the mess of things. Oh, so glad I retired again. I was too old for this when it was just a Dark Lord, and now I am definitely too old for whatever this is.
Sanvi carefully stopped leaning on Kieran and gingerly walked between everyone.
What they mean to say is, what can we do? Obviously getting Selena and,
Gustav, Mr. Anpu said.
And Gustav back is of great importance, but what you seem to be asking is out of our league. We would only be a hindrance at best. So again, what can we do?
No, Sanvi. I don't mean to ask what we can do. I mean to ask if we should. Not to say anything about this unusual situation, but this fight isn't ours.
Roland, your situation is different than Kieran's and mine. We have more in common with Selena than you. Strangers in a strange land, stolen from their home, families left behind. Only recently we have gotten our feet under us, all thanks to when you, Trent, and V took us in. We're making our home here in Theral, but we can't leave Selena out to dry. This fight is ours.
Sanvi countered, no anger in her voice, but melancholy. Her eyes darted to Kieran as often as she looked at everyone else. The fight is not yours, Kurz added, leaning into Larafaman's reassuring presence. The fight against Theral's not your fight, and would be an ask too far. The ask... Prepare the people. Strife is coming, and it'll make the devastation from Marwan look small. You must survive. This dungeon has lost too much already.
Is it possible to bond with you, Kurz?
Mel asked as she looked at her hand.
I feel your weird inflections are not your natural speech pattern. May I approach?
Only if you want to lose your hands,
Medusa said curtly before Lyra put a hand on Medusa's shoulder.
Your protective instinct is admirable, Medusa. Pardon my forwardness, but Cloudgate should make his own decisions, should he not?
Lyra asked rhetorically.
He's not thinking clearly right now. Having these 5 spring a question on him about Selena when they did has pushed him into another one of his moods. Sadly, she was the one with the empathy to break him out of it. Unless Bancroft is going to. I'm not taking the chances of Kerr's being dumb.
Thank you for your concern, Medusa. She may approach, Kerr said, mildly annoyed at being called dumb but not pushing it. Though at the same time he squeezed Larathmin's borders in a hug to end all hugs. She silently accepted and squeezed back, keen on watching what was going to happen. Mel gently touched Kerr's.
Your surface is cold, Dungeon. Now, Lyra, or whomever knows, how did you bond with your city? I want to try the same process with the dungeon. My apologies, but that is not a thing. Cities and their leaders bond and have gesh that prevent information transfer. If heroes could bond with dungeons, it would be chaos,
Lyra said, standing in so Larathmin wouldn't have to reveal herself yet.
I made a pact with Urusar to be a force of chaos in the world and to shake things up. Honestly, had I known the ramifications, I may not have taken it up on its offer. But here I stand regardless, and I can think of nothing more chaotic than forming a bond with the very entity that has tried to kill me before,
Mel said with conviction. Undeterred, she tried regardless. Mel and Flea Go Lightly initiated bond with Kerr's, Cloudgate, victor of Nylung battle, savior of the realm. Bond configure routine called. Bond public key transmitted to Mel and Flea Go Lightly. Awaiting public key from Mel and Flea Go Lightly. Public key received. Bond handshake configured. Bond transfer protocol routine called. Error. Incompatible types. Type dungeon does not possess translation protocol required to bond with a hero. Bond aborted. Kerr's core log spilled red like a cut hand as the error cascaded and gave him a headache. Used to them by now, it was merely a trifle compared to some of the all-encompassing ones he had experienced. He wasn't sure what she was trying to accomplish, and, as such, had mixed feelings on her failure. However, Kieran noticed what was happening and quickly walked up. Medusa seized his arm and wrenched it behind his back without hesitation.
Sorry,
Kieran exclaimed while in pain from the joint lock.
But I recognize that. That's a log printout, or at least something like it. While I can't read it, I think there's something wrong. Perhaps...
Tongues. Kerr's cast his tongues spell, but this time he didn't append it to the telepathy spell, so it would affect Kieran outside the mental connection they were sharing. It would allow Kieran to read the log.
Holy translator spell, Batman! That is exactly like the output of a bash script. It raises so many questions about the world that I can't even... Now, if you'd let me go...
No,
Medusa said curtly while applying more pressure to the arm and successfully guiding Kieran away from Kerr's. None of the Rough Riders intervened, the situation not one where their aggression would in any way pan out for them.
Not until you explain what you are going to do.
I'm gonna fix the crystal. I didn't get a full glance, but I imagine whatever failed, there's some way for it to work, or it wouldn't have let the process start and crash out. The fact that it failed partially through means the hooks are there. Someone just needs to connect them up,
Kieran protested while being led away.
Medusa, let him go.
Kieran, explain that more. The words you used make you sound like a sysadmin, one of Selena's kind. Sunvi laughed, suddenly and gratefully at ease.
Dungeon, where we come from, there are only humans, and our classes are not defined. Kind is the wrong word. Try job title. But yes, Kieran here was a bit of a nerd back home. If anyone can clutch it together, he can.
Trent side-eyed V and rocked back and forth on his feet, his discomfort at the topic of being without a class evident. Medusa let Kieran go, but followed him close behind, her breath warm against his neck in the otherwise chilled room.
If you so much as look at that core wrong, I will break your neck.
Kieran, cautiously so as not to spook Medusa, walked towards Kerr's again and scrolled back through the log facet, the touch interface a natural extension of his own experiences. How far back does this log go? Is it searchable? It goes as far back as the creation of the dungeon, and the dungeon remembers all, if that's the question, Kerr's replied. Then can you tell me if you've come across any keywords like cast, conversion, promotion, or explicit, maybe?
You're asking the dungeon for a recount of all the spells cast in it? That would be thousands, if not tens of thousands, Roland said. It'd be like looking for a needle in a haystack. There has to be a better option.
No, not cast like cast a spell. This is cast like cast iron. I'm looking for indications that what was once one thing was made another. Larathaman spoke up out of the blue, revealing herself to be party to the conversation.
That will not be on Cloudgate's log. That will be found on the cities. Bancroft was cast from a dungeon into a city by that logic.
Perfect. Actually, literally the exact case I was looking for, Kieran said as he scratched his head, thinking, not paying attention to the new voice. V, however, did notice.
Excuse me, is there someone else here? Hi, I'm V,
she said, confusion on her face.
My sincere apologies, V, and to the rest of you, for not introducing all of the parties to the conversation,
Lyra said with a curtsy.
That was Bancroft. Normally, the Gesh would prevent such a communication, but her bond with Cloudgate and your earlier furtive contact with them seems to have opened that door. Please do not take the lack of introduction as an insult.
Skana took that moment to speak up himself.
I don't need an introduction to anyone bar Roland. Roland, as the dragon of gravity and lord of my lair, I welcome you to beat anyone as much as you desire if they attempt to plunder my hoard or my life.
Roland harumphed before smiling.
I suppose I should thank you for not killing the idiots and saving them during the war against the Dark Lord, so, thanks.
I appreciate it, but it was not unnecessary. I am not a butcher.
Kieran butted back in with a eureka moment.
Kurz just needs to mount Bancroft.
Everyone looked at him, perplexed, with Lyra's porcelain-white cheeks coloring red. Larathaman laughed in all of their heads, enjoying the salacious awkwardness. Sunvi smiled tightly.
Dear, you might need to explain yourself.
Oh, yeah, right. Sorry, I mean mount as in install. Kurz needs to access whatever Bancroft has. Mel can't bond with Kurz because Kurz is missing what he needs. However, it sounds like she? I'm assuming Bancroft is a she at least, is already bonded with Kurz, so if Kurz mounts her or otherwise lets her interpose on the bond, she can handle the translation part as a simple decode-encode step through virtualization or emulation. Mel arched an eyebrow.
I don't understand everything you said, but it sounds like I either need to bond with Bancroft first, or my bond needs to route through her somehow.
Exactly.
Do you have better instructions? Or...
Kurz? Kurz thought for a moment, looking over the log for all the times he had bonded with others. They all had, in the details, mentioned a pass token somewhere in the process. And then, with excitement, he remembered that when Selena had him work through other issues, she had used hers to allow Kurz to perform otherwise disallowed actions. If he could use Larathaman's, that would solve his problem. He was able to borrow Selena's because he was bonded to her. Why would it be different with Larathaman's? He pushed against his boundary with Larathaman, gripping it like he was trying to hold her hand. She accepted, seemingly understanding. Melanflea, try again. She didn't need to be asked twice. She placed her hand on Kurz's crystal gently and tried to bond, following her instincts born from her warlock nature. This time, Kurz paid close attention. However, instead of watching his log, he took Selena's advice to heart. The log was for others. He needed to follow his instincts. They would guide him through whatever he needed to accomplish. Feeling out the attempt like a soft tickle, Kurz latched onto it and, at the same time, took hold of his bond with Larathaman. With both in his mental hands, Kurz tunneled the nascent connection to the warlock through his with Larathaman. She accepted it quickly, and with immediacy sent it back with a coy touch. Kurz felt the change as the bond that was between him and Melanflea had Larathaman in the middle.
Melanflea Go Lightly initiated bond with Kurz, Cloudgate, victor of Nyalung battle, savior of the realm.
Bond configure routine called. Bond public key transmitted to Melonflea Go Lightly. Awaiting public key from Melonflea Go Lightly. Public key received. Connection routing interrupt called. Bond rerouting through Larathaman, City of Bancroft. Larathaman, City of Bancroft's Bond public key transmitted to Melonflea Go Lightly. Bond handshake configured. Bond transfer protocol routine called. Bond accepted. Ultra rare achievement. I think, therefore I am. Achievement qualification. Bonded with a hero as a dungeon. Achievement reward. Heuristics are removed for all communication. Local admin informed of the new state. Please practice communication responsibly. I think I just ruined Theryl's day again. I can talk in first person to everyone here. Finally! No more word games. Kurz exulted gaily as Medusa rolled her eyes, an impressive feat considering the amount of them.
Even better, Kurz. I earned the achievement too by being party in the attempt. I too can now talk freely beyond those under my gesh,
Larathaman said, joining in on the cheer.
One step closer to rescuing our fairies. Now, Rough Riders, I assume you are all going to bond with Kurz now? I know Melonflea did it because she felt a directive, but as a city, I have advice. Kurz is not like you. He will not grow old, he will not die, and he will kill. Kill people like you, people you know. It is in his nature. He can temper it, but that existence will never go away. This war he is picking, that war we are picking, it's all going to kill many. The devastation that Marwan promised will be child's play in comparison.
Silence met her words, so she continued.
But our goal is not that. We do not wage this out of a desire to destroy and subjugate. I am a city. As much as it is Kurz's nature to kill, it is mine to nurture. We wage this war to save those who we care for. Bonding as Mel has will forever alter you and us. If you take this mantle upon your shoulders, we do not know where it will lead. But we can promise we will do all that is in our power to keep you safe, as you will then be a part of this irregular family.
Kurz looked to them, the weight of his attention and Larathaman's words on their shoulders and minds. Please. Chapter 15. Larathaman's invention that she had given her citizens was glorious to behold when in use, Kurz reflected, as he watched a trio of heroes push their mana into her thruster to arrest the cloud's approach. While his own thruster was utilitarian and to the point, hers was a work of art, one that he loved watching utilized as such. It didn't hurt that he gained experience as they recovered mana. Minuscule, but something that would over time add up and help him out. Help them both to rescue Selena and Gustav. They were slowing their approach as they came upon Delmar, the capital city and dungeon of the same named kingdom. It was immense and built into a mountain where the topmost land was rich and lush, and the others farther down and farther out were less so, until eventually, where the sun failed to hit, the city was less than stellar. The royal residence was grand, a gleaming white marble structure with a red ochre roof slightly inset into the mountain that put the others to shame. He knew that somewhere on its grounds was the entrance to the namesake dungeon, the dungeon that he was about to trespass on. Gathered at his landing were Lyra and hundreds of Larathaman's people. They knew what was up. Lyra and the other leaders of Bancroft had made it clear that the dungeon was going to repeat its miraculous portals that rescued the forest survivors of the Jade Army and open up, just at the outskirts of the city, a portal that would make it a trivial matter to enter the capital. While they were all gathered to hopefully watch the spectacle, Kurz and Larathaman were waiting, anxious at what Delmar's response was going to be. Delmar, a capital city and dungeon combo, were most likely not going to like them, a capital elect pair encroaching on their territory. They had been expecting some sort of emissary to show by now, something or someone to intercept them before they got closer. Kurz was baffled. They were within cannon range, and it was no secret that Bancroft possessed them as her wonder. While he had not sent any forewarning that he was coming, it was rather obvious. There were not many flying clouds with cities built on them after all. As it was, a contingent of soldiers, heroes still pressed into service, had congregated outside the gates of the city, sure to be ready for whatever the famous dungeon may do.
Where should it go? I mean, a lack of response is permission, right?
Labyrinth laughed.
I am honestly surprised you haven't asked for me to shoot it into the city proper.
That would ignite a war.
And? This whole charade is to get people to move in so I can grow and, consequently, you gain experience and power along with me. Don't worry, I'll be good and place it outside the gate like we have with the other small hamlets we passed.
You're terrible.
No, I'm bad, and you like it.
She purred. Then, not letting Kurz argue further, shouted,
Fire in the hole!
Cued, Lyra ordered the forward cannon. The crew fired it, the sound a deafening blast as the cannon rolled back and away from the crenellated wall. The shot, a part of Kurz packaged up nicely like a canister, sailed through the air with a wispy white contrail. Well aimed, it landed just a dozen yards short of the assembled welcoming party with a muted piff as it crashed into the tall grass along the side of the road. From it quickly grew a strong archway where stone by stone Kurz exerted himself. Unable to build on another dungeon's territory, he was cheating by bending space as he went. Tall and wide enough to pass 4 ox-led carts abreast, the arch stood. Then, with an application of his mana, the portal folded open as reality bent to his whim, and the new location was registered with his network. If Delmar hadn't known he was coming, the sudden intrusion on one of its controlled chunks surely would have its attention. The first through was a Tim, but before it could set about its performative and narrative actions to explain the portal, an androgynous golem, seemingly of malachite, dressed in green-hued, full-plate mithril, erupted out of the ground explosively, raining down clods of dirt upon the assembled heroes. Kurz was impressed, but ready to receive the guest. Labyrinth and he had been expecting Delmar to send one of its champions. An action such as theirs required an action, and this one was none other than Delmar's famous stalwart guardian, Marchog the Green. In the dungeon, it was said that Marchog would appear in a room standing in front of a treasure chest. If the heroes ignored it, Marchog would ignore them. If they tried to take it, they would have to defeat the champion. But more curiously, if they donated a fair sum for the difficulty of the room, Marchog would supposedly assist the heroes until slain again by the very dungeon it called home. All hearsay, as very few had the opportunity to run Delmar anymore. The royal family kept it for themselves and their most ardent supporters. The assembled posse behind the champion stayed vigilant, though a frisson of worry wormed its way through them. Marchog was never seen outside the dungeon, and this development shattered the illusion of peace they all had, living above such a strong core. If it turned and fought them, at least 2/3 would likely die. As the statue marched forward with crisp, clean, practiced steps, a sword pommel with an ornate crossguard extruded from its shoulder. Still marching, it reached up smoothly and pulled the weapon out of its body with the slicing sound of metal on a whetstone. Halting just before the Tim, it waited as the Tim shed its skin and took on the form of the champion, San's weapon. Kurz sunk in and took over. "Hello, Marchog the Green. Please accept this gift on behalf of my progenitors. A gate like no other. Travel and trade shall no longer require planning and time, risk and discomfort. Now the 2 cities shall be linked inexorably. Please enter and assent to our gift so that we can begin the celebration." A slight frown struggled for a moment on Marchog's chiseled face, before breaking into a broad smile.
"Well, if it isn't the savior of the realm themselves, hail! I have been watching you on the horizon for the last 2 days, waiting and hoping, nay, praying that you would drop a gate. And here you have, calling it a gift. I accept your invitation, and may others follow."
Behind them, the heroes relaxed, some with visibly sagging shoulders at the jovial banter. The Tim bowed and stepped slightly away from the gate, beckoning. Kurz did not explain the token economy, as it was a trivial matter that was only applicable when leaving Cloudgate. All entrances ran through the floating city by design. It would force everyone to cross through in a hub-and-spoke setup, and even a few minutes would subtly encourage the traders and merchants to set shop in Bancroft. Marchog marched across the threshold, his sword dissolving on its own as the pacifism on the city grounds took hold, Kurz having ceded control of the shared walkway to Larafamen. She had been insistent and convincing. As he was the first arrival, he was greeted by cheers of welcome from the assembled peoples. Any rancor against a champion stayed by the emotions. Kurz was sure it was still there, but those who would have trouble with it were either not in attendance or holding their tongue in the face of the crowd. Heroes fired off abilities into the air in celebration. Marchog was visibly taken aback. Lyra stepped forward from the crowd and gave a curtsy.
Welcome to Bancroft and Cloudgate, Marchog the Green. It pleases me so to make your acquaintance again. It has been far too long. It appears you have been doing well, and that brings me boundless joy. I myself have gained more family with whom we rule Bancroft. Before you leave, though, if it pleases you, I would be honored to host you a proper diplomatic banquet in Cloudgate. There is much to discuss with your ears only.
I will accept that invitation as well. I, too, have topics that must be discussed if this pleasantry is to persist,
Marchog said plainly.
But first, let me experience walking and celebrating amongst the heroes as an equal. Never in my life had I thought it would be so.
Lyra assented with a wry smile as the Platinum Champion, one of the strongest beings on the planet, was swarmed by heroes and citizens who wanted nothing more than to party alike. Vex even introduced himself in a hurry before getting lost in the mood. Soon, the advance party that had greeted them at the gate joined in, and the main thoroughfare to Delmar came alive with commotion as others followed. Kurz watched happily as merchants broke from the crowd, frantically urging their draft horses forward so as to be the first to the capital. They had to fight the incoming partiers, like salmon rushing upriver, but just the same they prevailed. The special articles they had nestled in with their goods would surely bring many more hopeful heroes and settlers to the cloud. Arrow steel weapons, gifts from the triumvirate, and the few not owned or requisitioned back by Delmar at the start of the war. Larafamen also had made sure to have vacancy notices surreptitiously posted around the square, such to draw the eye of those who might try their fortune outside of the capital. Already, Larafamen counted 3 new parties of bronze heroes who were now her citizens, having deeded space in her towering structures. Small, but she had to start somewhere.
Kurz. Ulrich, we're throwing a party to celebrate dropping a gate at Delmar. Do you think Skolo and the others would like to visit? This is a mixed hero and champion party. Ulrich.
Kurz, wonderful to hear from you. They absolutely will be on their way over. Thank you for the invite. Shall we bring anything?
Larafamen.
Don't worry about it. I have worked hard to make sure everything is ready. Just come to show that outside dungeons, champions and heroes can be allies and friends.
That I can do. They are going to have so much fun. Though Jaikalopt will need a translator. He is too monstrous to have gotten any more than dungeon speech. Will that be a problem?
Vex can't talk to people either, but I can hit him with a translator spell if he comes by the dungeon.
Thank you. To be honest, I was afraid after Larafamen told me what happened that you would be silent forever on this channel. You have my utmost sympathies. Tell me what you need done, and I will do it.
Oh, thank you for your kind words. If I can think of anything, I'll know you are only a missive away. Hells, the distance from your dungeon to my gate is less than a dozen yards.
As the party continued and grew in size, with more and more joining from the capital, Kerr's mood only soured, growing into a melancholy. Ulrich had reminded him of just what was missing. Kurz felt the comforting presence of Larafamen appear at his side.
I don't think the heroes ever get tired of celebrating. If it isn't celebrating the small victories in my dungeon, it's something grand like the war, or when Skana was defeated. Now this. Always something, Kurz said, leaning into her.
Yes. So why are you unhappy with it?
Just thinking of our fairies.
Selena would be all over this. The pizza drops, courtesy of the cookery, have been a hit. The Rough Riders haven't bought their own drinks yet. Every time their glasses dare to get low, someone swoops in with a round and replaces it. Geist has possessed the wind and is tousling kids, who are a riot of giggles because of it. Even Medusa, because of her angels, as they have officially taken to calling themselves now, have gotten her to join in. Though she's currently teaching a drunk why he should not have been getting handsy. Kurz admitted, wincing internally a bit at just how persuasive Medusa was being. Larathmin agreed, though her mood was a happy song on the bond.
Serves him right. She is showing good restraint, not even testing the pacifism. Though if she starts trying to drag him into your dungeon, I will intervene. I miss them too, Kurz. Gustav would be all worry right now. He'd be worrying about the influx of people being the perfect cover for the Shadow Guild to infiltrate my city, or about the Kingdom of Delmar making a move to force us to submit as vassals. He'd be near enough to wringing a hole in his jerkin. But enough about that.
Larathmin continued to soothe Kurz, filling the silence with more explanation.
They are why we are doing this, remember? This celebration, this is the start. Next Donheim, with gates dropped on every city, hamlet, interesting chunk, and dungeon in between. Then Freehold. With celebrations for each, Bancroft will become a global hub for trade, travel, and dungeon diving. We are sure to grow, as people will want to be in the middle of the burgeoning culture and city life.
Yes, I know. That is the plan, but it still feels wrong to celebrate such things while our fairies are prisoners, whose fate is unknown. All we know is that they're not dead, but healthy? I listen in on it, but there's nothing but an empty line. Static.
Here, if the celebration is too big for you right now, there are many that are staying away from this party for their own reasons. Let me show you, and they can give you the hope and drive to empathize.
Larathmin said, taking Kurz's presence with her as she dragged him into her side of their shared domain. Kurz was pulled away from the party underway with its libations and steaming plates of food in the chill, high-altitude air, and into a cozier environment. In a back alley, far from the noise of the revels, a ranger was attempting to teach a direwolf pup to sit. It was going poorly. The pup, clearly a new animal companion and as yet untrained, stood there uncomprehending with its head cocked to one side, as the young ranger continued to remonstrate with a series of increasingly exasperated gestures and commands. Eventually, the pup, or merely luck, took mercy on the now ruddy-faced ranger, and the wolfling sank to its haunches. Laughing triumphantly, the ranger picked up the pup and hugged it tightly, while the wolf, who had no idea what was going on but was all for it, licked excitedly at his face.
They celebrate their first step in a long path. Bronze Zero. One of the immigrants from the small cities that the Jade Army raised, saved by their city core's sacrifice.
Kurz could plainly see the joy, and it lifted his spirits a bit before he was torn away to another scene. This was a small, bare apartment shared by a couple. Retired adventurers, they had survived the sortie and made a new home here. Their hasty retreat had only allowed them to fill their inventories with some clothes and a motley collection of their precious loot. Kurz watched, held tight by Larathmin as the couple took a break from building the table to look out the window, a view of the celebration far down in the square. The man held the woman's shoulders, rubbing her back with his thumbs. Larathmin whispered in Kurz's mind.
They lost everything but their lives, and yet they celebrate. Their deaths so real, so close. Something as simple as a bed is a victory.
Before they could voyeur any longer, Larathmin pulled Kurz to her core room, where she was nestled amongst the pillows in her sarcophagus.
I celebrate. I did not die to Marwan. He was going to enslave me, or worse. But then this troublemaking weirdo came along. He solved all my problems, saved me, and made everything right. Just right. I celebrate every day that we are a couple, Kurz. You complete me in a way that I can scarcely comprehend. I show you these things to say that there is hope still. All of us have persevered and come out the other side. You will too. Selena and Gustav will too. Our plan is strong. Losing hope is not a part of it.
Kurz tried to speak up, but was shushed aggressively as he realized that Larafamin had more important things for him to do than speak. Chapter 16. Marchog the Green stayed through the first day of the party, even as it damped to just a smolder, the majority of revelers having retired as the sun came up so they could recharge for the next day's activities. It had to bide its time, as it would be unseemly for it to be seen entering the grounds of Cloudgate. Lyra and Mr. Anpu came for the champion nonetheless and walked him out of the party. Turning a corner, Marchog found itself inexplicably at the entrance to Cloudgate, where Medusa and Vex were waiting.
Hi again. I hope you had fun. I did. So much booze. Did you know that booze and pink slimes mix well? I didn't. I became all bubbly, and then I burped like this.
His belch with gusto stunned the group. Lyra, ever the consummate diplomat, broke the silence.
Thank you for the demonstration, Vex. However, we are now past the festivities for the day and must conduct business. I will insist you keep your belching down. Though I believe the Silver Maze has excellent acoustics, if you would prefer to outgas expressively again.
Okay, fine. I'll stop. I should be here for this conversation anyway.
Vex replied while using a pseudopod to bashfully cross his body.
Right. Now please, right this way. The dungeon can't teleport people across its boundaries, only up to it or once inside it.
Medusa lied as she invited Marchog to approach. Marchog frowned but followed them through the iron-cloud curtain which allowed the champions to pass. However, instead of finding themselves in the first room with the slimes, they now stood in Medusa's garden.
Welcome to my garden. Now, the first order of business. Kurz, Cloudgate has asked that I gift you this,
Medusa said as she produced 2 objects from her inventory and nonchalantly handed them to Marchog.
These are chat mirrors. I assume you are familiar with them, as Prince Harkon already has a version. These are the improved style not given to heroes. They will allow Delmar and the Royal Dungeon to communicate with any other entity that has one linked to it. So far, that is Bancroft, Honeyhive, and Skana.
Yes, I am well aware of their existence and was hoping to gain a copy,
Marchog said as it accepted the gifts graciously before stashing them in its own inventory.
I see that these are self-bound and immutable. Pity. Delmar would have loved to make their own. Oh, and just refer to the Royal Dungeon and the city Delmar as Delmar. If you must make a distinction, Dungeon Delmar or City Delmar is proper now. They have been a pair for so long that they prefer it that way. Which leads me to why I am here. Will I be allowed to make contact with the Dungeon and City Cores proper? I would prefer to hear their words on this. Telepathy.
This is Kurz. Happy to make your acquaintance. For your information, Larafamin is also party to this chat, as is Skana, the Dragon of Gravity. We're bonded, Kurz said, neglecting to mention the Rough Riders, who had also taken up a bond with them. Theirs, though, was not the same. They, not having domain knowledge, would not automatically know of this conversation or be party to it.
That affirms my suspicion, then. You are capital elect. You are treading a dangerous path, Kurz Cloudgate. Do you know what you are doing?
Marchog asked, its face neutral. Not really. Why is this a dangerous path? Seems all good to me. Companionship, expanded power, expedited leveling. And that is tripled by bonding with Skana. Works well for them, too. Skana has me assisting in his protection, and I was able to bootstrap him to silver. Larafamin butted in.
Myself, too. I am already silver, and Kurz's bond tips the scale so I don't decay as readily. No, I think this is a wonderful arrangement. Couldn't have found a better dungeon. I would know, having been one previously.
Marchog's face flashed surprise for a moment.
The name was not a coincidence, then. It is not unheard of for cities to have the same names as other cities or places, but there was a discussion because of your Ronin champions. We had simply thought they had wanted a memento of their lost home. It is nice to know you survived. I imagine it is quite the tale. But I digress. The dangers are not due to the chance of you dying. That is almost unheard of. No, the danger is the real politic of being a country. The death and devastation that your decisions can bring are unrivaled.
I just fought off a Dark Lord. Your rhetoric falls flat.
Against a Dark Lord, half of the combatants were mobs and their deaths only XP for the survivors. In a true war, both sides lose. Only one loses worse. Civil wars doubly so because they turn friends into enemies. Being capital elect, it only takes a simple declaration from you three to start the process of disaster,
Marchog said while gesturing to the triumvirate.
Or for someone to dispose of you all and make that decision themselves. Being mobile, you are a juicy target for a coup.
Kurz could feel the unease coming off of Larathaman, a protective instinct tied to it. He sought to reassure her, but was beaten to the punch when Mr. Anpu spoke, his words tight.
We welcomed you as a guest to our city to show that champions, beasts, and heroes alike could mingle without violence, and yet you come with a threat? I do not believe that was your intention, but that is how it has been received. I suggest you reword.
My sincere apologies. No threat was meant. Only but a warning about your state of being. Now that you are capital elect, you are a target. Political intrigues of the likes you would wish never existed will be upon you whether you want them or not. I know the royal family of Delmar will be of interest. They are probably already formulating how to ensure your power is theirs to command and retain. Perhaps the prince is open to marriage with Lyra,
Marchog said with a laugh, as Lyra's eyes widened and Medusa smirked at the thought.
Same with Donheim, guaranteed with freehold, while the Threshen Empire won't understand the rumors, having not seen you in your flying glory. Take care to keep your destiny your own, because a conqueror will see you as the ultimate prize, and their efforts to take you or the results thereof may kill hundreds of thousands and leave many more to die of neglect, starvation, or worse in the years after.
No, Kurz said.
Excuse me?
No, that'll not happen. I've bonded with Larathaman to save people, her people. I bonded with Skana to save yet more from the Dark Lord. While I may kill, I only do so on a small scale, and only those who try their luck and skill. There'll be no conquering unless it is we who decide it. Your warning has been heard and appreciated, but now let me rebut. Our destiny is our own, and no one outside we few will have a say in it. In the short time I've been a dungeon, too many people have tried to impress their will upon me and mine, and I will not have it anymore. In the words of Selena, Kurz declared, taking a pause for Larathaman to join in.
They can all go shove it,
the pair said together. Marchog smiled sincerely.
Sounds like you have made up your mind and are prepared. Good. Just know this. Kings, queens, dictators, emperors, all must bow to one rule. They must deactivate their core to bond with a capital city. I do not know what will happen to a Ronin with an inactive core. It has never been done. You will want to think long and hard about the risks to your own before you make that leap.
Wait, what? That is news. I thought royalty were the strongest heroes.
Larathaman said, a little fear in her voice.
The opposite. A long, long time ago, the system in place on Theral cemented that rule. To govern a sovereign nation, one must give up personal power. I think it helps keep the royalty honest, as it means royals die of old age. There can be no immortal platinum ruler who sits on a throne of death for centuries. And with how they boost their children safely to gold or better, they never have too many kids. The system regulates well that way. Your fairies really should have covered that. Same with food requirements. If this cloud is the extent of your possible territory, which I hope it is not, considering you sound like you are thinking about someday declaring yourselves a capital, you will need to find a way to secure another source of food. One silver dungeon, no offense, cannot feed a city.
None taken. And thank you for pointing this out.
Where are your fairies, if you don't mind me asking? It isn't a commonly covered subject, as being a capital is a rare achievement, but it does happen. Perhaps they would like to meet up with Delmars and learn a thing or two before you break off?
Knowing them, they would love to, but they are currently in Hypersale and are not free to make a visit.
The offer stands whenever they would like a visit.
How about for me? May I try the dungeon?
Medusa asked, redirecting the conversation at Kerr's silent and thankful plea.
Well, I would be happy to see that. The royal family keeps strong watch over it and would know if you made an attempt. This excursion is only happening because the potential threat was enough that the dungeon's reaction to it would be expected. One last question before I offer a gift of my own on behalf of Delmar. Do you consider yourselves a city of Delmar?
Marchog asked, though its voice was suddenly very serious. Kurz paused, not knowing how to answer. Lorathaman saved him.
Delmar. He is a dungeon of Delmar. And while I was a dungeon of Donheim, I am now a city of Delmar. It is complicated, because Kurz and I have these gates down in many places, including across the border. But Delmar is our home, if we were to have one. Never have we crossed the ocean, and we've only crossed into Donheim to fight Marwan. I hope that is satisfactory, as that is the truth.
That is exactly what I wanted to hear. It will make everything easier until you decide to break free. That will, depending on the people, be either a day of great celebration or a day of terrible, terrible reckoning. And on that note, let me give you a gift from Delmar as a congratulations on your capital elect bond. It is rare that such a thing happens, and they are so very happy for you two.
Marchog said sincerely as it produced from its inventory a wondrous scepter. It was a golden rod with an enormous red ruby ensconced in the pommel, while the head was a fine filigree orb, dotted with perfect white pearls and sapphires. On the rod itself, engraved in the common script, was the simple phrase, "Be they man, elf, orc, squama, or beast, any who wield this scepter are recognized by Delmar as the rightful government of Bancroft." Mr. Anpu accepted it gingerly on behalf of Kurz and Lorathaman. Kurz could feel the joy rolling off Lorathaman and was pleased himself.
We do not understand how your city works yet, but since it takes champions such as myself in and protects us and others from us, Delmar felt it right to throw their weight behind your words. It won't mean much, as it isn't from the royal family, but the correct people will know.
It's perfect.
Lorathaman gasped. Chapter 17.
I would have thought the prince, or any of the royals, would have stepped on my cloud for the party,
Kurz noted to Lorathaman in the hours after the party. Her people had partied hard with the guests and had given them a grand welcome. But all such things must come to an end, even if it was just to restart the next day. The streets were mostly empty, though a few drunks and revelers refused to let the day snatch the night away. Amusingly, some were camped out in front of Kerr's dungeon, sleeping the alcohol and other intoxicants off for first chance at the dungeon. Many, being from the capital and at a time when the Jade Army and Dark Lord had threatened peace and safety, had not had a chance to make a pilgrimage to run him. His very presence was the novelty they all wanted. All inns and suites and beds were occupied in Lorathaman's towers, a good omen if ever there was one.
Makes sense to me. I imagine they will send a courier for a formal introduction and invitation. While they may assume Bancroft is one of their cities, it would be foolish to waltz on in, as that assumption could be wrong. Imagine how easy it would be for us to declare capital status and then gank the royals. No, I don't think we will see them until there are proper diplomatic relations. And damn, Gustav was right.
Oh? Right about what exactly?
Body count. It doesn't add up.
Okay, explain that to me like I'm not a city core, because I'm not, and what you said makes no sense.
I counted the amount of people who entered, left, and stayed. The number should add up, but it doesn't.
That confused Kurz, but leaning on his genius loci nature, he quickly realized she was right. There was a discrepancy. How did 11 more people enter the cloud than left or stayed?
The Shadow Guild. Now, before you get angry, I was expecting this. My towers suit them incredibly well with the lower floors almost completely obscured with cloud and fog. Plus, with Skittermaw pacing circles, my depths are not owned by anyone with a modicum of common sense, discounting you.
Those bastards can hide from dungeon senses. It only makes sense that they can hide from cities as well. Otherwise, you and others like you would eradicate them. I'll have Medusa go door to door if I must. No one is going to hurt you.
Very noble, and while I like that, unnecessary. There is no money in destroying cities. They are here because the guild isn't. Once I find them...
I'll kill 'em, Kurz interjected, trying to predict her mind. He immediately felt her annoyance and knew he had gotten it wrong.
No, you will let them be. If I can discover their holes in my walls, their drop points, their halls, I will be able to snoop. And we can learn from that. Better to know your enemy.
Before they could continue their conversation, Kurz felt magic hitting his core room. Fairy magic. Kurz dragged Lorafman's presence with him as he zoomed back to watch the portal spark to life. Kurz pivoted his laser mirror such that he could murder whoever came through, his mind itching on the trigger. But he had to hold off. He couldn't be premature. It could be Selena or someone with news. That hope was the only reason he was going to wait to fire. Through the portal stepped a fearful Cabor and a ministerial-looking escort, a scowling ferryman who held a sealed letter in his one remaining hand. On it was Selena's handwriting addressed to Kurz. Like a building holding against the wind, Kurz mentally creaked as his emotions roiled. Mobs, champions, everyone felt it as his bonds became turbulent. Lorafman only amplified it, as any news about Selena would be news about Gustav as well, the lack of any word being information itself, as both Kurz and her feared the worst. Looking up at the dungeon core poised atop its water dais, Cabor let out a sigh.
Kurz, I tried. I really did. I delivered your letter as asked, and Selena gave me one to deliver, but...
The telepathy spell was up before he could finish, and it came on like a suffocating heat. Kurz tried to read the letter, it being in his domain, but a spell held it obscured from him, his attention sliding off it like oil. With a saccharine voice, strained with tumultuous thoughts, Kurz asked the other fairy, who he now identified as Arthur with his stat sight, though he recognized him just the same from when Selena injured him.
May I see that letter, please?
It comes with conditions. As you know, Selena gave you terrible advice and committed terrible crimes, and we must know what she has written, but she coded it, Arthur said, a grimace on his face as if the words tasted like bile.
I don't see anything from Gustav. My fairy has also been jailed. Where's his missive? Cabor!
Lorafman insisted, butting in before Kurz had a chance to threaten harm. We sealed it in the same envelope, purely as leverage to get our way. We understand that you may not like us fairies right now, as you were fed lies from those two, but Deacon is hopefully working with you two to understand the state of affairs. Now, I don't have much time. I have a meeting shortly. So if you would agree to a gesh that on pain of death you will in fact tell me what the letter has coded in it, and exactly what Selena and Gustav told you about anachronistic material and knowledge, I will let you read them, Arthur replied, holding the letter out in front, bored and unconcerned. Kurz cast a simple hold spell on the pair, only to swear as it fizzled, the spell failing into a visible glitter. Arthur yawned. You really think I'd not be prepared for this? Selena's assault on my person was a mistake, and the only reason I haven't regrown my hand yet is because I need evidence of the crime she committed. We have wards and the like which you can't beat. Deacon sure is going to have his work cut out for him. No wonder he hasn't been back yet. And before you try any funny business, know that if you succeed, only I can open the letter. Kill me, and you will never know what Selena wrote. Before Kurz could ratchet up his technique, Lorafman redirected his attention to herself, speaking privately between them.
Curse, spells aren't going to get us the win here, at least not directly. Your portals may be the odd way to win. Figure something out while I stall. Dungeons are used to getting their way, but if we are to agree to anything, we will need our own assurances. One, how do we know that you're speaking the truth here?
Loraphaman asked the fairies as Kurz swallowed his emotions and distanced himself as best he could. He kept an eye on the pair, if only so he could react quickly if they tried something. He knew Arthur wasn't lying, so he had to figure a way around it. Playing his game was only going to end with Kurz losing. That wasn't going to happen. Too much was at stake. Taking Loraphaman's suggestion to heart, Kurz placed a spare thruster at the edge of his cliff landing, the device materializing out of the air. Immediately, Kurz ignited it and launched it blind. Where it was going, he didn't need to see. Though he did use the Tim standing at the gate to watch it as he guided it out over the water, far out past the bay and into the dark blue of the deep. There, he pushed the nose down and rocketed into the water. Using the feeling of pressure on his thruster and the drag it felt, he knew which direction was down. Deeper and deeper he sent it, hunting for the ocean floor in that abyss. Thud. It hit something hard and lodged there. Quickly, Kurz drained his mana to push boundaries out to find where it was. His presence expanded and swept over different corals, sands, silt, and deeper into the bedrock under it all. That wasn't important. He could deal with the new materials later.
Rare achievement. Dug too deep. Achievement qualification. Domain extended 1 mile under the surface. Achievement reward. An additional environmental effect may be applied to a room. This stacks with other means of increasing environmental overlays, like calm before the storm.
Kurz paid attention to the achievement only as it told him what he wanted to know, just how deep he was. There, in the crushing depth where he could feel the weight of the water above, Kurz built a portal as a flat plane, like a serving dish sunk to the bottom, cast off a ship. He returned to the conversation at hand, where Loraphaman had been probing exactly what the terms of the gesh would be. He reassured Loraphaman with a light touch, whereas she gave a parting barb.
Well, I don't think we will take that deal, as it is entirely one-sided and binds us entirely and completely. Care to hear our counter-proposal?
Arthur barked a laugh, though Cabor looked like he was going to vomit.
You don't have a choice in the matter if you ever want to hear from the two traitors again. Your counter-proposal is dead on arrival. Any more crimes you commit will be added to Selina's rap sheet, as it was her advice that made you what you are.
Kurz had a one-liner ready to go, but Arthur's words stole his rational thought as the fury came back in force. But this time, Loraphaman pushed it along, her own smoldering anger amplifying it. Instead, Kurz popped the other side of the portal into existence in his core room. This portal, unlike the others he had, didn't have equalized pressure. He intended for the ocean to push through with such force it would harm Arthur. Not a spell, so only Arthur's basic protection would work, and Kurz was certain Arthur would not be prepared for the absolute destruction the pressure differential would wreak. However, Kurz did more than just open a sister portal in his core room. This one was smaller than the one on the ocean floor. Kurz didn't understand the ins and outs of his thruster, but his genius loci nature let him know one thing about it. The shape of it was a convergent-divergent nozzle, with some interesting properties he could use. The convergent side was of particular interest. By making the core room portal smaller than the ocean floor portal, the water was forced to accelerate drastically as the flow through the large portal was choked, exactly like placing a thumb over a flowing hose. His core room portal was not just smaller than the ocean floor portal, it was only the width of a hair, nearly invisible. Its effect was anything but invisible. A water knife of incredible force and speed that began at the portal and ended where Kurz absorbed the water before it could commit more carnage. Arthur looked at his now matching stumps, dumbfounded, his freshly amputated hand already having been squirreled away into Kurz's inventory. It was a moment before the pain registered, and he began to swear and scream. Cabor, almost habitually, fainted. Kurz caught the falling fairy with a portal and sent him to join Deacon without warning.
Take care of him. I'll be back.
was all Kurz said to the confused and worried prisoner before returning. Seems you don't know much about my dungeon, Arthur, which tells me that Selena has kept mum, undoing all the talk of betrayal you've tried to sow. Now that I've asserted who is in control of this situation, here is the deal that Larafamin and I are going to offer.
You can drop your spell protection and be at our utmost mercy, which will allow us to heal you and open your letter. Or you can do none of these things, and we will lock you away until such a day comes that you change your mind. Regardless, you are not leaving until we have what is ours.
Do your worst, Arthur said, trying to act tough. Arthur kept stoic, but truly froze as a portal to the larder opened in front of him, and Bazad Dai, with perfect timing, used his cleaver as a performative action to slice a side of meat. The boss turned to face the portal and chuckled before stalking toward the opening.
You can't kill me,
he cried, all his composure lost.
You'll lose the letter!
We already said we won't kill you, but you have much to lose before that happens, and I know many ways to keep you alive well past when you should be dead,
Larafamin promised maliciously. Arthur swallowed, then sighed. With shoulders slumped, he closed his eyes for a moment as sparkling fairy dust floated off him, like a sharp breeze had blown through the chamber. Glad we could see eye to eye. One moment, Kurz said as he shot a twinned healing ray at the man, the dual beams of light illuminating both of his wrists momentarily as Kurz worked his magic. In a scant second, Arthur was whole and rubbing at his new pink hands as if they itched. Silence stretched for a moment before Arthur spoke. Don't think you've won any special considerations for the prisoners. Simply undoing your own actions was the least you could do. But I should apologize for coming in so hard. We fairies like to think we're above worldly creatures such as yourselves and tend to not give credence to your thoughts and concerns. Nothing like having hands cut off to remind you of where you stand.
Thank you. We graciously accept your non-apology and would also like to extend the same for being violent. We are not torturers and only took such action because we felt we had no choice. That said, we will need to see those letters. Please don't make this interaction any more regrettable than it has been already.
Arthur nodded stiffly and reached down to pick up the sealed envelope. I don't have much choice anymore, do I? Regardless, I'm expected back. While I don't believe you actually mean to kill me, it would bring a world of trouble on your heads and the prisoners. More than a world, actually, as we touch every system, he explained, trying to sound brave as if to reassure himself. Kurz kept silent, knowing his opinion on such matters would not be welcome at this time. Arthur broke the magic seal. A flash of light and a piff of dust came out of the wax as it snapped. Opening the envelope, Arthur scarcely had the letters out before they disintegrated into mana before his eyes, Kurz and Larafamin stealing away their respective missives. Kurz laughed when he saw how Selena had safeguarded hers. Since she had given him a starting point with the phrase L33TH4XORZ, whatever that was, he found it trivial to decrypt, following the algorithmic method she had taught him previously. As he read it, the laughter died on his lips. Chapter 18.
So, you've decrypted my key. Good job. I knew you could do it after I taught you my elite hacksaws. Go you. But seriously now, to undo my spells, you will need to have my passphrase. Kinda like the GUID that you've used, but while that's a unique string for each and every possible thing, this is a unique string that's unknowable to anyone, as possession of it lets you control my stuff. This is a big trust here, but I think we're past any doubts. Here it is. Hardy tropics, purple cracker, longing, rusted tree, spider, weird book, stone clear, project spork. Use that phrase to unlock my chest, my notes, everything. There's probably something in there that can help. At the very least, I have the official rulebook for dungeon fairies. Some future concepts in my notes will really piss the fairies off if they've realized I've spilled them, but they snatched me, so they brought this upon themselves. I certainly have not been treated to an easy time. They think I'm a spy, working on behalf of Truck Coon, and I'm unable to convince them that I'm a victim in all this. They leave me drained of magic and tired at all times and try to get me to talk. At this point, they haven't mistreated me per se, but I will be demanding my pound of flesh on the way out. These bastards have been trying their damnedest to get me to forsake you. All sorts of enhanced interrogations to do it, too. Sucks for them that I know you've got my back. I haven't had a chance to talk to Gustav, but they told me that they snatched him too, which is ass. So forward my apologies to Larafamen that I can't help her.
Kurz noticed that there were tear stains on the paper. Selena was talking a big game, but it was obvious she was struggling. He shook with rage and minced the letter, ensuring no one else could have it. Having a passphrase in his inventory would just invite a spy class to steal it as a forced drop, which would be a disaster. A scant thought later, Kurz was staring at Selena's trunk. It was open, the same way he had found it when she had asked him to go through it last time. That fateful decision, while it saved the people of Bancroft from the Jade Army, had apparently condemned her. Under the fluff of knickknacks, laundry, and others, he pulled out the books that he could sense the magic on. That aforementioned purple notebook, a thick manual with a clasp, titled Dungeon Fairy Rules and Regulations, 73rd edition, current with patch 7.95, a green unlabeled one, and 2 others. He also found another lockbox inside the trunk. Hastily he grabbed that one, thinking something behind 2 locks would have to be the most credible lead. It took a moment for him to figure out how to apply the phrase he had been given, but when he did, the lock sprung open, and suddenly Kurz felt cold. Not because of the temperature, that was a sense he had long lost, but because the contents were letters themselves. Sealed. Addressed to Dad and Joey. Bound together with twine, there were over 100 of these unsent letters. Selena had been writing to her lost family, and had not found a way to send them. They were dated with "days since I died," and Kurz quickly mathed out that she had stopped the practice 6 or so years ago. These were not magically sealed, their wax mundane, but Kurz kept his awareness out of the contents. He would not breach the private moment unless the other goods held no answers. He left them where they lay and moved on. The regulations book would be the next best bet, but Kurz really didn't want to read that. He chose the purple one instead, knowing it had at least some goodies in it. Unlocking it, Kurz found that he could now read it. Even though the obscuring magic was still on, Selena's passphrase revealed the secrets therein. And it was all gibberish to him, which didn't help Kurz at all, because apparently Selena had a thing for copying equations and diagrams, which meant gobbledygook to Kurz, his lack of formal schooling suddenly hitting hard. Things made sense to some degree, like that there were rules on how gravity worked underneath the system's effects. Kurz knew how to subvert that instinctively through his subconscious, his mana, and his cornerstone, but the small details of why seemed to occupy her thoughts. Information on things called engines, alternators, light bulbs, and computers graced the pages in detail. Aircraft, von Neumann machines, orbital dynamics, amplitude modulation, encryption, and more still. All great information that Kurz felt would be highly beneficial in Larafamen's hands, but nothing on how to rescue a nabbed fairy. Kurz paused at the missing page, where Selena had ripped out the section on guns and ammo. Determined again, Kurz stopped reviewing that book and took up the Rules and Regulations manual. He was relieved to see that the majority of it was case studies, and the actual regulations section was much shorter. As he absorbed it, he noted that Selena had dog-eared, highlighted, and annotated it thoroughly. One in particular caught his attention. She had circled and drawn question marks all over the section that said only material native to Hybrasale could pass through a portal, no exceptions. However, there were no words or notes that went with it. But then it hit Kurz. She wasn't native to Hybrasale, and yet she could pass through. That was why she was questioning it. Which meant there was a way around the problem. One that an unknowable and enigmatic truck coon had solved from wherever it lived on Earth. No biggie. Undaunted, Kurz pulled up his memories and compared Selena to Arthur, the other fairy Kurz had healed, as a way to see if he could spot a difference in their makeup. Nothing stood out, which was expected, but disappointing. Kurz had hoped that Selena was slightly different, such that Kurz could find what allowed her in. Next, he ducked into the Unreal to see what they looked like in his memories with his unique sense. There, Selena was different in that she was tied to Kurz, which still crossed the border. Kurz reasoned that meant that not everything that was not Hybrasail was stopped, or otherwise that bond would have severed. There was something else, but it defied his understanding. Her edges were well-defined, unlike the fuzziness and superimposed images of everything else. Nothing else he had seen was like that. Then Kurz realized it was because of a memory. The possibility was singular as it had already happened. She was what she had been. Nifty that the Unreal was different in the past than in the present, but not helpful at the moment. Kurz felt his frustration rising, but he tamped it down. He had a feeling he was onto something, and getting angry at his first attempt failing wasn't going to help. Next, Kurz focused solely on Arthur, who was timidly waiting for the next shoe to drop. Specifically, on Arthur and the new hands he had. Kurz had made those out of mana, yet he figured they would be able to cross the barrier, lest any major healing done to a fairy would be fatal upon crossing as the magic was undone. Still, he found nothing. Arthur's hands were Arthur's hands. Nothing. Nothing was different. That was the entire point. It was staring him right in the face, and he was overthinking it. Kurz had hands in his inventory, and a beast core. Kurz opened a portal into his cookery. Arthur, this'll be your new home. You are now my prisoner of war. You will find Deacon is also here and in need of good company. You'll be treated with dignity and respect. Larafaman, alarmed, sidelined Kurz in their telepathic communication.
Are you sure this is okay? There's no way Arthur can stay here. I do not think we're ready yet.
After we heard him, he must stay. He would blab about our abilities to produce deadly non-magical and non-dungeon-born effects and remove any advantages we have. Besides, I have a solution to that problem. Arthur, back in the core room, looked at Kurz' core with a tinge of fear on his face. Please don't do this, Kurz. This'll only end with you dead. I know we got off on the wrong foot, but imprisoning me is not the right move.
You are, of course, correct, but neither was imprisoning Selena and Gustav. You fairies were played by the gods here, are sadly in the thick of things, and most importantly, have our friends in your custody. So, until then, you and any other fairy that we run across will be POWs until we can arrange a détente and prisoner swap.
They'll be expecting me. If I don't rendezvous soon, Arthur said as he stepped through resolutely. Kurz closed the portal before steeling himself to the Chimera lab. There, Kurz got to work. He placed the hands on a meridian and his unused beast core on the platform, but then stopped. The beast core would be a problem. Having it would give the portal a way to differentiate between a fairy and his champion, a sure way to stop the plan. He needed some way to hide it. Reviewing his options, Kurz knew the Unreal work could hide in the Unreal, and that seemed like a solution. Looking back at his search and rescue team, Kurz hesitated. 1, they were 2 separate entities, and 2, the NPC relied extensively on Kurz to run. Trying to make a wandering NPC, like a quest giver capable enough to navigate a foreign land that Kurz knew nothing about, would be impossible. Some other way of hiding it would be necessary. Thinking back to the Overslime, Kurz could try and make another point mass. That was dimensionless, so it would not take up any space, but, dejectedly, Kurz realized that his beast core would either explode or advance to arrow steel tier, neither of which was appealing, as Theral would be able to intervene. Racking his brain for inspiration, he searched his vast inventory for anything that could help. His inventory was full of one-offs, things he had not yet absorbed enough of to earn the ability to create them out of mana. It was a futile effort, as he knew everything in it, and all of it was useless for this task. Until it wasn't. Kurz saw he had something new. A few somethings, actually. Puzzled, Kurz quickly saw when reviewing his memory that when he sucked in the deep ocean water, some unexpected things had been caught in the flow and liquefied as the immense pressure pushed them through the tiny hole. Amongst them was an anglerfish, a frightening little creature of spiky fins and needle-like teeth, with what had once been a bioluminescent blob at the end of a dangling appendage. The creature hid in the dark, while the light fooled prey. It was perfect. He made a mental note to suck up more things later, as the oddities he had obtained were intriguing. Returning to the matter at hand, Kurz took the anglerfish, placed it on a meridian, and watched as the ghostly image took form, a small fish with hands instead of fins. Irked, Kurz fiddled with the ratios and parameters until the hands replaced the glowing lure. But it still wasn't enough. Kurz tried to heal the severed limbs, but it did nothing. Giving it to a doppelganger didn't work either. Its ability could only work on something living as well. Knowing that he was on the right track, however, Kurz pulled up his list of spells for one that might work. Larathaman, do you have any spell words that specifically regrow bodies? Kurz felt her presence on him like a warm blanket, as if she were draped across his body to talk to him versus just standing there.
Multiple, actually. The graveyard I built came with a few. I have reanimate, revive from that, as well as mass, which is a selective version of area. Then after I took Inventor Plus, the alternate method of learning spell words gave me even more. From that, I have clone, morph, and transmogrify, though, looking at what I think you're trying to do, I would suggest clone. What it produces will be made of the same stuff as the target.
Larathaman produced a few scrolls for Kurz to take, but as he tried to absorb them, Larathaman didn't let go, resisting his attempt. Caressing his mind, she purred.
I approve of what you're attempting. When you're all done, I'm going to share my appreciation.
Haughtily stealing the scrolls from her as she smugly disappeared to deal with the waking of her city, Kurz added the spell word clone to his own repertoire. Casting it on the hands, Kurz exulted as two new fairies grew. Both looked just like Arthur.
Finally, something worked correctly.
Laying in repose, they were both of fairy material and wholly naked. Throwing them onto the meridian, Kurz cursed up a storm as he had celebrated too early. The thing that grew looked like an amalgamation of the two with 4 arms and legs. Maddeningly, it was not made of fairy material, but wholly a creation of Kurz and his mana. Maybe... Kurz placed a breathing but soulless Arthur on the middle platform. He had never placed anything on the Genesis platform before. It didn't work, though. The fish thing was not molding with the body in the middle. An unreal core invigoration fixed that. Then, to top it off, Kurz added equal parts doppelganger, mimic, and unreal worm as invigorations so that it could change the look of the lure as well as hide its stats and its whole self outside of reality. He also included a light mana core with a copy of his Seeker spell preset, but without a target this time. That way, this new champion would be able to find what it was looking for if it had even an inkling of a clue. Thinking twice, Kurz removed the spell and gave it a spell focus instead, thereby forcing the champion to Genesis as a magic user. After all, it needed to be able to cast fairy spells. Then, morphing and shaping the body a bit, Kurz liked the result and was confident it would work. But before he could spend the mana to spin it up, Medusa walked into his core room. Apparently his emotions had leaked out over the bond, and she had come to check on him. A few strides in, and she saw the revolving image on his mob facet.
You really think you are ready to make a champion?
She asked, reviewing what he was about to make. Yes, I have to be so I can rescue Selena and Gustav. This'll allow me to add a spy to our family.
You misunderstand. Your frame of mind. You are going to make a mess of a sibling for me. A neurotic wreck who will fall into a panic attack the moment they fail at something.
I'm not acting neurotic. Look, I just permutated through and found a solution that'll help me save Selena.
You can keep on trying to believe that, but you are more worried now than ever. I don't know what you've done, but something has you on a knife's edge.
I took another 2 prisoners, and 1 is expected back. I must get this correct and fast, or the whole house of cards may collapse.
Exactly. You need to calm down and center yourself. Unless Unless you want another like me. A person who you didn't intend to have.
Don't say that. You're perfect as is.
Hardly. I am a psychopathic murderer who finds companionship difficult and awkward. I do not understand emotions like everyone else. Killing is as easy as breathing for me. And I know you find my misandry disconcerting, to say the least.
Medusa said, numbering on her fingers ways that she was abnormal.
If you had an option, I know you wouldn't have made me the way I am. Someone happy like Vex, or regal and personable like Lyra or Mr. Anpu.
Medusa, I'd never replace you. If I went back in time, I would make you. Yes, you aren't like me, but whenever has that been a requirement to be family? I'm well aware of your violent hobby and proclivity, but I am not some innocent human. I am a dungeon, and I have killed way more people than you. It hurts me to hear that you think I feel anything for you other than pride and love.
Good. That is the correct mindset. Now make me your champion,
Medusa said, revealing her guile. Medusa laughed as Kurz sighed. Then, steeling himself and appreciative of her efforts, Kurz pushed the mana into the core and spun it up. He watched with bated breath as it flashed over, and a purplish-brown appendage struck out into the back of the small prone fairy like a root. On the other side, following back along the route like a crane, was the champion as he had designed it. Much larger than the fairy at 8 feet tall, its body was splotchy and brown, with a milky-eyed face inset into its torso, featuring a toothy mouth that spanned the entirety of its belly. The fins had morphed into stonky, muscular arms and legs, with webbing between spiny claws. A stubby, vestigial tail adorned the back. Before the new champion could introduce itself, the monstrous portion faded away, hiding in the unreal, leaving only the fairy behind. The small body moved stiffly at first, but soon was acting normal, mimicking a living fairy as it stood up and brushed itself off.
Welcome to the land of the living. I hope you find it enjoyable,
Medusa said welcomingly. It worked its jaw for a second before trying out its voice. Living is certainly going to be interesting, it said with Arthur's same voice. Thank you for keeping Dad from, being weird. Hey!
It was my duty to you to prevent him from making a mess of you. Spies need charisma, not problems.
Yes, I would hope I have lots of charisma for a deep-sea grotesque made large. But if I'm to keep this charade up, I'll need some clothes, the monster said. Oh, bother, you're right. Anything I make can't cross. Guess Arthur's having a bad day regardless, Kurz said, annoyed. He opened a portal to the cookery, and his new champion, which hadn't even taken a name yet, strode through as a fairy. Medusa left for her own room, not caring to follow now that her task was done. Well, Arthur, you said they're expecting you. No better way to gain entrance. Arthur? Meet Arthur. The real Arthur, who was talking amicably with Deacon, who was in turn fanning the unconscious Cabor, blanched at his own nude form staring back at him. What is this foolishness? Now you insult me and take my hands? No fools here, replied the false Arthur. But I must thank you for the donor body. And now I'll thank you for your garments. Kurz will provide new ones per your request. What? Oh, you think you can just waltz into Hybra sale? You aren't the first to try. Many have crafted simulacrums of fairies. All failed, Arthur explained as he disrobed, tossing the articles to the pretender. We fairies take security seriously. Kurz materialized new clothes for the real Arthur, while his champion dressed itself. Yes, I would not doubt your words or your conviction, but you should not doubt my cunning or my drive in this matter. You have Selena, and while I have never met her, I have a succinct and strong impression of her, and know that she's family. I'll not be leaving her in your custody. Death first, but don't take my words for it. You see, my father has gifted me spells, and serendipity on my side. He has a nice selection of spell words for spycraft. Here, let me demonstrate. The false Arthur then, its fingers tracing out a pattern with wisps of mana gathering on the tips, suddenly clapped, and a pale blue light shot out of its palms against the real Arthur's head. New spell hotkey. Read Memories. Read Memories will perform the key phrase Numbed Scan Telepathy Sense, Prolonged Branch Scan, and will obfuscate the key phrase from heroes with Detect Magic abilities. Now, while I'm in your head, where is Selena? Gustav, perhaps? Huh. Would you look at that? Seems you had personally visited Selena. That'll certainly make things easier, the false Arthur said as it perused the confused and increasingly alarmed fairy's memories, its eyes focused on nothing as scenes flitted through its mind. Oh, and here's where you learned techniques to beat mind reading. You should have paid better attention to those. Your attempt to recall them during this has only given me direction on how to bypass your mental filibustering even better. And there you are casting your portal spell. You really ought to have paid more attention to your classes. Like it was waving away a dust cloud, the false Arthur dropped its own spell, content with the result. Well, Father, I know we've not had the chance to get to know each other, but the introductions will need to wait for another day. I have some fairies to rescue. Kurz could only look on proudly as the false Arthur scribed open a portal and walked through, leaving behind two decidedly confused and concerned fairies, and one unconscious one. Interlude 4. Holding Out for a Hero. Selena was bored, lying on her side, facing the wall to relieve some of the tension on her bound wings. She was tracing her hand over the markings she had made to count the days when she heard muffled talking outside of her cell. She recognized the gruff sound of Chuck, the guard on shift, but the other, while familiar, was not one she was willing to believe. It had to be a trick that Gustav was outside, arguing animatedly. But sure enough, the food slot was thrown open, and Gustav's face appeared with a grin.
Hello, Selena. How are you doing? Wait, don't tell me. That is a question I should not be asking. Let me start by saying, I am now your barrister. How wonderful is that?
Depends,
Selena said, her tone hushed and guarded as she sat up, her body stiff.
Depends on if you're real or not. I would not put it past these shitheads to try pretending they were you. Glamour is a simple magic after all.
I heard that.
Not you, Chuck. You took my letter. That makes you not a shithead, just a patsy. You are admirable in your own way. But seriously, Gustav, how could you be my lawyer? You're dungeon fairy turned novice city fairy. How could you also be educated in law?
Well, unlike you, I've not been confined to a cell like, this. I am out until the final verdict is read, but I think I'm going to be fine. In my case, the truth has set me free.
Truth? What do you mean, truth?
Selena said, as she finally got up to the door and reached out through the small slot. Gustav took her hand awkwardly, giving her the first friendly physical contact she'd had since being taken. His hand was warm, while hers was clammy and cold.
Truth. Simple as that. Truth that there was no conspiracy. I did not assist in the start of the technology transfer, the opposite, actually, and only advised on its use after the damage had been done. How best to push it through so that integrating the effect early would take minimal effort.
Great. Just great. Saved your skin, but threw me under the bus. What else did you tell them? Did you seal my fate any worse?
I most certainly did not throw you under any bus. I'll have you know I was only allowed to have this meeting because I pointed out that you can't break a contractual law when you weren't party to it. It is their fault for not having a permanent fairy assigned to Kurz while you were working on him in the early days. So that throws out any charge on technology transfer by technicality. As such, I have been allowed to become your barrister, as I pointed out that by law you were permitted someone to speak on your behalf. And it especially made sense since you, as an isekai, did not have the knowledge base of growing up in fairy society to know all of its ins and outs. In all fairness, you only have about 24 years to my multiple centuries. Though I must say,
the espionage charge is going to be a bit harder to shake. You really, really have them right spooked, Gustav said with a bit of glee as he let her hand fall. She fruitlessly reached out for it again.
Why do you sound so happy about that?
Because the truth will set you free. They think you are a spy, but will find that no information has left Hybrasale that wasn't already known by others. Once their investigation moves forward, they will find that you aren't what they thought you were. So, all you have to do is put forth the truthful and proper argument that you were only doing your duty to the best of your abilities. And to bolster the argument, I have signed you up for remedial classes. Before she could speak up, Gustav carried on. In this case, you are taking Introduction to the First Law. The class is in 30 minutes, so you have just enough time to get there. Now, you will be shackled to me, but I am more than willing to do this for you. Please place your other wrist through the slot. This is going to be fun. You are going to love it. I know the professor. Selena rolled her eyes, but still cracked a smile. Even the mana-sucking weight of the cold iron wasn't enough to take it from her. The door opened, and she was greeted by Gustav, who had a length of chain tying him to her, though his didn't seem to have the same effect of sapping his mana. Selena struggled to keep her head high as Gustav led her out of the prison wing, through multiple floors of busy office ferries, and out the door. Chuck followed dutifully behind, keeping a close escort. She tried to enjoy the sunlight and the idyllic town around her, all happy, perpetual spring with well-laid cobblestone paths, but the lead she felt in her body made it difficult. Gustav tried to cheer her up by pointing out how, as this was the spring sector, everything was always bright and warm and happy. Her look said it all. Thinking again, Gustav pulled back a little, the chain between them shifting on the ground as he said something to Chuck, who seemingly left. Other fairies paid no attention to Selena and Gustav, though they were the only ones walking.
What did you say to him?
Oh, I politely reminded him of his instructions with this exercise. That is as much as I can tell you without causing a problem for us, so please leave it at that. But he is no longer of our concern. Now, I already have your materials and textbook.
Gustav?
And the professor and teaching assistant are already aware as well.
Gustav.
It may be awkward for the first class or two until the young fairies get used to seeing you.
Gustav!
Selena finally yelled, pulling against the chain a bit to get his attention. Oh, yes? Was I talking too much? Selena just fell into him, holding him hard as she could considering her lack of strength, tears welling in her eyes.
No, just thank you. It's been hard in there.
After a moment, Gustav returned the hug gently. Yes, well, I apologize for not making it sooner. Trust me, I would have been over as soon as possible. I also am waiting on permission to go back to Therill for our chorus to reassure them. I am afraid of what Larafamen and Kurz will do. Think of the dungeon choices. Selena couldn't help but laugh a little before using her arm to wipe her nose.
Kurz has probably done something very ill-advised.
Most definitely. The pair finished their journey, and after finding the campus and navigating the halls of the university, sat through the lecture on dungeon fairy laws. True to his prediction, the other fairies were green, with not a lick of experience among them. The only reason they were there was because they had at some point failed exams and needed remedial training to tighten up where they needed to be. During the lectures, Gustav produced the as-promised textbook and notebook, as well as the ink and quill. Most importantly, he also produced food from his inventory. Hearty food. He gave her a baked potato and meatloaf. Ravenous, she ate into it, the lecture disappearing into the background, though Gustav did stop her from making too much noise. It was then that she noticed the cloth napkin he'd provided with the meal had writing on it. Stuff this napkin and the other between your wrists and the iron. It should help. Smiley face. Confused, Selena looked at Gustav between mouthfuls, but he determinedly ignored her. However, doing as instructed, she immediately felt the weight of the cold iron lessen. Something was special about those napkins, but she couldn't tell what. Energized and feeling her mana start to climb above zero, her mental clarity returned and the brain fog lifted. She tried to whisper a question to him, but he shushed her and pointed at her food and the lecture. Her confusion only mounting, she continued to eat and decided to pay attention. She learned nothing new, as the material was painfully obvious now that she could think straight. Eventually, her meal was over, and so was the class. Gustav had her wait until the others from the class had left before he gestured for her to get up. Finally, he escorted her out.
Can I ask what the hell is going on yet?
Gustav ignored her.
We have time until your next class. There is an hour break between. We should check out the Advanced Trap Concepts Laboratory. I think one of my early projects might still be on display. Come on, follow me, he said as he gently pulled on the chain.
Selena resisted, setting her feet.
Not until you tell me what the hells is going on. There's no way you really think me wasting time in a class is going to accomplish anything. I had to be the smartest student in that room, and that's saying nothing about me.
Gustav gently pulled again.
Now is not the time, nor the place. Trust me. You will want to check out the laboratory with me. We should be the only ones there, he said, stressing the last words while gesturing with his head.
Selena stared at him for a second before shrugging.
Lead on. At least it can't be any worse than feeling my brain drain out of my ears over that Dungeons for Absolute Dumbasses class you had me in.
The short walk later, Gustav used a key to unlock the door and opened it up, revealing a messy and well-stocked laboratory with caution signs hung by twine everywhere. Various and descriptive pictures of the kinds of hazards at play made it obvious that straying out of designated lanes would be a self-rectifying mistake full of paperwork for the lab proctor. As hoped, there was nobody else.
Here we are, Selena. I found this trap to be most impressive,
Gustav said while gesturing to a setup that was labeled a new and novel equipment destruction trap with an effectively instant application and effect without damage to living tissue. The prototype was a cubicle with vibrant green vines hanging in it. Multiple spell phases were inked on the outside and were frighteningly complex. Gustav threw the demo lever. It sparked as it hit home, but nothing else happened.
Oh, right. It needs to have something non-living in the cubicle. I wonder what we have here to demonstrate with,
he said, while obviously staring at her cuffed hands.
What? Yeah, that's a no. I don't need to see how I will fare inside a maybe working or maybe not trap by some rando student. Plus, how is me breaking these chains supposed to show I'm working in good faith and maybe earning a chance at freedom?
Selena asked, rubbing at her wrists, the chains clinking as a reminder of what was just a napkin away.
Oh, I've watched it. You will be safe, but this,
Gustav said, hemming and hawing as Selena looked at him like he was an idiot.
Well, let's just say, if something were to happen and, you were to find yourself free, I would be duty-bound to try and stop you, and, I would fully expect you to punch me hard in the temple, right here, to, knock me out so you could get away. Now, I must tell you that running into the hinterlands to find Kerr's original portal trees versus Union Station might seem like a good idea, but it will be well guarded. Kerr's is still young enough that his tree's position hasn't been lost to time, but Lerafimant's, which is much older, has been forgotten by most everyone, and there is no way you will get its position out of me. I will not tell you where it is, nor show you where on this map I have it marked,
Gustav said, cringing a bit. Neither said a word, but Selena's eyes widened and her heart raced, her mind thinking fast.
Gustav,
she said, while pulling against the token resistance the other fairy was putting up as she thrust her manacled hands in the chamber. The switch, having already been thrown, allowed the trap to activate on its own. Spell scripts lit up as they engaged. The very air in the chamber flashed like lightning, and an acrid smell of ozone quickly assaulted the fairies' noses. Selena felt her mana plummeting as she looked at her wrists and saw that, while the chain had survived, albeit smoking and a little worse for wear, The stuffing she had between them and her skin was gone.
Didn't work,
she said dejectedly as the switch reset itself. Gustav quickly threw it again and watched as her manacles were attacked by the trap. They survived the second round. Oh, bother. Well, in for a penny, in for a pound. 1 second, Gustav said, his mood also dampened. He quickly produced 2 more of the cloth napkins and stuffed them in place himself while Selina was woozy on her feet. Plan B it is. I'm just going to be a fugitive like you, I suppose. Curse will have some way to break these.
Oh, Gustav.
No, don't say another word. I have lived centuries, and in these last weeks, because of you and Kurz, I have lived centuries more. You saved Larathaman not once, but twice, even over my best-intentioned protests. It is my choice now to repay this debt, and the door to the lab was thrown open as Chuck let an irate Arthur in. There they are! Chuck yelled while pointing and drawing a weapon from his inventory. It looked like a hand crossbow, but with embellishments that made sure it was anything but. Freeze, criminal scum! Arthur put his hand on the piece, confusing Chuck, who relaxed, if hesitantly, and lowered the weapon. My, Gustav. I never would have suspected you would throw in with her lot. All of this over cores so young. And I never would have thought the law would be so barbaric, leaving a fairy in solitary confinement while having a matured bond with no mana to boot. You might as well be torturing her, Gustav accused while stepping in front of Selina. You can accuse me of whatever you like, but neither of you are going anywhere for a long time, Arthur said with malice in his voice. Chuck, go summon the paramedics. What? Why? She's unhurt, Chuck said, confused, not taking his eyes off the pair of fugitives. While he had lowered his weapon, it was still in his hands, and his finger was near the trigger. Not in 5 minutes she won't be, which is about how long it'll take you to get the paramedics. So go, hurry. Or don't, it's up to you how rough of a ride these two have back to custody. In fact, why don't you take the long way? Chuck looked like he might disobey, but even with pleading eyes from Selina, left quietly, closing the door behind him softly. He's a good kid. He'll be questioning himself over this for a long time, probably even decide he should have stayed and prevented this mess, Arthur said with a wry smile. There is no need for violence. You don't have to do this, Gustav said, even as he squared himself up and brought his hands up as if to box. Arthur's body language shifted as he sagged his shoulders and leaned back against the closed door, locking it. From his pocket, after a bit of digging, he produced a key. No, I have to do this, but what I'm about to do is not what you think. For you see, I'm not actually Arthur. Use this key to unshackle yourselves as I explain. A quick toss, and Selina caught the key, and with a contortion of her body was able to slot it in. A moment later, the manacles had fallen to the ground. Kurz sent me. I'm the newest part of the family. The real Arthur is a POW in his dungeon. And to allow you to know you can trust me, Kurz decrypted your passage, Selina, and he and I both want to know what a leet haxors is, the false Arthur inquired. But before she could respond or even react, he continued gesturing at her hands. I don't know how you acquired the ferro-dissipative cloth, but that was a great thought. Sad that whatever you were trying to do did not work. Now, because I suspect that Chuck will be a good fairy and hurry to get help, afraid I'll do something terrible, we only have a few minutes. Selina, put at ease, spoke up as she rubbed her wrists.
What will you have us do?
I'll need your help sabotaging this lab. We have to make it look like it exploded and the 3 of us perished in the conflagration. I see plenty of mana sources and spell triggers. We should be able to cook something up that goes boom with great effect. And I see a good start over there. Charms of dispel that can strip this lab of protection from wayward effects, the false Arthur said while pointing and walking towards a back corner. So, if you aren't Arthur, who are you? Gustav asked, while busying himself with modifying the trap he had attempted to use to have a larger area of effect and a target of any and all combustibles.
And how did you find your way into Hypersail?
Who I am is an interesting question that I have so far resisted answering, for I do not know. Vex is a wonder, a slime who views life as an exceptional ride and is a wonderful older brother. Medusa is a monster that has absolutely zero problems with that descriptor, and is a sister dependable as the tides. Who am I? I don't even have a name yet.
But what I am is an infiltrator, yet also an ambusher.
I'm an introvert who hides, yet puts on the face of an extrovert to get what is required. On top of that, I'm someone who was born with strong family ties, which is why you both are coming home with me, the champion puppeteering Arthur replied as it started to spread the charms out strategically. Selena, for her part, was trying not to hyperventilate. Her freedom was so close she could taste it on her lips. The salt from her tears was a joyful spice. Her hands shook as she rearranged the runes carved into a spell trap to amplify the effects as an unstable regulator versus the safe feedback it normally had.
You didn't answer how you got through, though.
No, I guess I didn't. And to answer that is that I didn't. Only this Arthur puppet did. I, myself, am still waiting, hiding in the unreal, where the distance from Therill to here is not a concept. I'll come out, but as this room only has 5-foot ceilings and I am, well, larger, I'll only do so when it's time to consume you, the Arthur puppet said, looking over the handiwork the trio had done before knocking over a timing hourglass to give them a minute to get out. Gustav gulped.
Excuse me, did you mean to say consume?
Interlude 5. Rousing the Rabble. The town square of Bancroft was lively. The weather was slightly cold, as it always was on the Cloud, but that did not stop the people from coming out in droves to enjoy the market or the festivities of the 3-day celebration. Buskers of all kinds plied their skills for spare coin as visitors looked for fresh produce and bread. The central fountain, a monolith of basalt with tarnished copper silvers running through it, had a preacher using it as a soapbox, gesticulating wildly as he spoke. Speaking treason.
We must cast down our shackles and unchain ourselves. We are not of Delmar. We are like the birds and dragons before us, belonging to the skies. We Bancroftites saved the world from the Dark Lord. And what thanks do we get? A monument? No, a holiday? Only the party that we took ourselves. Borders are meaningless to us. Delmar will try and ground us as we fly to Donheim. Mark my words.
Delmar guards, in for the party, took it upon themselves to rip him down and beat him bloody before escorting him away. Nobody acted, but many saw. Inexplicitly, graffiti was in the alleys and along the towers where it was only visible to those who lived in the apartments and condominiums. It was signed with no name, only Revolution of Our Times. It was going just as Left Hand intended. If she was to foment revolt against Delmar, she needed to spur the people of Bancroft to take matters into their own hands. The fact that the place was ruled by beasts and had a dragon nearby was, against all odds, playing into her hand. She had expected there to be more hostility against the idea of someone who wasn't human, elf, orc, or squama ruling over the like. Anathema. But she found those that tended to have that opinion saw the rule of kings to be just as bad or worse. Others, who hated beasts, saw the triumvirate as theirs, and therefore acceptable and special. And people always wanted to feel part of something special. She moved swiftly, appearing on the Cloud the moment it opened its portal to Delmar. Since then, even though the Cloud loitered, she assumed it would make its way to Donheim. The stage had been set by then, as the border crossing was going to be a delicate situation she intended to inflame. A few words about how special it would be to not have kings, or to be the youngest nation, was met with intrigued interest. A few coins to spread the word were greedily taken. A few cells of Shadow Guild members activated to kill tax collectors and their receipts so that they would try and collect taxes twice on the same people to inflame discontent. A few lies about the royals and their perverseness. With the resources at her disposal and the full backing of her master, it was only a matter of time until Bancroft broke to become its own nation. And then there, in its infancy, they would strike and take it. She thought back to her chess meeting. Or Delmar could mortgage their future to the Shadow Guild to prevent it. Either way, they win. Now all she had to do was activate Sunvi. Chapter 19. It's been 2 days. This is more terrifying than when I was under assault by the Shadow Guild, Kurz fretted at Lorathaman. It was the third and final day of celebrations before the party was to end. At midday, the revels were in full swing, with dancing and performers all trying their best to wring that last bit of coinage out of the public. Delectable, spiced aromas fought for supremacy in the air to attract the most customers. The Rough Riders were doing great off the back of Sunvi's curries. Kurz pretended not to notice that Lorathaman had been directing the wind to carry the spicy aromas far and wide to draw in fresh customers. She had taken to the bond with them like a teacher and her students, and was fiercely proud of them. Kurz had even given Roland that aerosteel anvil he wanted just to feel the happiness roll off Lorathaman, as she vicariously enjoyed the gift too. The old man took to it like a child partying to the first solid snow of the year.
If your spy doing spy things is going to cause you anxiety, you may have made the wrong champion. But I know something that will get your mind off of that. This party has been a rousing success. I have increased my population by 16%, which puts me squarely in the middle of silver, so no more fears of entering decay for me.
Over 3 days? That's magnificent. I was wondering where all my XP was coming from. I hadn't yet investigated. I have been gaining more than usual considering how well the Delmar hero teams have been doing.
Actually, that is from my secret. Remember how I cut our conversation short because I had an epiphany? Well, let me explain. The reason you haven't seen it is because, as Kieran put it, rounding errors.
Rounding errors? I know you're dying to explain, so the floor is all yours.
If you're trying to get on my good side, you are doing great. But yes, rounding errors. With a novel way of applying the Drain Mana spell, I have made it so that every, and I mean every hero that breathes the air in Bancroft is constantly replenishing mana. I take it just enough with a single tick of a spell, a microdose, that the hero's natural mana replenish rates keep them topped off. Ergo, every single hero is constantly providing experience to you. I did limit it to outside your dungeon and Skana's lair, though. This will keep you leveling forever. Your levels will help me, and mine yours, and so on and so forth, spiraling and recursive, proving to be an immense amount of experience.
Kurz took the moment to look at a smattering of heroes, but didn't see a status effect on them. I don't see anything. Their mana is completely topped off, and there's no spell effect. What am I missing? This has something to do with your trap expertise, doesn't it?
Exactly that. Here's how it happens. While I lost the inventor cornerstones, I still have the ability to build what they earned me. In this case, a resonant crystal that vibrates at tick speed. I lag it just enough, about 280 degrees, so that drain mana applies literally frame perfect with the mana regen. Also, the spell is an impulse spell, a special spell word that means the effect takes place instantly without a time component. Traditionally used for intermediary steps in a trap, it was one Gustav made sure I was well versed in. The effect, because it is impulsive, is that it doesn't show as a status effect. You would need to inspect your log to even know it was cast.
Not to sound too dumb, but what?
Spell is too short to leave a status effect, and it takes place exactly before the regen, so it looks like the mana was never lost. It is the perfect victimless crime.
Like when Selena gave you cannons. I hope my new champion succeeds. I'm really worried right now about them.
Trust me, I know you are. I thought, though, that I had distracted you enough with my accomplishment. I was wrong. Ergo, kiss me. I've earned one and want one now, please. Or else I will kiss you.
Before Kurz could comply, Larafamen did the dungeon equivalent of a kiss and pushed her domain boundary against his with hunger. Kurz soon melted into it, the feeling washing away his anxiety. Kurz held it as long as he dared. It was Larafamen who broke away first.
Thank you.
For the kiss? Shouldn't I be thanking you?
No. Thank you for not breaking it early. Sometimes it is just nice to let it end when it should, and not because the world demands your attention.
My attention is always demanded. Let's see. Right now, Vex is leading a band of heroes on an absolute wild goose chase on my silver floor. The lines for my iron and bronze are full of Delmarites who eschewed the party for early slots in my queue. A guild-led party is trying to map out my satellite dungeon. Medusa is still absent from her room, partaking in the festivities, weirdly. And to top it off, I still am required to pathfind all the travelers using my gate system. But for you, I'll always make time. Can't imagine running a city is any easier. You are a maestro, and I enjoy watching how you orchestrate all the chaos.
Are you trying to upgrade that kiss? 'Cause it's going to happen if you keep talking like that. But yes, running a city is just as hectic. Water, air, rain, sewer, green space, public art, crime, and more. You name it, I have to keep watch. But I didn't get to have training wheels like all the other cores that start at Iron. I've had to dive right into the thick of it. And I mean the thick of it. The politics is like wrangling cats. For example, Dwayne is out on his own, having lost all the higher-ups in the span of a week in the guild, and he interfaces with the Triumvirate. Right now, he is prepping a full-on guild-sanctioned raid that is the life of the party before they attack Skana. Half of them are gold, yet they all talk like it's going to be a slaughter. He was also the man who put together the survey team for the ruins of Nilhung. Also, I'm trying to ferret out the Shadow Guild, but their blasted abilities make them invisible to me. And amongst all of this, noble families are trying to buy their way in, and since the city is growing fast, fighting them is like trying to pluck weeds. So yes, I'm full up too. So getting time for you in the middle of the day was nice.
Back up. Ferret out the Shadow Guild? I know they're here, but what have they done? Do I need to sick Medusa on them? This is something she'll gladly do.
I don't have a target yet, but they have made their move. Someone is instigating problems even now. Graffiti is showing up that I can't remove instantly. I must fade it with weather. Speakers are rabble-rousing. They're trying to push my people into separating Bancroft into their own nation, I'm afraid.
Kurz blanched. How would that work? Wouldn't Mr. Anpu, Lyra, and Geist be against that?
At some point, leaders have to accept their charges, or they go from being the heads of state to heads upon stakes. What I don't understand is why... Hold on. A portal opening in my core room!
Kurz instantly brought his attention to Lurafamen's core room, alarmed. He did not have a setup for protecting her core, he realized. Nothing that would be instantly available. It was a spell cast away, though that was if he could cast into the heart of her domain like that. He hadn't tried. Access denied. Spells may not be cast in the designated domain space. Insufficient access. Domain space administrated and owned by Lurafamen, Bancroft, Savior of the Realm, supersedes the domain space administered by Kurz, Cloudgate, Victor of Nihilung Battle, Savior of the Realm. Kurz was stymied. Even bonded, he could not take actions inside her core room. Her sanctum. Quickly, give me one-time access, Kurz pleaded as the portal finished sparking into existence. Kurz could feel the delegated access flow like a tingling thrum, and cast his own portal spell to give his reflector laser a line of sight without innocent revelers in the way. But it opened too slow. A fairy fell through. Dirty, singed, and laughing hysterically, she was kicking and slapping at the core room floor with her hands. Kurz would forever cherish the moment when Selina returned. Gustav stepped through next, charred and covered in soot. He wore a self-satisfied smile on his face and breathed deep the crisp, clean air. Lastly, closing the portal behind them, stepped Kur's prodigal champion, who was at least temporarily his favorite. No sooner had it stepped through than the Arthur puppet fell down like a discarded toy, only to then lift into the air, dangling from a lure like a hung body. The rest of the champion materialized as it stepped into reality from its hiding place in the unreal on its stocky legs.
You found them!
Kurz and Larafaman exclaimed nigh simultaneously, all fear forgotten and replaced with jubilant elation.
Yes, not only that, but I also destroyed all records of Therill with just a bit of well-placed arson. It will only slow the ferries down, but we should expect a reprieve from an assault teleporting in, as I doubt anyone, bar Gustav and Selina here, has the universal destination addresses memorized. Though I have no doubt that one will come in time. I recommend we keep our POWs until an accord is struck, the monster said in a guttural voice. And I have earned my name. Please call me Limer.
Limer? You never needed to do anything beyond being born to earn a name. But I'm happy you're happy with your actions. That's really all a parent can ask for. Thank you, from the middle of my core, for bringing Selina back.
It was my pleasure, really. Now, I have had enough socializing time for a year. Please excuse me as I go elsewhere and elsewhen, Limer said as it disappeared with a bow, fading out until it was just a pair of glowing eyes and a lifeless puppet on the ground. Selina lunged and grabbed the puppet just before it could disappear.
Oh, no, you don't. You're celebrating with us,
she declared, standing up off the floor, giving the lifeless puppet a few dance steps.
Vex, Medusa, I'm home. We're at Larafaman's place,
she telepathed, her mental voice all giddy.
Kurz, whip up some champagne. Oh, it feels great to be back,
she said, continuing her dance. The Arthur body came back to life with an eye roll, but took up being her same-sized partner. Before Kurz could ask what champagne was, he felt Vex's core enter his inventory like a meteor. Reviewing what happened as he spun the little guy up just outside Larafaman's core room, he saw that, as soon as Selina had talked to him, he had reversed on a dime and jumped straight into the blade of a chasing hero's halberd. The result was that he was split in half like a pie, and all of his loot bomb goodies pelted the hero party unexpectedly. The healer, caught by surprise, had taken a shield to the face. Vex had decided it would be faster to die if he wanted to see Selina. Champagne an isekai thing? Kurz said as he spooled Vex up from his inventory. Selina laughed out loud.
Whoops, right, France doesn't exist here. It's bubbly wine. We do have some, no? One of you must have it, right? Mr. Anpu and Lyra are bringing in some libations. The vintages brought in by traders are better than anything I can produce yet. The age on those bottles shows some really wanted to curry favor. Oh, so glad to have you back, Gustav. I hope you were treated well, for our own POW's sake.
And I am glad to be back. You can have absolute confidence in that. There was no way we were going to be kept separated. If you must know, I was treated fine. Even managed to be bonded out, though my metaphorical wings were clipped. I had no way of traveling back, Gustav replied with a smile, though it dropped when he looked at Selina.
And I don't want to talk about it. This is a time for celebration, not recrimination and dwelling on bad times,
Selina said flatly, breaking the dance with Limer, rubbing her wrists softly. No sooner had she said it than Vex splatted into her forcefully, causing her to stumble as he wrapped his noodly appendages around her. He kissed her excessively while saying,
I missed you! Mwah, mwah. I was worried, sorta, kinda. Hey! Kurz made a new floor with Skana! It's huge! Let me show you!
Hey, hold your horses, Slimeball. I'm getting drunk before I go anywhere else,
Selina said, returning the hug with fervor before repositioning Vex to her head so her arms were free.
If you go anywhere, you mean,
Medusa said as she and the triumvirate arrived.
We strongly believe Therill turned you in. If you are a fugitive, he will surely look for you. You will want to stay not only on the cloud, but hidden from sight.
I faked their deaths and Arthur's, Limer said as a counterpoint, grabbing a proffered bottle from Mr. Anpu, who was handing them out, popping the cork. Why do you think they look burned? We blew up a laboratory after witnesses had seen them enter it. To the fairies' knowledge, they never left. I had them in my belly. In addition, no fairy yet knows that I can violate their system, so suspicion will be muted. No free fairies, then. There are 3 on this cloud who might ruin it. Guess they'll remain POWs until we've dealt with the Theral problem, Kurz claimed. He formed multiple fluted wine glasses out of mana and had them hover in place until they were picked out of the air. Selena grabbed a fairy-sized one and gestured to Mr. Anpu to pour a drink for her, which he obliged. She looked at it, took a deep, improper swig, and then wiped her mouth off with her hand. She proffered it to Vex, who dipped a pseudopod into it before recoiling, unnerved and unwilling to imbibe. Selena, now with a belly full of wine, said,
Medusa, you're gonna need to explain that.
Theral was upset that we, with your help, stopped as much bloodshed as we did. We are fairly certain that he wanted a cleansing fire to burn across the continent. You were just a tit-for-tat way for him to hurt Kurz. He can't take direct action until Kurz takes it first. Same restrictions that Kurz has versus heroes, just on a different scale.
Seriously? For saving people? What a pissy little bitch. But if that's the case, I'll happily stay where I'm safe. I am safe, right?
I have multiple ways to, dissuade any fairies from making a move to nab you now. And, courtesy of Limer, I don't think they'll be coming back until we make our way there. After I have settled this with Theral, I feel that I need to make sure the fairies never do something as foolish as taking you or Gustav hostage again, Kurz said forcefully. He could feel Laratham assent to the notion.
Good. If I'm safe, then the party shall continue until the bottles are empty.
Lyra spoke up coyly.
If it pleases you, I shall get more then. It would be best to make sure they last as long as you desire. Welcome home, Gustav and Selena. You have been sorely missed.
Chapter 20. To grow, we are heading off to Donheim next. The population boost and trade between the 2 capitals should go a long way to helping Lorathaman, and by consequence me, level, Kurz explained to Selena, who was hiding in her little hut. Kurz had offered to heal her hangover, but she was determined to fix it herself, though the very problem was making it difficult for her.
Why? And can you think in a whisper or something? Getting the spell lined up in my head is cracking it open.
Selena groaned, her voice muffled like she was under covers. Because levels will get us the power we need to make Theral back off? The cloud was already on the move, flying over the trees and away from Delmar, though the portal connecting the 2 made the growing distance moot. Kurz was still sad that none of the royals visited, and that Marchog had left. He surmised that running a full-fledged capital city warranted more attention from the core, and the royals just were not willing to risk it.
Yes, got it. Whew. Sorry. Seeing double makes putting together a spell in your mind's eye difficult. Even more so because you made my mind's eye see the unreal if I'm not careful.
Selena said with relief, before continuing with her train of thought.
You have 2 dungeon ruins to turn into satellites if you desire right now. Lyrafaman and Marwan's. That would double your size. Else, you would be bigger than Marwan at his greatest extent. And there would be no political problems, as Lyra alluded to between her hiccups. She holds her liquor worse than me, and she outweighs me more than 10 to 1.
Yes. Well, she doesn't have blood unless she has recently fed, so her blood alcohol content is more of an alcohol-blood measure, and those political concerns are valid. Someone or someones are trying to start a secession.
Well, all the more reason then to stay away from the capital. Though, shit, both of those are still across the border.
Selena said from inside her hut.
Cross over the Jade Keep. That's a no man's land.
I'm not worried about being attacked. I am worried about the response from Donheim if I cross their border uninvited when not at war with Marwan. It'd be an invasion, as Delmar could muster troops through my gates. Gates, which I might add are being petitioned to be placed under Bancroft control. The people really don't like the idea of a dungeon controlling things like that. They seem to think I'll seal the gates and kill them all.
Have you tried talking to them? I mean, they have chat mirrors.
When Kurz didn't respond, Selena simply muttered,
Sometimes I wonder about you.
Kurz let her finish her morning on her own, keen to get started on his new goal. Step 1, earn permission to cross into Donheim. Step 2, make Larathaman a gift and get stronger. Step 4, give Therill the payback he deserved. Step 3 was a little nebulous and to be determined. Bringing his attention to his surreptitious tap on Xena and Harkon's conversation, he brought himself up to speed. They were presently talking about him. Xena.
We going to talk about the behemoth in the room, or are you going to keep being a dandy shitsack?
Harkon, you've always had a way with words. And to think you kissed my brother with that mouth. You are exactly the woman for that, man. I assume you mean Bancroft?
No, the other flying city. It crossed borders once, what's to stop it from doing so again? I have reports that say it connects the coast at Nyalong to Honeyhive. If that is true, we have a problem.
It has. I was there when Honeyhive's mobs showed up. The city has immediate access to the ruins of Nyalong, a few small hamlets, the southern forest, Honeyhive, a dragon's lair, Mount Main, and now the capital, which it is only just leaving. I did not visit it, but my people did. Already some of the noble families are screaming that we need to bring it down. Their monopolistic trade routes are threatened. I assume the same for you?
I could give a flaccid dick about what nobles think. No, our problem is if it crosses borders again and drops gates like a seagull with the runs. There would be no security for either one of our people. It might force military action. The border would be too close and large at the same time.
Isn't that why you married my loser brother? So we don't have to worry about that anymore?
Yes, and why our parents had many talks before and since. But as you said, the nobles' income streams may be threatened.
You just said you didn't care what nobles thought.
Get smart with me one more time and I'll feed your jewels to a chicken.
I accept. I'll make sure Bancroft flies directly to your capital. Maybe I'll give landing a whirl. Apparently the city wrested control of the flight from the dungeon and its ferry.
Last time it sat on my face, and while a great story, not something I want replicated. I've seen the way you ride. You are barely better at being mounted than the mob heads I have adorning my room. But if you can pilot, that is even worse.
Because then, when it crosses borders, it is an invasion.
Exactly. I can't imagine there would be a way to placate the people. A war would erupt, regardless of my darling husband's actions.
That was when Kurz butt in. But he did it as a dungeon core in the middle, twisting and changing their words so that the conversation they thought they were having were not being transmitted. Where Harkon thought he was talking to Xena, and likewise, now they were both talking to Kurz, who was stealing their names. Harkon, I have a solution that you may like. The people can fly and, in the shadow of the Jade Keep, drop a gate there. That is a no-man's land. There you can have people ready. My people will also stay out of the city until we both enter together. In such a place, we can hash out the rules, including jurisdiction, Kurz said to Xena as Harkon. Likewise, he stole Xena's name and wrote to Harkon.
The only way to prevent a war would be to find a way to control or share Bancroft. Since you are in contact with the city, write to them to fly it out to the Jade Keep. I will have my people waiting. Please stay out of the city until then. Then, after we both have convenient gates, we can meet on neutral ground and lay out a diplomatic solution.
Both seemed to take the bait. Xena agreed to have her people waiting, and Harkon agreed to continue his absence from Bancroft, as well as delay any tax collection. It was only a few minutes before Harkon asked if Xena was feeling unwell because she had stopped being vulgar, at which point Kurz immediately stepped out of the conversation, spooked, and let them talk to each other again. Harkon appeared close to figuring out that something was not right, and that would not do. He needed them to keep talking on those mirrors. Watching the rest of it play out, neither one took back or questioned the decision to come to the Jade Keep, and Kurz was content that his gambit had worked. And with that, he could focus on what was to come. While flying, he saw that he was passing by a small hamlet. Young, it was situated along the path to the Jade Keep. A foolish place to be. Curse had witnessed the destruction caused when a sortie wasn't fought off properly. He had been under the impression that the forest was left wild between Delmar and the Jade Keep, but he was apparently wrong. Curse quickly put together a rocket-borne gate and fired it off towards the middle of the city, but it careened off to just outside. He had run into the influence of another. The city had a core. That puzzled Curse, as it was so small he would scarcely believe it could be. It had to be Iron 0 or Iron 1 at most. A city core from Genesis versus spontaneous development, where it existed and so the people came, versus it spawning where people already were. Even though it was slightly mispositioned outside the settlement, Curse nonetheless built up his gateway and propped a Tim in front of it to explain how it would work to those in the small community. Even if a few of them moved over, it would be helpful to Loraphamin and him. Happy, Curse didn't slow down at all, letting his cloud fly past it towards his destination. He only wished he could get to the other dungeons sooner. It would take a while for Xena and her contingent of people to reach the Jade Keep, a few days longer than it would take Curse. Harkon would only have to walk outside, unironically. Having to sit and wait instead of getting stronger to fight Thero, or, luck on his side, find Overslime, was not an option. He had to act, prepare for the eventual fight. Thinking to himself, he considered sneaking across the border to capture the dead dungeon grounds. Thinking again, he realized the people would know what he was doing. That was going to cause an incident. Deciding that would not work, he went with Plan B. When it was dark, he would send out Limer or Vex with a contingent of wandering mobs to take territories for him. Knowing Vex, he would request a rocket to ride instead, which would be a new experience for the both of them. So far, Curse had always been the one driving when he made the thruster, but Vex could, in theory, fly it. In theory. But that was for tonight. Until then, he still had to do something with his time. Taking stock, he looked at what upgrades he had available. He liked having the one in reserve in case something came up. He had recently taken the Spellwords upgrade to get Illusion back, plus Banish, so he could unmake summons or other foreign mobs directly. And finally, Delay.
Name: Curse, Cloudgate, Victor of Nylung Battle, Savior of the Realm. Type: Dungeon. Subtype: Cloud Castle. Patron: Urusar the Unreal Maelstrom. Rank: Silver 8. Experience: 701,222. Mana: 25,700 out of 25,700. Mana refinement rate: 257 per hour plus daylight bonus, currently 300 per hour, plus sunlight bonus, currently 7,126 per hour, minus parasitic, currently 62 per hour. Authority: 2,460 out of 2,790. Satellite dungeon info here. 1 upgrade available. 4 legendary item slots available.
Curse looked at the options, trying for inspiration for the legendary items. He quickly realized why Loraphamin hadn't spent her last wonder yet. Something like this seemed incredibly final. Where a cornerstone or an upgrade was also severe, they were just tools added to an ever-expanding toolbox, and so they could not go to waste. But a legendary item, once released, could never be undone. It would be a permanent contribution to this planet. Legendary items were a rarity unto themselves, only available from special circumstances. Curse only knew of one surefire way to get one. Be the one to earn the achievement for killing a dragon dead. As in, phylactery core shattered. It caused them to drop more than just the standard dragon scales, which could be made to make scale armor, shields, or any other item. Dragons dead for good dropped their hides, which were legendary unto themselves. Which made it all the weirder that Sunvi had earned the material to forge her own, despite Skana still being very much alive. Skana's explanation was that because First Blood hadn't been earned until he was silver, meant that the achievement had gone from rare to ultra-rare to legendary as he had ranked up. And ergo, Sunvi got his hide even without him being murdered. Roland was busy using his special arrowsight anvil to make it into something befitting its status, though Curse knew he had no way to enhance it magically. The magic would come solely from Skana's latent protection abilities within the skin. There. That was the inspiration. Protection. Kurz knew then what he needed to make. This legendary was never going to leave his people. Kurz took to his forge where Kara was slowly, very slowly working through the absolute horde of equipment Kurz had absorbed when he'd dropped onto the battlefield and absorbed all the arms and armor of the dead. Lucky for him, she was a boss and could never tire. Unlucky for him, the weapons had been standard issue for the most part, but he had earned cleave, sweep, recall, unbreaking, and protection from X as a result. "Hey, Larathaman?" Kurz called out, only to feel her presence slide onto his with a welcome embrace.
Yes? Want to watch your boss melt some stuff for fight? It looks like this bronze run isn't going to get her. They appear to be arguing over who is going to get wet with your sharks and nobody is offering up. What is with adventurers and hating water rooms?
Actually, I was thinking about making one of my legendary items. I feel I need to somehow help protect Selena and Gustav now that they're hunted fugitives. Also, I've been tardy asking your spell words and mana cores. So, any chance I can have them prior to my undertaking?
You know, after you asked for clone, I had fully expected you to ask for more. I have a trove of these that you would like. However, I was hoping this would be you wanting to spend time with me, not a work call.
Larathaman said, her disappointment coloring the bond. As her presence faded back to the city, Kurz could feel scrolls with various spell words flitting about below the cloud line, out of view of everyone, and the whistle of cores falling out of the sky. Kurz backpedaled, not at all meaning to make her sad, even as he frantically absorbed the flipping and floating parchments, feeling the spells get added to his repertoire. No, it's not like that. In fact, I'd love to distract you from city running for a bit. Would you like to help me make the item? You have more of a mind for these things. It could be fun, working hand in hand, kind of like when you took me dancing through your streets to save everyone. Like a whiplash, Kurz felt her slam home in a forceful hug.
You know just the words to say. Shall we dance, partner?
Kurz took her hand in metaphysical hand and began a slow dance of their perception around Kara's forge. I was thinking wing bands or a harness, something only a fairy would wear. My goal is to get whoever wears it to safety, bar none. Larathaman laughed and let Kurz lead her over to the furnace that sputtered and spit as Kara dutifully tossed another armload of gear into it.
Barring nothing, I can do that. I had many complex traps with all sorts of conditional states and decision flows. Autonomous action will be no problem, especially with your scan spell word. But how are we going to choose who gets it? Gustav is a wanted man now, like Selena. Aiding and abetting treason is treason itself.
While, yes, a legendary item is singular, how about a singular pair? If it's for wings, we can just make them function when used separately. Maybe even a special effect? Actually, do you mind if I take the plunge and get started? Larathaman wordlessly assented. Kurz went to work, dragging her along. From the furnace, he pulled molten arrow steel and looped and pulled it. Looped and pulled. Larathaman joined in as they worked it, ever thinning and increasing in strand count until they had a 5,000-strong bundle of supremely thin individual strands that remained pliable even as the material cooled. While he could just dream it to life on his sketchpad, this was more fun, and it included Larathaman in it. He split the bundle and handed off half to his partner. She mirrored him as he turned the strands on themselves and weaved them in, making a Mobius-looking ring with no discernible beginning or end. Here, Larathaman took the lead and added her own accents. She produced handfuls of small, brilliant rubies, cut expertly as ovals and tumbled carnelian stones. She hung them in the river of arrow steel and tied them in, the setting's wire weaves to hold the stones in place. Kurz followed her lead this time and marveled at the look. The bluish metal looked like a river flowing around the stalwart red stones securely hung in place. He swept them up and led Larathaman through his dungeon to the enchantery, where he dramatically knocked all the baubles off the desk and splayed the 2 artifacts on it before twirling Larathaman's presence like a true dancer, her laughter and joy on the bond mirrored by his own. Taking his cue, Kurz let go of her and tied the two jewelry pieces together in the unreal, added an invigoration to the pair of carnelians, and with his seeking spell, made it so that possessing either band would point to where the other was, like a beacon in the bearer's mind. Other stones had a unique twist on his portal technique. Now, instead of stabilizing 2 points together, these stones threw out feelers like invisible aerial roots that swayed and wandered haphazardly. If activated, they would translocate the wearer, regardless of interference or obstruction, by way of shrinking their space down to infinitesimal dimension and shunting them along the free-floating path. Thinking better, Kurz also kept a few stones so that the wearer could teleport to the other band if they were separated. Not to be outdone, Larafamin added a minuscule writing on the strand's spell phrases that were beyond Kurz's capabilities. Her experience with Inventor Plus gave her the know-how, and she put it to good use.
These first few spells are permanently cast and will scan for danger continuously. They will automatically proc on condition to prevent physical or magical containment or serious harm. These other spells allow the strands themselves to store mana by recirculating it, storing it dynamically. This one prevents dispelling, and this one heals and cures negative status effects, all by pulling on dungeon mana or from the stored mana inside, which refreshes over time or immediately if on dungeon grounds. How's that?
She asked rhetorically. Kurz's emotional state from watching her work told her everything, their bond making his intentions clear. The Iron Adventurers were really confused when the macaques suddenly stopped attacking and started being affectionate. Chapter 21. Kurz knew that the thruster was going to be Vex's choice. He hadn't even finished saying the word before Vex was quite literally bouncing off the core room walls with exuberance over the idea. He really wanted to ride it.
Slow down there, Dr. Strangelove,
Selena joked. She was feeling the wing ornamentation that Kurz and Larafamin had gifted her. She knew that Gustav had the other one. After having it explained to her, she had been shocked, brought to silence by the gesture. It was inactive until they named the item, and Kurz could finish the design and expend one of his legendary item slots on it. So far, nothing she or he came up with had been satisfactory.
You don't even know how to control it. How can you hit the bullseye if you can't steer? Let Kurz show you how to do it,
she said with a laugh.
Gotta have it! Zoom! Gonna be so fast, and then wham! Pow! Splat! It'll be awesome!
Vex shouted with glee as he careened around the room. You don't technically have to hit the dungeon. You can skid to a stop nearby, and I'll send wandering mobs through, Kurz tried to gently suggest.
What? Never! I will hit it! Right through the front door, kablamo! It'll be like when you crashed into the ground because you didn't know how to stop. But this time, it'll be because I won't want to stop. Can't stop, won't stop, boom, boom, boom!
You know, a gentle landing can be just as exciting as an energetic one.
Vex, don't answer that. Kurz, do you really think Vex would want to land like a delicate butterfly on a leaf? Just repeat the same gravity technique you used to keep Bancroft safe on him. Then he can hit it as hard as he wants,
Selena said dismissively. Kurz knew that there was no point in putting this off any longer, especially if he wanted to surprise Larafamin before she caught on. Kurz spun up a thruster and opened a hole in his core room using a space warp.
Bigger!
Vex demanded, positively vibrating as he came to a dead stop in front of it. He extended a pseudopod and touched it reverently. What?
Make it bigger!
Vex insisted.
Please!
Kurz sighed and did what he was asked, quickly tweaking the design. New structure. Large thruster added to crafting menus. New structure. Extra large thruster added to crafting menus. New structure. The Vex Special added to crafting menus. Okay, I can't believe I'm doing this. This stick controls longitude or pitch, forward, aft, and controls latitude, roll, left, and right. This controls for directional or yaw.
That means this first one is go!
Vex said as he slammed the throttle home full. The thruster roared to life, louder than any dragon could hope to achieve, and rocketed out of the opening like a volcanic explosion. Any chance to hide what he was doing from the people of Bancroft, let alone Larathmin, went right out the wall as the noise could wake the dead. At least Vex would reach his target quickly. He was already a dot on the horizon. That was when Kurz realized that Vex had no idea where Larathmin's old dungeon was. Lucky for him, the thruster was still his territory, so he was able to easily give the flying maniac directions. He seemed to mostly listen.
How about Guardian Fairy Annuli of Cloudgate?
Selena said as she pressed her fingers into her ears, casting a small healing spell to remove the ringing from both. What? Oh, maybe. The first part has promise, but they aren't just from me. Larathmin was instrumental, Kurz said as he dragged his attention away from the anxiety-inducing slime.
Oh, I know. Everyone connected to you knows that you two were busy last night. You may want to work on that. Anyhow, how about the Fugitive's Guardian Fairy Annuli? No, better, the Breaker's Fairy Annuli.
I like it, but why not Fugitive? It is more formal than Breaker.
Because I'm not some fugitive of justice. I don't want to give those fairy bastards any kind of righteous standing. I did break their laws and customs, though. Same with Beryl's. It feels right to be breakers. Now what kind of nonsense are you two up to in here?
Larathmin said as her presence slid into Kerr's core room.
Where's Vex? That racket was something else. I kid you not, the nobles in the Eastern Spires are already penning complaints that Mr. Ampu is going to have to answer.
Surprise. Nothing more. Hey, so while I have you here, I figured I'd ask something big. Can I make a permanent portal from your core room to mine? I feel bad with Gustav all cramped up. The least I can do is give him a little more space to hide in.
That is a big request,
she said pensively, letting the silence stretch. Selena looked at Kerr's core sheepishly as the silence became awkward.
Of course. Till death do us part. But I get to decorate. Your core room is different.
Great. Wait, what's wrong with it?
When you first made it and it was a clean and inviting space full of natural light, it was nice. Now, too much H.R. Geiger if you ask me. With all the mana conduits you've laid haphazardly, you've obscured the brick pattern work and have natural trip hazards everywhere. And then there's the turret laser in the TV.
Selena said in agreement with Larathmin. Kurz looked around his core room and then at Larathmin's and compared the difference. I guess it could use some work. I like the mana conduits running around, but I can see how this is not a space for people with bodies anymore. What would you want to see, Larathmin?
What she said would make a good start. I can take over after you've laid the foundation.
Kurz thought for a moment before getting to work. While he wasn't under attack at the given moment, he didn't feel comfortable removing all the mana influx he had, even temporarily while remodeling. Instead, he decided he was going to make a bypass conduit and then shunt it all through that. Tunneling out his cloud bricks, Kurz etched hidden geometric pathways inside the bricks, only visible if one was to break them open. Then he worked on the smaller amount of his mana source, the solar collectors that redirected the light from non-occupied areas of his domain. Kurz fused new light-invigorating glass into the old pulled pathways and connected it to the interstitial pathways he had just laid. Now, though, instead of tightly collimated beams of light, Kurz suffused the light into the water dais he floated on. Same effect, but now the water shone like the moon as he bathed in it. Happy with the result, Kurz repeated the process with the much larger amount of mana coming from the orbital solar collectors. With one change. He kept the light coming in from the spike over his core, but he rendered it invisible, converting it to gamma rays by amping the frequency up a few orders of magnitude, something he had learned about while reading Selena's notes. Then he simply absorbed the skein and tangle of glass he had on his walls and floor, revealing the old brickwork that he had laid what felt like decades ago. He popped the TV off the wall and shrunk it to be more Selena's size, and after absorbing it, placed it at her hut's doorstep so she could hang it wherever she thought would make sense, or bring it with her. In Kerr's mind, he felt it would go well over the hearth. Something felt right about that. The laser turret, however, and the carousel it was mounted on stayed. While not inviting, Kurz was not about to lose that. He felt it was a necessary evil to keep everyone safe from meddling heroes, dark lords, or whatever else was thrown at him. His room now bare, it would be easy for Larafamen to extend her artistic vision into his space now that they were properly joined. Kurz then quickly laid a portal on his east wall and Larafamen's west wall, and just like that, their core rooms were one. And she was as lovely as ever. You know what? Thank you for the suggestion. It does look better, but the heroes did not have a problem while they were here, Kurz said, self-satisfied with his handiwork.
They were just being nice. I can already see what I need to do to make your space less you and more us. It'll be nice. Though you will either need to sign off on everything so I can place the decorations, or you'll have to do it yourself. Wait, what? Back up. Care to run that one by me again? You've had heroes in here?
Selena said, caught off guard. Yeah, the Rough Riders. Bonded with them with the goal of finding a way to rescue you and get strong enough to not suffer Thero's interference anymore.
How do you bond with them? That's a city technique.
I worked with Kieran. I'll show you the log when you want.
Well, shit. I'm surprised. And kinda honored you would go that far. Are you still planning on that, or does Gustav and me being back change things? I know you're still hiding us, but is attacking a god the right move, even if said god is a vile turd wallet?
Both Kurz and Larafamen replied, simultaneously and without hesitation, with an emphatic yes. And I have a surprise for him the next time he shows his ugly face, Kurz said smugly. I developed a water knife that works great on fairies at least. Also, I currently have another thruster en route to a destination that your book's called Lagrange.1. If he thinks he's the god of light, well, I'm gonna stress test that.
That said, we don't want that confrontation just yet. We don't have good stores of foodstuffs and necessities. We don't have an army raised yet. Not sure how.
Larafamen added. Selena looked at them like she was waiting for the punchline. What?
You're serious that you don't know how to raise an army?
Yes. Why?
Can't Ulrich just pump out enough wandering mobs to make the heroes blush? Don't you have a mana refresh rate to absolutely flood everything with wandering mobs?
Yes, those are true, but it isn't that easy. I looked into it. Penning wander mob instincts such that they aren't a danger to everyone on our team or those who don't deserve to die is impossible. At least not without some unknown special cornerstone or achievement which none of us have. So that would be a slaughter. And if we're trying to grow our population, killing innocents is not a good way to do that. Best we can do is use wandering mobs to shape the battlefield and take territory, but using them to capture cities is out of the question.
Fair. Then alternatively, just go for the complete set.
Complete set?
Yes. You've bonded with a city, beast/champions, a dragon, and heroes. There's only one core type you're missing, a citadel, which, by coincidence, you're just about to visit. If anyone can make complex enough instructions for their mobs to not hurt the defenses, it will be the Jade Keep.
Chapter 22. The city grew quiet as they rounded the horizon, and slowly, like an unwelcome spike, the Jade Keep emerged from the horizon. It had been posted that the destination was the grounds ceded to it, an attempt for the two neighboring kingdoms to come to an accord if Bancroft was to keep flying and dropping its beloved portals. It was midday, and the sun burned overhead, making the Jade Keep throw sinister shadows on itself from its sharp, pointed facade. Like an obelisk, the tower stood alone in the circular clearing, with no other structures daring to stand tall. A litany of mobs regimented about, enough to be a threat to anyone foolish enough to approach, but nothing like the army Kurz had witnessed when they took Nylung. It would be a long time until another sortie was loosed on the world. These were purely defensive mobs, something to prevent Delmar or Donheim from shattering the citadel core housed within without a significant resource cost, which, Kurz realized, was probably on the agenda for the meeting too. He couldn't see any sign that Donheim's retinue was in position, which was for the best. Bringing heroes like that would only stir the citadel like a badger near a beehive. Kurz saw the puff of smoke come from the assembled platoons below long before the cannon shell piffed into his underbelly, missing anything important. Alarmed, he pulled back, hopefully out of range, as 2 more cannons fired. "They shot at me!" he exclaimed indignantly to his audience of Selina, Larafamen, and Gustav. "Who gave them cannons?"
I did, I think. I can only assume, with the patch applied that made guns a thing, and with a stinging defeat from said weapons, the Corps rushed through development to obtain them themselves. That's going to be a problem. None of the newly minted bronze heroes grazing my city have classes set up for firearms yet, so it looks like the Jade Army is going to have the advantage next time. Again.
Larafamen mused. That is a problem for the future, but right now, how are we to approach without being shot? Now that we've kicked this nest, Xena and her people, well, mostly her people, may be in danger, Kurz said, before mentally tapping Skana into the conversation. Any chance you could break away and clear it out, Skana? Kurz asked rhetorically. He knew Skana was still busy with the Gold Raid team on him. They were being incredibly methodical in their approach, mapping everything as it happened. Kurz knew Frank wasn't among them, but somebody on that team had taken his approach on things to heart.
While I know that question was facetious, attacking the Citadel as a dragon will only assuredly unshackle it from the rules it follows and make everything more dangerous. No, while I deal with the raid here, who have yet again stopped to treat their wounds and wait for their short rest powers to time in again, you should send in a spy, Skana said across their bond. Though he was technically over 100 miles away in space, he was still in Kur's domain, and their telepathy held. He was busy quite literally licking his wounds during the break in combat. Kurz checked his stats and smiled. So far, the raiders had done nothing to him yet, only worn on his patience. A spy? Limer, what do you think? Kurz said as he zoomed his attention to where said spy was. The champion was busy in the larder. The Arthur puppet had the unreal connection between its legs unknitted, and Limer was busy creating new connections on a different body he was going to borrow. That would be a good use of my skill set, and I'm sure I could get in. Give me another 3 hours to finish this puppet before I stash it away. Then I will need a jade mob to use and at least 8 hours to rig it up. Calling this a delicate process would be an understatement. Kurz considered his options. His problem was that gathering a jade mob was going to require an assault in the first place, and would set the Corps on alert. While Limer would likely be able to waltz in, he was equally likely to be neutralized if the Corps was paying attention and saw a mob not following orders. Also, without prior communication, the Corps may take it as a slight if he sent in Limer. Kurz thought back to when he had the Shadow Guild attack him, and how terrible it felt to deal with Guile. Actually, I think a fire team may be best. The Rough Riders would conceivably be able to work their way in and up the tower. Kurz mused as he brought himself back to his core room.
You want to rely on people to deliver your message? Seems risky,
Selina said as she wrote down notes in her journal. So far, Larafamen had done nothing to his room, leaving it Spartan. Actually, I agree with Kurz here, Gustav said as he looked over Selina's shoulder. People have reasons to be attacking a citadel. That will keep the Corps erecting normal. Leaving it as a group of 5 will also prevent any, what was the word, Selina?
Shenanigans.
Yes, thanks. I do enjoy that isekaiism. That will prevent any shenanigans and not present an existential threat to the Corps. They should be able to fight onto its grounds enough to make their intentions known and win an audience with their fairy. It would be best if Selina or I could show, as that would not elicit an offensive reaction. But that is off the table for now, and the foreseeable future, sadly. Okay. Anyone against? Kurz asked. He took their silence as the answer. The Rough Riders were in Roland's forge, trying to help him along with his creation as he worked on turning the hide that Sanvi had into working armor. Even with his newly gifted aerosteel anvil and tooling, however,
he was having to take extra time and care to even begin shaping it, and wore his frustration on his face like a favorite shirt. Trent was keeping the heat as hot as the forge could manage with the bellows, himself sweating from the effort. V was even worse, the sweltering heat making her almost faint as she sat in the meager breeze through the ajar door. She was sporadically cooling the quenching water as commanded. The other three were on their way back from a visit to the capital, having had enough of Roland's grousing and made an executive decision to get help.
Trent, stoke that fire! I can feel a draft!
Roland roared as he drew the arrow steel through the draw plate, slowly reshaping the metal into the wire he needed. He was sweaty and grimy, and his eyes watered in the heat.
What? You're daft? Couldn't agree more, old man,
Trent said with a grin, even as he worked the bellows faster, causing the fire to whip, the coke glowing white-hot in response.
Don't give me that, boy! This blasted arrow steel has the most exacting temperature working range. If this gets too cold, the draw will embrittle and snap. And if that happens, I will let you be the one to explain to Sanvi,
Roland retorted as he turned the crank and forced the metal through the draw plate, winding it around the mandrel. This was not the first set of rings he had made. The others had been remelted and cast into ingots as they failed during his smithing.
Still don't get why you're doing this. The dragon hide by its very nature would be better suited as scale mail. Hells, dragons are known for their scales, not their rings. I am making the mail because Skana's scales are fine. Very fine. Almost like shark skin. The amount of knots would make maintenance a chore. Also, since you're being an ass, it's because I haven't been able to cut, shape, or even soften that hide yet.
Roland growled, pointing over his shoulder at the black as night skin stacked in the corner like board. V, after forming more ice cubes in the bath, looked through the sweaty hair sticking to her face. She was sitting in a chair of ice of her own making, but even that couldn't keep her cool. She pulled out a bikini strap and wiped away some sweat in the process.
Are you going to use the bath anytime soon? I could take a break and use one myself.
Yes, V. After I fill the mandrel, I will be exposing it to the heat, then quenching cycles before I let it slowly cool. But it looks like you might not last. How about you go take a breather? Just leave us 3 ice buckets and Trent can take over,
Roland said, softening this time as he spied how miserable she looked. Kieran burst through the door with Sanvi, Melonflea, and of all people, Professor Satashi with them, who looked equal parts excited and flustered.
Found the help and the answers, Roland. I said I don't need help smithing. This is gonna be my magnum opus, nobody else's.
He isn't here to smith, Roland. Does it look like his hands have ever seen a hammer? No offense. He's here because he has the standing to let us check out the dragon history books from the Royal Library. Without him, we would have to copy the passages by hand, and that would take weeks. And if I don't get this armor soon, I'm going to scream,
Sanvi said as she shielded her face from the heat of the forge. While Melonflea pulled a towel out of her inventory and handed it to the grateful V, the professor cleared his throat and spoke up in his defense on why he was there.
Yes, this will be a welcome distraction from trying to discover how to qualify for the new firearms classes promised with the last patch. Never thought it would be a city core to be the entity to discover such a wonder, pardon my pun, though I do wish Mr. Anbu would respond to my missives to approach this city's core. I am sure it must be an offshoot of the dungeon killed by the Dark Lord of the same name. If cores can bud like that, it would be a marvelous field of study. But don't mind me, I'm just here to observe and learn. This will be the first legendary dragon item in a generation. Closest had was Gwynplaine, almost killed 80 years ago, but he lived. Yeah, you may need to wait another 80. That hide resists all tanning techniques. Might as well be made of stone for all the good acid bathing does.
Roland groused as he snipped off the arrow steel he was working on. He doused it in the ice bath, which nigh instantly went to boil, spitting violently as it stole the heat from the metal.
Yeah, that's the thing, Roland,
Kieran said, perusing through an ancient-looking volume, looking for something.
This book, Draconic Crafting, explains the problem. And here, I quote, "As no 2 dragons are alike, neither are the methods and requirements for using their gifts." Trust me, I've noticed. All liming did was singe my nose hair from the fumes. The scales are so tough I had to use nippers, the kind reserved for cutting ceramic to descale it. One at a bloody time. Does the book say anything on how to ferret out the methods and requirements? Roland asked while he pulled the coiled arrow steel out of the bath and tossed it back in the heat of the forge. Trent double-timed his bellows. Sanvi scooted farther away as the heat blasted out. Yes and no. It has a case study for all the dragons that are recorded. For most of the older ones, the records were not kept or were lost to time. They all need, somewhere in the process, an introduction of the dragon's primary mana to the material. Sadly, as true as the quote, no two are alike, Kieran said apologetically before putting the book away, keeping it safe from the sweltering air. If gravity is the dragon's namesake mana, have you tried dropping it from a height? Professor Satoshi asked as he pulled out a lab book and pen from his inventory, quickly dating a blank page. Kurz took that moment to make himself felt. His presence filled the room and raised the hair on the napes of all those present. Kurz, using his bond with the group, interjected into the conversation for everyone but the professor. Ever thought to reach out to me? Not like I'm some omniscient rock that can make and shape material to my will. Oh, wait. And what good would that do? Roland said, waving his hand in the air as if to disperse a cloud. No, not you, Professor. Sorry. Trent over there was making a stupid gesture. Good thinking with that lie. Affairs are sensitive as is, but we're bonded, albeit in a weird city-esque bond and not what I'm used to, but bonded nonetheless. What I'm saying is I'll help you. I have gravity mana environments. I can make the microgravity you'll need. Kieran lit up and smiled before quickly closing in on and hugging Sanvi, who yelped in surprise. That's it! No gravity! Professor! Instead of dropping it, something that Roland has probably done 100 times now, how about the opposite? Where it doesn't drop? All we need is a gravity core. Sanvi, you're getting your armor soon. We just have to get our hands on one. I'm not giving out a gravity core. Those are in Skana's loot tables. Wouldn't be fair to ruin his thing. But if you toss the professor, I'll happily set one of your workbenches up so you can work on the armor. Mel snorted and rolled her eyes.
Kieran, give the professor his books back. Now that Roland has a way forward, those should be returned for safekeeping. I don't think this is going to be a place for aged artifacts like them. Professor, would you be so kind as to return them? They were checked out in your name, after all.
Oh, yes, I suppose I must be the one to return them. Gravity core. I'll have to think on that. With no reported drops when you all killed the Dragon of Gravity, I'm afraid we may be in for the long haul. Not sure why you think it will be easy. Unless you are talking about going to space? Mel politely yet firmly showed the professor the door before he could well and truly be lost in thought, having shoved the 2 books on dragon lore into his possession. Alone, the 6 looked at each other.
So, what's the catch, Kurz? Not saying you aren't a friend and we don't appreciate it greatly, but offering up any help to make such an item is a bit beyond the standard ask of family, let alone whatever we are to you,
Sanvi said.
Food? Trent said with a wry smile and a grunt as he stoked once more. I think we're food. More like dairy cattle, Kurz said, leaning into the joke. But you're my prize, dairy cattle. And as you guessed, I have a mission for you. It has to do with the Jade Keep.
If it involves leaving Roland to his heat, then we're all in.
V sighed, without waiting for Kurz to explain. Chapter 23. Trent wore the biggest smile out of the 5 after they were sent off on the mission. They were hiking through the green, lush woods towards the Citadel, trying to be as stealthy as they could. He had even inventoried his armor, but was still naturally the loudest of the bunch. V had punched him deservedly when he mentioned a more traditional buffing mage would have been able to silence them all. The Rough Riders had been surreptitiously dropped off beneath the cloud, a league away from the clearing. Kurz had promised to fly to the other side and draw attention away, and they had waited until they could no longer see Bancroft in the sky before they began their approach. Sanvi was out front, scouting. She moved as silent as a wolf through the underbrush, the soft soles of her shoes not even cracking twigs on the ground. Melonflea was next, as she was later on her feet than Trent with his larger frame. Kieran and V were last. Graceful was not quite the proper word to describe how they moved through the forest. As a crew, they held silent, keeping to nonverbal communication, having already hashed out the majority of the plan. With luck, they found no foes as they reached the edge of the forest. From behind a small hedge of shrubs, they watched the open field with consternation. Kieran pulled out a mirror from his inventory.
XXX Edgelord XXX.
We have a problem.
Kurz. What's wrong?
There are still plenty of defenders.
Anne, you're all heroes. Do what you do best.
Yes, but fighting will bring the rest.
No, it won't. I'll make sure of it. The Bancroft, Rebuke, and Medusa will pull more aggro than you.
I might be outside of bond range when the fight starts, so keep the mirror available so I can keep you apprised.
I can't believe you chose that as your handle, dear. What are you, 10?
Sanvi whispered, her eyes darting to the mirror for a moment before she returned to scan the field ahead. The field was kept low as turf grass, the bumps and moguls all stamped out over the years of maneuvers and careful consideration from the mustering troops. No trees, nor rocks, nor bushes broke line of sight, and they could see clear across the field to where the masses of the enemy were gathering. True to his word, Bancroft approached again. The loud report of a cannon sounded off from the arrayed forces protecting the citadel, its tail of smoke a telltale sign that it had missed. Even so, there were patrols on the grounds. Groups of 10, made of 3 lancers, 2 casters, and 5 foot soldiers made circuits between them and the keep, which looked like it did not have an entrance. The whole bottom floor seemed to be a solid expanse, as if it were a chess rook writ large. Fresh ruts showed where the assembled siege weapons had been pulled from their placements and wheeled to the battlefront that Kurz was going to open. The 5 could see a large 12-pound cannon being pulled away, the last on that side of the field. Trent shared a glance with Melonflea. "That cannon looks like a problem, Mel. Hate to see how hard that hits," he claimed, shifting forward and adjusting his crouch.
By the looks of it, that is a silver-tiered siege weapon, so more than capable of killing en masse. A direct hit is probably just shy of instant death for us. It goes without saying that we will wait until that weapon is engaged,"
Melonflea said, rolling her shoulders.
I'm still planning on throwing up barriers and a ramp to get us up to the 3rd-story windows,
V said, an edge of excitement in her whisper.
Then, if the floors inside are sensible, we should have a choke point from which Trent and Mel can plug and allow Sanvi and me to provide lethal support.
A succession of concussive cannon blasts was all the signal Sanvi needed. She stealthed and broke cover, moving fast like a gazelle. If Kurz wasn't bonded, his watcher would have lost where she was. She was burning mana hard, as there was no shade nor cover to assist with her stealth. She was making a beeline for the first group of mobs. They were too close by and would intercept the rest of the party, regardless of their attempts. Trent and Mel tore from the tree line next to Mel, throwing her hexed sword at the same group, the purple hexagrams, and sorcelled it to fight on its own. Over their shoulders, a fusillade of spinning razor snowflakes from V sailed by. They reached the targets first, from outside aggro or detection range, catching the patrol off guard. The blades squelched home in a mage and the lancer's lizard mount's sides, bringing them low, dead. As if choreographed, the patrol turned with eerie precision and approached with steadfast surety and formation. The remaining mage mob fell, dead, Sanvi standing behind it, her arrow steel daggers slick with blood from her backstab.
"Really? Opening with a short rest?"
Trent yelled as he dashed into melee, his mercurial sword flashing cerulean as he carved a dismounted lancer opponent. The earlier mage gave off its signature death flame, signaling to the world the assault.
I mean, yeah, figured this combat will be continuous and longer than 5 minutes, so why not?
V yelled back as she continued running for the keep, with Kieran right on her heels.
Besides, I'm going to be on area control after this. I wanted at least a few kills.
Kurz, a platoon is wheeling your way. Seems the Corps is convinced the cannons over here are enough of a force multiplier that they can spare some to swat some heroes. You'll want to hurry. As if he had predicted the future, the standing mobs switched from lance and sword to strange metal borehole castings on sticks. Hand cannons. They tucked the weapons firmly under their arms, even in the face of Trent bearing down on them as he finished off the mob he was attacking. As one, they brought smoldering tinder to the touch-holes. Trent's eyes went wide. The gunpowder went off. The shot tore through his shield, exploding out the back in a hail of splinters. The lead balls found home in his torso. Trent grunted but didn't slow. Instead, he summoned another echo, and his fire and water copies helped him return the favor thrice over. The mobs dropped their weapons, having not the time to reload. Trent didn't give them time to even draw their swords again as he cut them down, blood leaking from his new wounds, staining his mail a glistening crimson. Sunvi had already smoked and was back amongst the pack, leaving Mel and Trent behind.
Catch up, or V will shut the door on you!
She taunted, her eyes gleaming with mirth. I got shot!
Trent, if that is the worst thing that happens to you today, consider yourself lucky,
Mel said dryly. She and Trent surged to bring the group fully together. They had another 100 yards to close and 2 patrols closing in, plus the platoon. It was going to be tight. You could have warned me shields don't block that, Trent retorted as he rejoined with Kieran working his healing even as they ran. 1, we've never been shot before either, even considering our past. But 2, those are new. We'd have no way of knowing how the system would handle them. It appears they have innate piercing superior to arrows and bolts. Kieran huffed while running, lagging a bit to talk. Considering you took 3 to the chest, they're now beholden to the system proper and aren't as deadly as they would be otherwise. V threw her hand forward and sprayed ice in front of them, building a staircase to get them off the ground level. But she couldn't build it fast enough, the sprint outpacing her structure. Trent peeled off to intercept. He stuttered back and forth between his echoes, allowing him to act as 3 individuals. One running along the path, the other 2 sacrificing themselves to the close patrols. His subterfuge worked, and the guards took the bait and attacked his echoes, exploding them with gunfire and spells. V's staircase ran on tall stringers, carrying it up to 30 feet in the air. Having learned from her previous attempts at making ice paths, she kept the top grooved and knurled so the heroes could run full bore on it without slipping. Suddenly, Mel surged to the front of the group and threw her arms out to stop them. They all skidded to a halt as burning green flame exploded just in front of her, shattering the 20 feet V had just made. From the ground, it was a 50-foot-tall pyre that melted the ice with ease. They were short by 10 yards, but the platoon had closed enough that the mage mobs had launched an attack on V's ice. Their instincts had registered it as a siege tower, and they dealt with it accordingly. Kurz felt them reappear in his mind as they were finally close enough for bond communication. You must hurry, Kurz cried. You have to get inside!
It would be easier if you could give us your portals!
Sunvi yelled at the cloud on the far side of the battlefield. V redoubled her efforts, and Trent picked her up in his classic V carry so she could focus entirely on making the structure, cutting an arc around the pillar of fire in the way. They're setting a cannon to fire! 2 mounted lancers climbed up the supports as V built them, happy to use her own efforts against her. Mel and Sunvi intercepted, their blades flashing out, keeping them at bay as Trent and Kieran ran by. They have aim! The cannon shot, the report echoing even as it made a high arch to make the attempt. The Rough Riders gave up all pretense of combat and fled towards the open window. The whistling grew as the ball sped closer. Safe. They reached the embrasure, and Trent threw V through before grabbing Kieran and leaping in himself. Mel and Sunvi followed. V closed the window with a thick block of ice, even as they heard the bridge they were just on shatter and explode as the cannon hit it dead on. Silence reigned, punctuated by their heavy breathing. Their eyes not adjusted from the bright outside to the dark interior, Kieran produced a lantern and cast its illumination about, revealing that they were in an unadorned bay that would ostensibly be used to defend the keep from an attacking army. They were lucky no mobs had been waiting for them in it. No door separated the bay from the hall it connected to. Trent swiftly scrambled to cover the exit. We're clear. I don't hear approaching footsteps. Any idea where the core may reside, or even the champions? Do we know who or what the champions are? Rinkarriku is one. I don't know the others. He is born from one of the Jade mobs. As for the core, one moment. Maybe up? That puts it as far away from a raid party as possible, Kurz said in their heads, joining unbidden.
Are you ever going to leave us in privacy, or is this just going to be the way of things now?
Mel asked as she took up Trent's flank. Together they ventured out to try and pick a direction. The hallway curved from view as it rounded the tower in a large arc. Other bays dotted the exterior wall, yet no entrance to the interior could be seen. I have seen, smelled, tasted the whole works of anyone who's entered my domain. You have less than zero privacy from me. I know more about all of you than any of you would find comfortable. But don't worry, as a Dungeon Core, that knowledge is not something that you need to be worried about. It has zero effect on me or bearing on my thoughts on you.
You are the creepiest of stalkers,
Sanvi said with a laugh as she slid out of the room and stealthed.
It is plenty dim here. I can hold this for a long while. Let me scout ahead and see what I can find. Hopefully there is some clue of where to go before a welcoming party shows up,
she continued in a whisper. Her footsteps were silent, and there was no sign of her movements. I'm not a stalker. I can't stalk, like literally cannot stalk. Actually, you can. You can fly and follow people. And this is a big one. You're always listening and watching, Kieran said. Nobody had any current injuries, so he was light on duties for the moment. Knowing which way Sanvi went from their party sense, the four followed, far enough back to allow her advanced warnings to be effective. They passed other windows which V plugged as well as a just-in-case, but it seemed that whatever army was outside was only meant to prevent an intrusion, not counter one already made. The hall was bricks of smooth granite and lacked all decoration, making it appear more dungeon-like than a castle keep. Yes, but it is pretty long now that my bond with Selena has matured. A gift from that. And since my domain pops up in weird spots, I have lots of coverage. I thought it would be reassuring to have my voice in your heads at all times. I can connect you all so you can talk without voice. I can send a rescue party, as I'll always know when you're in danger. Yes, we get it. You are medieval 5G. But the reason it is a little disconcerting is because not only are you listening, but you kill people without remorse and have the ability to tell others about us. Having a predator know the 5 Ws about you just makes you a sitting duck, like owning a tiger or bear as a pet. Someday it'll just go all animal on you and that's that, your lunch, Kieran reasoned. Before Kurz could respond, Sanvi reappeared out of stealth.
Good news, we're in an entrance, which explains the lack of hostilities. Bad news is that we have a tower climb with bosses and the like ahead of us. Anybody schooled on the methods for attacking a citadel?
The group hemmed and hawed, with Trent shaking his head no. With none of the heroes being high enough rank in the guild, they would not be privy to that info until they had a need to know. The guild and the nations it operated in did not want random squads trying foolish undertakings. Attacking a citadel was, by common understanding, foolish. As they rounded the final bend, still without a plan, they saw on the interior wall an ornately carved double door, held closed by a pull lock made of wrought iron. The door had embellishments of the army's masked warriors as they fought a host of heroes on a battlefield. It was enameled and gleamed in the light of Kieran's lantern. I guess we just fight our way through iron, bronze, and silver. We've done it all once before. Can't be too bad, right? If anybody has a better plan, I'm all ears, Trent said, hoping for encouragement. Now that you're inside, have you thought about asking? It's not uncommon for dungeon cores to give each other gifts. I mean, that is why you have the mirror with you. To gift it. Wait, run that by us again. Chapter 24. Mel's eyes, sclera and all, turned purple and gained a depth to them that rivaled the night sky, as if they were portals to the soul of the universe. She stood transfixed in front of the door, with her companions around her like guards. She threw her head back and stared like a statue at a point beyond the door, deep in the heart of the castle. In her hand, she held the mirror that Kurz had given them, clutching it so tight her knuckles were white, and her hand shook slightly, Gasping, she blinked, and her eyes were normal. After taking a moment to compose herself, she spoke.
Jade Keep, we come bearing a gift from the dungeon Cloud Gate. He sent us over his own champions as a sign of goodwill. He is not here as an enemy, but as a friend. Please send out Rinkariku so that we may hand the gift over properly. As another sign of goodwill, curs will retreat from your grounds until welcomed properly.
Heard you loud and clear. Am retreating up and away. I'll pull all the way out of range, so this'll be my last note before I switch to using the mirror, Kurz said to them all as he started doing just so, even as Mel continued as if she didn't hear him.
Or, if you prefer, we can meet with your fairy. But we can wait either way,
she said, before turning back to the rest of her friends and gesturing to sit. She sat down herself, putting the mirror down gently before pulling out of her inventory a block of pine and a wood chisel. The others looked at each other and shrugged before they joined her in relaxing. Tense minutes passed as they all did their own thing, V playfully making and dissolving snow figures, Trent chewing jerky, and Kieran using his hands to work a knot out of Sanvi's calf before they heard a high-pitched voice.
This is unprecedented, I'll have you know. But you have piqued our curiosity. You obviously are somehow knowledgeable of secrets that are protected by magic, and yet you speak freely. What business is this of a gift?
The voice rang out, its speaker's position indeterminate with the echoes. However, Mel unerringly looked right at a point as if cued, and picked up the mirror, writing something on the surface with her fingernail before holding the surface out to the air.
Exactly this. Cloudgate, or Curse, has gifted you the same that he gifted Honeyhive, Bancroft, and other dungeons that he has had positive contact with. A mirror so that your core is no longer alone in the world. Please read what he has written.
Melonflea.
Curse, you are up. You are talking to a fairy now, FYI.
Kurz. Many thanks. Hello, Jade Keep. Please accept this gift. It'll allow you to patch through and talk to multiple cores. No longer will you have to be alone. Out of the air shimmered the fairy Eleanor, her orange wings fluttering as she drew close to the mirror. She was wearing a suit of armor with the same jade motif as the mobs. She had her helmet under one arm, while the other reached out and touched the surface. Her eyes darted around, unsure of her surroundings or her safety. For their part, the other Rough Riders made no furtive moves, treating the situation as blasé.
Oh, the infamous curse. That explains a lot, actually. I've been warned strongly about him,
she murmured while grasping the armor that was half as big as she was. While her words were full of admonishment, her face showed no such concern.
Yes, you have. But those that warn against listening to ideas from outsiders and others tend to have a reason unto their own. Personal power. Curse is shaking the system up, and I think you and he will find each other to have something to offer each other, Eleanor,
Mel replied. The fairy blanched in shock when Mel addressed her, dragging her eyes off the surface she was examining and looking wild-eyed at the elf.
How? I have not given you my name?
Mel smiled warmly.
I am a warlock of a very special entity that Curse keeps at bay, but I do believe our business here is done, and what happens from here on out is between you, your core, and Curse. If we take our leave, can you ensure that we won't be attacked?
Eleanor looked at her and then the other four for a moment before responding.
Wait for an escort. Rinkariku will go with you to give you safe passage. He will keep the mobs at bay. But before you go, may I ask why you're doing this? It is so, for lack of a better word, weird to have heroes doing the bidding of a dungeon. And to that point, treating a citadel as anything but a bitter enemy. I mean, dungeons kill heroes by the dozens, but citadels kill them and the innocent by the village. Your little errand is like a bunny delivering a message to a tiger on behalf of a wolf. Not exactly a traditional choice of vocation for the prey creature.
Mel couldn't respond before Trent gave a gruff chuckle and rolled his shoulders. Bah! Interesting times make for interesting bedfellows. Kurz saved us from suffocation, but that was more tit-for-tat as we tried to save him first. Then Kurz worked hard to save so many people during your raid. We've since figured it was because of his new bow. Then he went out of his way to flatten the Dark Lord. I couldn't consider him anything but an ally after that. Hells, he even let us off the hook and saved our asses while fighting a dragon. If he's a wolf, then we're a pack. A strange one, but pack nonetheless. V slugged Trent.
You aren't Roland. You don't get to bah. But I am right there with Trent. I lost someone really special to the Cloud Dungeon when he was young, and we didn't know each other. But he gave her back to me in a way, and has since done everything he could to make up for the loss I feel.
Mel nodded approvingly and gently hushed Kieran and Sanvi before they could add their perspective.
So, as you can see, if Kurz wants something, we are going to help. Because this relationship we have with him is one of mutual need and respect.
It was then that Rinkariku made his entrance, walking into view from beyond the curve of the entryway. He beckoned politely, and the five followed, leaving Eleanor with the mirror.
Gronkai.
Sorry about the long wait, Kurz. We had guests still, and it would have been rude to disappear and leave them at the foot of my tower. Good thinking on their part. As five, they never would have survived the raid levels.
Kurz. Hello, and thank you for not hurting them. Let me apologize for the seeming attack on your lands, but it was the only way I could figure to guarantee their passage.
No, that was smart. The diversion was not something I was prepped for. Spies, raids, armies, all were on my list. Not an assault from a dungeon. I am already hard at work adding that to my war plans so as to make sure it won't happen again, though I doubt I will need to worry about that now, will I?
Absolutely not gonna happen. Now, before we continue, I wanted to introduce you to the city you tried very hard to kill. Larathaman.
Hi, it's me, the city you tried to kill.
Oh, hi. Let me start by saying it was just business. I don't take pleasure in killing cities.
That is exactly the answer we were hoping to hear. What about killing non-heroes? You know, the ones with their cores either inactive or deactivated?
Them neither, but I really don't have a choice. What do you know about citadels?
Kurz thought about mentioning how Selena had not taught him anything, but before he penned his words, he stopped. He drifted his attention over to her and found her nursing a mug of tea with Gustav in Larathaman's room, going over some designs and ideas for Bancroft. But he could tell her stress levels were elevated. One wrong move, and she could be discovered. One wrong question, and the fairies would come for her. That was apparently weighing on her. He decided it was best to leave her out of the conversation.
Kurz.
I'm unfamiliar with your core type. My training has been on dungeons and heroes only.
No matter. For citadels, we have a very low maximum mana as compared to dungeons. This is a problem because we gain mana just like heroes. As long as we are out of combat, it can refill in a matter of hours, if not faster.
I'm familiar with how fast heroes gain mana. I've cracked that code and gained that ability myself.
Yes, I read the patch notes too. How nice it must be for mana to be a welcome succor. You see, for citadels, mana is painful.
Excuse me, what?
What he said.
You read that right. While I have a low mana maximum, my mana never stops increasing. If it grows past my maximum, I feel proportional pain. To top it off, we, like dungeons, can only make so many floors and have so many mobs and traps.
You're forced to spend mana on wandering mobs. You have no choice but to create an army.
That's horrible.
You can't help but sortie because the system tortures you. I'm so sorry.
Welcome to my hell. I do not wish to kill those who choose a different path, but I have no choice. I held off as long as I could to give the nations a chance to fight Marwan, but they chose to dither instead. The only solace I have is that soon the guild will surely issue an edict and make a writ of execution for me. Then this miserable existence will be over.
No.
No?
No, death is not an option here. At least, not the option you should take. I, too, have a bone to pick with the system. It shackled me when the heroes tried to kill me. It drove you to try and kill my partner, no offense. I think your talents would be better suited bringing it down.
You're turning Dark Lord, aren't you? Another so close after the last will be a problem for the people.
Never. Dark Lords are a title taken by those who opt into that progression. I'll do no such thing. I've made more than one promise to that effect. What I am is a core who wants a revolution. To do that, as I will not be a Dark Lord, it'll require me to have an army. Your army. My wandering mobs and those of the other dungeons won't be enough nor controllable when near soft targets that we need to save. You can spend your mana and not worry about taking it out on the wrong people, because if I have my way, you will always be nearby.
Can't be heroes when you murder the innocent.
No, you cannot. A fact that has haunted me for as long as I have been alive. My apologies, but Eleanor has been reading this and is fretful. I don't think she likes you. She finds these mirrors subversive. Let me talk it over with her. I can see why the fairies are keeping a close eye on you, Kurz.
She would not be the first fairy to find me dangerous. She'll come around. Before you go, there's going to be a meeting in your territory between Donheim and Delmar. Please don't harass them so they can come to an agreement on Loraphamen and me crossing the border.
That I will do, and thank you for this gift. You are the first one to break my solitude. I have never received gifts, let alone guests.
Don't mention it. I seem to be doing a lot of firsts for Dungeon Kind. Also, if you ever want to talk to other cores, just ask and I'll open and moderate another channel. So far, I also have Ulrich from Honeyhive, Skana, the Dragon of Gravity, and Delmar, as in the Delmar. Kurz pulled his mind away from the chat mirror and used his watchers to steal a glance at his surroundings. The Rough Riders were being escorted back towards him, and now that he was on good terms with Gronkai, he felt confident enough that he could place a permanent gate at the edge of the clearing. Even if Gronkai stayed neutral and sortied to attack again, Kurz could always just cut the link and deal with the phantom limb feeling. On the horizon, he could make out a wagon train that was knifing through an unkempt patch of prairie. Kurz recognized the banners. Donheim had arrived. Of course, that was when Vex pinged him that he had found Loraphamen's old dungeon. Chapter 25.
Dad, boss, this place is great. It's spooky inside, but there are ghosts.
Vex enthused as Kurz pushed some of his azure remainders onto the grounds. They marched forth, their blue-tinged bones echoing with each step as they crossed the threshold from the lush dirt to the cold-hewn stone.
Influence asserted for Dungeon Carcass. Dungeon Carcass recent enough for reconsecration. No competing claims from hostile cores. Influence accepted on Dungeon Carcass. Please choose the assimilation path for the satellite dungeon. Retain prior patron or apply current patron. Yes equals retain patron. No equals current patron.
Kurz had not been expecting that, so he did what he always did when faced with a quandary. "Selena!" he shouted as he dragged his attention from his task to her, finding her still working on plans in Loraphamen's place. "Selena?"
Yes, Kurz?
she asked tiredly, not looking up from her notes as she rifled through them. "You've been hard at that for a bit. Think I can distract you?" he added, a note of concern in his voice across the bond. Sure enough, her face and hands were smudged with ink, and her short hair was messy.
Not really. Need to get you to Silver 9. You're so close.
Selena said, rubbing an eye, leaving it dirtier than before.
Then Gold. Then maybe I can relax. Tried the relaxing thing with a party, but then woke up in a cold sweat that evening. You know, you asked if I was all right.
Anything I can do? Want me to explain my laser again? The water knife? The super weapon?
Kurz, if only introspection was a strong suit of yours. I don't know what will help. Losing control so thoroughly is just taking time to get over. But what is this distraction? City planning is never something I saw myself doing. Not my forte at all.
Well, I sent Vex off to find Loraphamen's old dungeon, and he did. Plan is to make it a satellite dungeon so she can still live that old life of hers whenever she wants. But it's asking me some weird questions about the patron, and it can't be a surprise if I ask Loraphamen, so... Selena sighed, then a giggle escaped her lips. Before long, she was in a fit of laughter that was stealing her breath as she fell to the ground.
Curse! You big softy! Oh, your puppy love is friggin' hilarious.
She said, using a finger to wipe away a tear. I don't understand.
You don't need to. Now show me what's going on.
Selena replied as she took to wing and flew across the threshold from Larathamen's core room to Kerr's. All of 20 feet of flying now that Kerr's had connected the two. Using his apex as an assist, she pivoted to look at his log facet and scrolled through it.
Oh, it's just asking if you want to keep that satellite dungeon pulling from the Grey Death or if you want to swap it over to Urusar. I would strongly recommend you keep Grey Death. That will allow it to truly be the necromantic/undead dungeon that it was. Otherwise, it'll just be a shitty knockoff of Cloudgate. Also, that choice will give you access to the special structures that come with Grey Death, though you'll lose the mana regen bonus.
Kurz thought about it for a moment before locking in his choice and watched as it took hold.
Uncommon achievement. The more the merrier. Achievement qualification. Possess multiple patrons. Achievement reward. Patron-specific rooms, mobs, crafting options, and more may be mixed, matched, and applied as desired without penalty. Do note that to gain access to patron-specific options not possessed through other means will require the requisite cornerstone. Rare achievement. Take the baton. Achievement qualification. Take over a dungeon ruin and retain the current patron, restoring the strength of its exile. Achievement reward. Harvest XP equal to half of the dead dungeon's total, minus decay percentage. Total reward. 180,552 XP. Note, Take the Baton is a re-entrant achievement that can be rewarded for every retained patronage. Silver 9 achieved.
Selena and Kurz were quiet as the implications sank in. Selena, this must be how the first Dark Lord advanced and grew fast. That is a ridiculously huge reward. Is dungeon-on-dungeon violence big in other worlds?
There are too many to count, so maybe that is so not my forte. A world would have to be jam-packed with your kind if it were to be, though, as the whole flying dungeon thing isn't really a thing. Regardless, you've rediscovered how dungeons did Dark Lord bullshit prior to full system support. With dungeon bonds to all types of cores to spread their influence, and then destruction and assimilation of the opposing dungeons, that would be absurdly fast advancement. Gustav knows more and could give you the final yes/no on that, but I think you're right. Hell of a wedding gift you got.
Selena added solemnly, drifting down to the ground gently with her wings slowing until they stopped flapping behind her. She opened her mouth, but shut it before she said anything. Then, after grasping for the correct thing to say, she continued.
You should remake everything. We don't know what Marwan may have done to defile it. Better to make it anew than risk giving her...
Selena stopped short of finishing her thought. The anger radiating off Kurz was white-hot, and she rolled her eyes.
Kurz, you already killed him. There's nothing more you can do, literally. So how about you take that righteous, impotent anger of yours and throw it into action? Or you'll spoil the surprise as Larafamen will come investigate why you're being so pissy.
Kurz, his anger turning to indignation before smoldering down to resignation, wordlessly got to work. Selena used his map facet to watch. Starting not from the boss room as he normally would, Kurz took the first room, the entrance, and swept it clean, leaving a bare hollow. That entrance became a church, hewn out of the stone it was set in. Rows of empty pews before a crumbled altar leading deeper into the ground. Its doors hung limp like shoulders sagging with sorrow. Within, Kurz pulled some skeletal rats from his mob list, gifted when Larafamen had previously tumbled everything she had made into him. He set them about to hide amongst the pews and leap out when they had a chance. They would be enough to ensure any fresh would-be adventurers knew what they were getting into prior to delving deeper into the iron floor. Thinking about it, Kurz recalled that Larafamen was keen on her traps. Therefore, he trapped the collection box with a sneezing powder. Nothing lethal, but it would reduce the unfortunate Cutpurse's combat effectiveness for 20 minutes. He also set a trap on the altar. Glue, simple but effective. Anything that brushed against it would be lost, skin included. Through the back of the church, in the hole in the wall, Kurz retooled the walkway to a damp, slick, and steep staircase. Not traps, just hazards. The hall opened up to a burial vault with 3 crypts. In each, Kurz laid a simple zombie in its burial suit. Nothing compared to what he could make, but fair for iron. Slow-moving, they were only a threat to the foolish or inexperienced. But their lethargic movements belied their staunch resistance to damage for their tier. The whole of their forms needed to be pulped, or they would continue to function. A bit, even as small as a single finger, would inch its way forward to scratch a would-be hero with its necromantic strength. As proper as that would be, Kurz did not give these zombies any ability to purposefully infect with any special, magical sickness. Wounds would still need to be cleansed properly, however, or the basic infection would set. Kurz, then realizing an oversight that would make the heroes cross, doubled back and made the trapped altar also a proper altar. The room accepted the designation, and now, if the heroes figured out how to neutralize the glue or remove it, they could commune with the Grey Death and become warlocks, death knights, or any other class that required it. If the spell was intelligent, as could be inferred by the fact that an altar could be established for it, then maybe Kurz would talk to it as well. But that would be a later date. The next room was another burial vault. This one was to be all traps. Kurz wanted to impress Larafamen, and he reasoned that the best way would be to make the dungeon more trap-heavy due to her predilection. Kurz placed the first proper loot inside the crypts. Basic weapons and smatterings of low-value coins filled the loot tables. For the unlucky, he sealed and pressurized the crypts with acid traps that would burn and blister any who cracked them open.
Slow down there, Imhotep. You may want to dial that back. When that goes off, that can do up to 25 HP.
Selena said as she watched.
That will outright melt iron heroes.
Imhotep? Isekai thing?
Yeah, a fictionalized mummy whose organs were protected from grave robbers in a similar manner. But don't worry about that. Worry about how unfair your trap is. The heroes are going to have to crack that trap to access any loot. You're damn near going to force a sacrifice.
Kurz heeded her point and reduced the strength, but made it so the spray would be unpredictable, so learned safe zones couldn't be used to defeat it. That left him with 2 rooms prior to the boss room, where the heroes could choose the left or the right path. Not knowing what Larafamen had done with it, Kurz did his own thing. Instead of a riddle, he made one an agility test, and the other a more brute toughness test. He floored the agility test with thin slate tiles, all with holes in them. On the walls, he carved bas-reliefs of Theral being pelted with food. Happy to be petty, he continued and bored holes in the walls and ceilings to match the floor. Then, Kurz spent some time tracing out a dance pattern where the only correct move was to step the next step. A wrong step, or even a backtrack, would set off a trap. The trap could be a spear out of the floor, darts from the walls, or a gout of acid from the ceiling. Aimed not only at the miscreant with 2 left feet, but also at the farthest forward hero. Kurz looked forward to the rogue who would have to dance at the end of the room, while their helpful teammates caused a multitude of problems for them. For the endurance room, Kurz filled the room with sharp black volcanic sand. It would cut and flay exposed skin and ruin finer garments. He was unsure which would anger adventurers more. Then he took skeletal snakes and added fire mana, also courtesy of Larafamen, to make burning snake skeletons. These he instructed to bury themselves in the sand and stay hidden, all the while heating the sand up to scalding temperatures. Now the heroes would have to deal with the agony and damage over time effects caused by the superheated granules. Lastly, he dropped and buried 5 keys in the sand. All 5 would be required to open the door to continue. While a high-level rogue could just pick the locks, Kurz was unconcerned. His core was in the other castle, safe. That left him with the boss. Selena's comment from earlier stuck in his mind. A mummy. Checking his mob list, Kurz found he didn't have one from Larafamen. No matter. Kurz was certain he could create it and earn the mob that way, as long as he could learn what one was. Kurz turned towards the source of his knowledge. Not to belay my total ignorance, but what exactly is a mummy?
Oh, that depends on the culture or reason for its creation. I was talking specifically about an embalmed, desiccated corpse wrapped in fine linens and resins as a way to preserve the body for all of time. Think zombies, but not rotting and wrapped in a bolt of cloth.
Back in his Chimera lab, Kurz got to work. He started with a zombie orc template. It appeared on the center of the platform, hulking and rotting, half an arm missing, with a wet, glistening sheen to its bloated flesh. Adding salt to a meridian fixed the moisture, making its skin papery and pulled taut over its frame like jerky. Kurz grabbed a different dead orc body from his larder, in a more complete state, and replaced the one drawn in by the template so the mob would have both arms still. Summoning a bolt of muslin from his inventory, Kurz worked it until it properly wrapped the zombie as he thought it should. Selena confirmed to him that he had done it right, and it looked like a mummy. Though she did say it would be more dramatic if he left the head partially unraveled and aged the fabric a bit so it didn't look so clean. Listening to her advice, Kurz did just that, fraying and roughing it down with dirt and sand, giving the mob an ancient look. The head now had its sunken eyes and gaunt jaw visible, a gaping maw stuck in a silent scream. Happy, Kurz turned his attention to its moveset. He wanted to keep it simple, as this was only to be an iron boss, so he gave it only death mana as an invigoration. He scribed the move he desired on it, Touch of Pestilence.
Touch of Pestilence. Spoils all non-magical rations and attempts to spoil magical rations. Dispels all buffs of Iron tier up to 1 Bronze tier. Applies a 1 damage per 30 seconds status with no timeout. Removed by a successful healing or upon death of the applicator.
Not too burdensome, with just the right amount of flair. To add to the thinking design of the boss, he also added Bandage Toss.
Bandage Toss. Flings a lasso of muslin at a target. Upon success, pulls both the target and the caster towards each other. The target is grappled.
Now, the farthest hero, based on Kur's instructions, would be pulled in core and then used as a shield from the other heroes. A few more to round out how the creature would attack, and he was happy. He named it Imhotep, the Wrapped Terror. And sure enough, when he summoned it, he gained a mummy mob, albeit at bronze. Selena waved him off and told him a souped-up bronze mob would make a great iron boss. Kurz returned his attention for a second to the land below and saw that Donheim was almost to the meeting site. He wasn't going to have time to make the other 2 floors, so he didn't. Instead, he excused himself from Selena and called out for Lyra, adding her to the conversation.
Lyra, can I take a moment of your time? I need your knowledge to help me with something for your mom.
Can you keep it a secret? Kurz asked, finding the vampire champion prepped for the meeting. She was standing eerily still with Mr. Anpu and Geist at the main gate, waiting for it to allow travel to the Jade Keep's grounds. So were the Delmar contingent, who even had the prince with them. The 2 groups were not mixing, as that would have been against proper protocol.
Thank you for asking. Since you said this is for my mother, I would be most pleased to help. May I inquire as to how long this moment will be?
Lyra said without moving a muscle, still as a doll.
A quick run-through of a dungeon present, Kurz explained. You'll be back in time. All I need is a quick yes or no answer when you see it. If you would step through the gate, I'll transport you to it. There'll be no danger. I just need your expertise on interior decorations.
Lyra excused herself, split from the trio, and walked across to the gate. Kurz directed her travel to where his new gate stood, just outside her previous home where Vex was idling, waiting for a chance to be allowed in. Before he could explain, her mouth broke into an uncharacteristically large grin, gleefully baring her fangs. Vex took that as an invitation and glomped her. She returned the surprise affection politely, but firmly shoved him off.
You did not! Curse, my mother is going to love this! I am beside myself with joy!
She cried out, bringing her hands to her mouth to hide her smile, finally remembering her propriety.
Please, go in. I redid the first floor as a gift, but I haven't touched the lower 2 yet. I wanted you to tell me what is wrong and what is right, so I can remove Marwan's stink from the place.
If you brought me out here to ask what is wrong, I must insist you change it all. Dungeons are not meant to be static edifices. The fact that it stands now is all that matters. Its bones are stronger than anything that could be done to it. If you brought me out here to ask how to fix it, I would make a request. If it pleases you, leave it up to the people of Bancroft for the next 2 floors. I have seen what you are capable of with your bronze floor. A marvel. But now, as a ruler, I would want something akin, but less lethal, and able to allow practice for those in need. A way to boost the heroes through their levels so they can quickly be strong enough to take on the world's challenges.
Selena spoke up telepathically, having listened in.
Not a bad idea, Lyra. Kerr's on with her on this one. It would be easy to turn off loot drops if an attempt is tagged as practice or not. Never seen it done, but how many dungeons have multiple satellite locations?
Kurz paused and thought. It had not occurred to him that he could do something like that. A training floor where the heroes set it to their needs or desires and ran it to test out theories, abilities, or novel team compositions. He reasoned it would bring goodwill, and while the deaths would be low, if not outright non-existent, the amount of time and mana teams would spend in it could make up for the difference. Also, it was of no matter to him if the satellite dungeon ever hit gold. Not entirely sure I can. The rules for mixing main and satellite dungeon capabilities are archaic.
You can. Polymorphic is weirdly already on the compatibility list,
Selena said, butting in again from the core room as she watched the conversation. Now I feel like a rube for not doing that for the Iron Floor, too. Iron heroes need more practice than anyone. I spent good thought on it, but sorta want to throw it away so the whole dungeon is like that.
Perish that thought, I insist. Leave the first floor as a gift to my mother, and let the other 2 be a gift to her people. Both decisions are sure to impress her.
Okay, will do. Vex, I can see you bursting to try it. Go on in. There's a dance room if you're interested.
Dancing!
The little guy screamed as he busted a Vex-sized hole in the door and went adventuring, leaving Kurz and Selena laughing, and Lyra a little flustered before she excused herself back to the other side of the gate for the incipient meeting, a pep in her step. Interlude 6. Stirring the Pot. In the back room of a back room, 2 dolls came to life with a jerk. Between them was a chessboard. They began their moves anew. Neither spoke, the clack of the marble figures on the polished stone board the only communication. 30 minutes in, Left Hand could not keep her tongue any longer.
Master, the info your spy reported on my efforts is true. Bancroft is rapidly turning to the idea of self-governance. The paltry attempts by its leadership to stop the nascent movement are not effective.
Her partner did not acknowledge her words, instead opting to finish his rook placement. Then and only then did he speak with care and measure.
You left them alive. Uncharacteristic of you.
Had I killed them, you would have just sent another whose identity I did not know.
What of the news that the royals are to meet and discuss? You have something in place to prevent a peaceful accord. The worst option would be for peace and understanding.
I am pulling in a big favor right now to ensure this gambit goes best for us. It is as secure as it can be.
You have given yourself an out with your words. I do not abide weasel words. Will it succeed or not?
Left Hand did not rise to the bait. Instead, she simply moved her knight. The silence of the marble clacking rang out again. The pause grew pregnant as they moved their pieces. Finally, defeated, Left Hand toppled her own king.
It is amazing what a gambling habit will do to a man. No greater slavery than shame and debt. You go back to your throne behind the throne in Freehold, and I will deliver you Bancroft.
I am going to hold you to the literal definition. I do not want to have to leave Freehold again so soon after my last absence, lest the executive decides to try and wrestle it from my grasp. Fly that city to Freehold, and you will earn all that you are owed.
The puppet that was the Shadow Guild's chancellor said before falling inert. Left Hand chuckled to herself before her puppet too fell, discarded.
Ekins, attend me!
Thurl bellowed from his throne. The fairies scattered, the tone of his voice giving the understanding that it was not going to be a kind conversation. Not long after, Bekinth slinked in, meek-looking. Short in stature, as compared to Therill at least, he looked to be in his 30s, with a very slight build and a crooked nose under his tangled locks of hair. "Yes, Therill?" he asked, eyes downcast.
Stand up straight. You're a god. Now act like it.
Therill demanded.
Do you know why I have summoned you?
"Well, since I was enjoying my life of leisure and relaxing on your beach, I assume you have work for me to do. Does it have something to do with why Velrin is missing? Let me guess. You asked her to do a task like you are about to ask me, and she failed. She failed, but tried to cover it up. Again. Am I on the right track? And it was not the failure that upset you so, it was the cover-up, the lie after," Bekinth postulated after he begrudgingly stood at attention.
Of course. Now, what do you think she failed at?
Therill asked, amused. He sat forward in his chair, his aged face scrunched into an affable smile. Fairy attendants started to peek around pillars, hoping that there would be no violence. Bekinth paused, as if gathering his thoughts. "Well, since you asked, I assume this is another one of your tests. Azia never broke out. Not sure if that was the plan or not, as you never, thankfully, include me in your intrigues. I had enough of that long ago. Considering the danger, I'm going to go with it being the plan. However, you have twice had your rules overturned by the system, and that could not have been the plan. Each time, with respect to the first Cloud Dungeon." Bekinth paused again, waiting for Therill to interject, but he did not. So Bekinth began again. "You made a second Cloud Dungeon, but have it floating out over an uninhabited island. Most intriguing was the deal you cut with its fairy, where it had to take dual dungeon, and specifically that they take Urusar to go along with the overslime they were initially forced to take. Which leads me to believe you intend on killing the first Cloud Dungeon, and you need another dungeon in the wings to stop Urusar from bleeding back into reality. But you can't do that until it commits violence against you. Velrin failed there, didn't she?" Therill clapped slowly while standing up.
Well done, well done. Velrin will be back from Azir's prison after she has paid the penance, and unless you want to greet her there, I expect you to convince that damnable dungeon to attack you so that I may finally be able to attack it and end all this nonsense.
Bekinth stepped back and saw a fairy jotting down what it was witnessing. "That doesn't sound like a healthy proposition for me."
You're a god. You are the second, maybe third strongest entity on this planet. You can best the Platinum Dungeons by yourself. Or at least, I believe you can. Are you telling me that you fear a silver dungeon? Really?
Therill jeered, stepping towards Bekinth and exerting his authority. "No, scared is not the correct word, but pragmatic. I have paid attention to it since it seems to be a thorn in your side. I'm not so sure that your fight is my fight."
Your thoughts on this matter are worth as little as I think of them. You will convince it to assault you through whatever means you deem necessary, unless, of course, you truly think that staying with Azir is a better option.
No, that is quite all right. Though that gets me thinking. You meant to have Azir escape, didn't you? You find that Velrin and I are boring, and you really want to gloat every few centuries.
I kept you around precisely because you were no threat. Do not think I couldn't change my mind. Do you really want to go down this path you are treading?
Therill asked, his voice suddenly icy. I got it. No need for any violence, Bekinth said, suddenly weary and dismissive at the same time, his hands up defensively. I'll pay the dungeon a visit and get it to strike me.
Good. The sooner the better. I have work to do now that there is a third dragon as well. The other two are already making acquaintance with the young one. That just won't do.
Skana lay inside his core, regenerating from his defeat at the hands of the gold raid party sent against him. His awareness was spread out across the vastness of his lair, as if he were dreaming, the cold void of space a soft blanket. He finally had peace and quiet after that marathon of a raid. The heroes had left jubilant and ecstatic. None had died. After they had tasted his mettle from the repeated probing, they had finally committed to the final battle and won. That was not to say that they hadn't expended prodigious resources for that claim, as the amount of buffs they were riding would have made a sinner blush. It would also be a lie to say that Skana had been soft. 3 separate heroes still lived, only owing to some insane efforts to keep them alive. A tank class that relied on regeneration had survived, inexplicably, a whole removal of his chest cavity. Though Skana didn't know what was worse, that the man survived such a wound, robbing Skana of a hollow victory, or that his body had tasted revolting and was chewy. Skana was going to have to ask Sanvi what ketchup was, as her quip about not meddling in dragon affairs made it sound like a possible fix for the aforementioned problem. Skana had attempted to focus fire, but they were quick to rotate away and heal. Their capacity to evade his breath weapon was a marvel. It reminded him of the orca pack he used to school with. The heroes had burned all their long rest abilities the moment he had used his breath weapon in an attempt to end him before he could recharge. He was not too unhappy with that result. They had been over-leveled, and as wholly prepared for him as they could be. And their chatter on departure left him feeling good. They thought he was a high silver challenge, debating between silver 8 and 9. Considering he was only silver 5, it was a good start. It would keep many away from him, leaving him in peace. Of course, that was when the presence of 2 very strong beings crossed into his domain. They had not taken the stairs. Instead, this pair flew. They landed with power on the initial platform to his lair and folded their wings upon their draconic backs.
Gwynplaine, the Dragon of Acid, Gold 5 Behemoth. Subtype, Dragon. HP, 10,128 out of 10,128. Harinosis, the Dragon of Sand, Gold 5 Behemoth. Subtype, Dragon. HP, 10,128 out of 10,128.
Gwynplaine was splendid, both in beauty and lethality. His royal purple hide almost looked like a jacket over his white belly. He was svelte and sinuous, like a snake with legs, and adorned with a large green crest. His mouth was crocodilian, teeth exposed, and in a permanent jagged grin. Harinosis was different. She was all lethality and pain, though some could find beauty in that. Her ochre skin was like that of a pangolin, rough and armored. The scales adorning it overlapped and ground against each other like a mill, with pulverized material falling out as sand. Large tusks jutted out of her lower jaw, matching the appearance of her elongated, hardened claws.
"Welcome to Dragonhood, brother,"
they exulted in unison as they genuflected, bowing their heads to the ground and haloing them with their wings, like storks shading the water. Gwynplaine's eyes shined with mirth, and his tongue fell out of his mouth as he gave a coughing laugh.
I must say, brother, your lair is even more remote than mine, and that is saying something. It is a dreadful chore on the wings to fly this high. I much prefer gliding thermals to climbing the heavens.
What Gwynplaine means to say is that he is very happy to be here, as bittersweet a visit as this will be. Could we have a tour of your realm? Or did we catch you at a bad time?
Skana spoke into their minds in kind, enjoying the feel of their draconic telepathy and his own.
No. I'm just encysted in my core at the moment. I just had my tail rearranged amongst my lungs by a gold raid party. Give me a moment to incorporate.
Gwynplaine cackled again.
To die a noble death. It has been years. Nobody wants to come out and play anymore. Sister, how I do miss such frivolities.
Aranosis rolled her eyes.
Just cherish your memories, for the next raid will not be as fun. I, for one, am going to miss the peace and quiet I've had for the last decade. Ever since Gold, my lair has been much quieter, to my liking.
Skana, out of combat and unthreatened, summoned himself forth from his phylactery, flashing into existence in flight towards his guests on the landing. He landed a bit before the pair, leaving the explosive door that he used to surprise heroes intact, and strode the rest of the way briskly.
I am here. I was hoping to someday meet you two, and am thrilled you made your way here. I assume this is a social call. Forgive my ignorance of custom. I have only been a dragon for a few months now.
Like cats, the other two stalked closer, the size difference apparent. They were both larger than Skana. They appraised his form, their eyes undressing him as they circled, looking over his every detail. For his part, Skana held as still and regal a pose as he could. Aranosis clucked her tongue.
I like your hide. Not as armored as mine, but no dragon is the same. It appears your wings do the same as my scales in protecting you. You are built solid, a fighter, unlike that madman.
Gwynplaine laughed, rolling his eyes and twisting his neck about in mirth, something that Skana noted he seemed to do constantly.
A madman who perished, he thought. I am most certainly not a man. And who needs fighting when the enemy laughs themselves to death at your feet, I am more than happy to lead fools on a merry chase around my lair as they succumb to my poisons. Skana, would you be so kind as to show us your lair?
Skana looked at them each in turn, then nodded at their wings.
Hope you have other ways to fly than your wings. Where we are going, they are only useful as shields.
With a thought, the back wall shattered. The air on the platform raced out into the vacuum, whistling past the dragons. Skana flared his wings and allowed it to take him effortlessly out into the black. The pair followed suit, letting themselves be ejected into space proper. They found Skana holding himself steady in the void, his wings still, even as they struggled to right themselves, or even understand which direction was up. Aranosis was flustered, but Gwynplaine seemed to enjoy the whimsy of it. Skana, though smaller, fearlessly flew among their tumbling forms and stilled them relative to his velocity. They both blinked slowly in respect and thanks, neither taking apparent offense.
Ooh, we are suffocating. Interesting trap, Skana. Not effective against the likes of us, but it would be a bother for the heroes. Are you not afraid of slowing your ascent to gold?
Not a bother. Lethal, actually. There are ways to recover one's breath. And no, personal power is not a motivation of mine. I have peace and whales here. That is all I need. Though the itch to grow my hoard is strong. Does it ever weaken?
Never. It is an insidious poison,
Gwynplaine said with a deadly serious tone.
You must never give in fully, lest you raise a city. Resisting it is the only way to ensure you live until Feral initiates a call himself, which is coming. We came to say hello, teach you what it truly means to be a dragon, and finally bid you a sweet farewell, you murderer.
Yes, sadly our brother speaks the truth. Feral poisoned our minds, and yet leashed us regardless. He won't suffer such draconic power. He allows nothing to approach his absolute status as the strongest. 3 dragons of silver and gold is a bridge too far for him. Your life has sealed our death, and so it will be up to you to retain what it is to be a dragon, and to stay alive and bide your time till the next are birthed in violence.
Erinosis affirmed, staring into Skana's eyes as if to take a measure of him. Skana balked for a moment before drawing himself up high, leaving the two floating. He took the moment to spy a glance at the planet below. From that orbit, it looked peaceful and serene, though he knew it was anything but. A land born of system-enforced violence. His resolve hardened as he recalled defending the orcas from those that would have slaughtered them.
Then teach me, but know that I will be at your side to stop Theral. The benefactor who boosted me to silver is already planning on bloodying Theral's nose, if not worse. So instead of waiting, resigned to your death, fight with us and help us remove the tyrant.
Gwynplaine cackled once more as Skana used his gravity to thrust the pair towards a whale, keen on showing them his lair as they taught him how to be a proper dragon. He made a note to request from Kurz a pair of gates. If they were to be allies, they would have to be nearby when the trouble started.